Hey Bars, how are you doing? What's going on, man? Just getting started today. I am back on Slash, continuing my journey as a Fire Claws Druid. So if you got questions, just feel free to ask. I'll be around. You guys know the drill.
My army will destroy.
Hey Fatty, nice to see you too. How have you been? I saw that you were online on Slash. Um, yeah, dude, these last few weeks have been a ride. Ooh, looks like we got Trangwing to start off our runs, but I'm not going to hold on to that. I don't think there's really much of a point. How was the PD2 experience for me? I will talk about that in just a moment, since you asked so kindly about it. What I'm going to say about the remaining couple of... it's not even the remaining couple of weeks anymore, it's like 1 week before the end of the season, so I just wanted to quickly talk a little bit about what we can expect going forward. At this point in the season, I think it's safe to say that we're in its closing stages. I still have about 100, well, I have almost 200 runs to go. I am aiming to try and do about 40 to 50 runs today. I should be a lot farther ahead at this point. I should be close to done by now. But the problem was with last week, I had to deal with my ISP problems, and because of that, like, it was okay. So it was ISP problems, and also there was an issue I was having with XSplit Broadcaster that was causing me to have all these dropped frames, which was kind of a problem. My budget paladin now is fully geared. That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that, Bars. That's really awesome to hear. Hope that's been going really well for you. That budget pally. It's the Hammerden, right? Next season. Sorry, no, this season for you as a, I mean, I'm assuming you're playing on BNet. I think you'll have a pretty good time. Although I just realized that I think next month is going to be the ladder reset for botnet, so that's that'll be interesting for you, I guess, if you are playing on BNet. Bot. Yeah, let's get this guy out of here. Block user. Wait a second, that doesn't do anything. Ugh. 1 second. Let us ban this guy. Okay, boom, he's gone. He is gone. Alright, but yeah. Basically the timeline is a little bit botched. I have to do 150 runs by next Friday. And I want to get it done by next Friday, but to be honest, it's kind of hard to muster the motivation to do so, especially because we're so close to the next season. I don't know if I want to, like, force myself to finish the runs, because if I do force myself to force the runs, I might not really be as motivated to play when next season rolls around, which, you know, I take part in every season. I don't want to start off next season and be like, oh, I don't feel like playing, you know, like, that would be kind of shitty. But we'll see. We'll see how things go. I need to figure out, like, I said that I was going to do a really long stream today. I was going to get like a ton of runs done. I was supposed to be at run 900 after this, but it's just simply not going to happen, as much as I hate to say it. Farthest I'll get to is run 850 at the most, probably. And then after today, I need to find probably a couple more days where I'll be able to complete the remaining runs. So that's going to be kind of interesting how all that's going to work out. But so far, we've gotten a pretty good sample size for the runs we've done in Mausoleum. I don't think that too many people have done like full clears of Mausoleum and have results to present, especially on Slash, no less. So this is really good. Like, I'm really happy with where we've gone. I've shown what I can do with my Fire Claws Druid, how much damage it puts out, and honestly, it's just been a really interesting and fun and chill season overall, where I don't have to stress my hair out about, or tear my hair out with the martial arts, like I did with the martial arts assassin, where I had to set up like a second or third charge depending on what area I was farming, so that was pretty good. Bars was saying, I'm still playing vanilla. I have no confidence playing multiplayer. Well, multiplayer isn't the same thing as, I mean, you can play vanilla multiplayer, right? Like, BNet is still technically vanilla. Yeah, because, you know, that's kind of the, original, like, that's what came out of the box, original game. Like, yeah, there's bots and shit, but, I mean, at the end of the day, that is, like, BNet is as rough, about as vanilla as it gets relative to, like, private servers and whatnot. But, yeah, like, okay, well, that's cool, though. You were playing single player, you got your budget character all set up, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think I've talked to you about this before. Single player, I'm not really much, like, I'm not really much of a single player kind of person, like, especially when it comes to D2. Like, I feel like D2 is just a game that I can enjoy a lot more when I play with others. Like, yeah, okay, I could enjoy it when I play solo too, but, I mean, a lot of the fun in this game comes from playing with other people, of course. So, yeah. So let's go through your questions one by one, Fatty. I appreciate you stopping in to say hello, and let's go through these one by one. So I'll start off with your simplest to answer questions and comments first, and then I'll move on to my PD2 experience, okay? Because that one's going to be the take the longest amount of time to get to. Ogre Axe, I believe that's Bone Hue. Bone Hue on run number 792. But again, nothing out of the ordinary. Hey, Coaster, nice to have you on board with us too. And very interesting timing, because I was just about to talk about kind of my thoughts on PD2, which I know you were kind of curious about too. Yeah. So go ahead, Blarp. Yeah, so just thinking some strats for ladder reset. Fatty was saying, okay, interesting. What have you come up with so far? I already know what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be playing with Deuce-Crim 2-manning. I think haven't really made that much of a secret, but I do have to work out the finer details with him sometime this week. So, yeah, this week's going to be kind of interesting. 200 runs left, GG. Yeah, thanks. Just a question of whether or not I'll be able to get it done in this season. I think. Because I think we're like a week out, right? Yeah, we're about a week out, so that's kind of like, basically in the span of 7 days I have to do 200 runs, which if it were like Chaos Sanctuary seal glitches, I could do that, I could probably do that this stream even, you know what I'm saying? Like, that wouldn't be difficult to do at all. But when we're talking about these Mausoleum runs, these take me about 5 minutes a run, so it's kind of like, if I want to do 800 runs, or if I want to do the remaining 200 runs, then we have to, well, I have to, you know, we've got 7 days remaining basically. I have to spend about 4 of the 7 days doing like 50 runs each. Well, actually, today I'll probably get to around run 850, so that should be fine. But yeah, it's gonna be quite a journey trying to make it to the end there. So yeah, good stuff. I'm gonna play hardcore this ladder. Road to level 99 with Paladin. I see. I guess that makes sense, because you are already fit. Oh man, you always have these creative ideas as to what you can do. Just when I think you might get bored of the game because you're done this and you're done that, you finish your Holy Grail. Finally, you know, you found Turiels on Slash. Like, good on you. And then now you've got another brand new crazy bonkers idea that you can go into for next season. So that's really awesome. Okay, let's answer this question finally, though, the PD2 experience for me, okay, and these are my thoughts. Okay, so there's a couple things that I want to say. First of all, I talked about this a lot on my last stream when I was actually, at the time, playing Project Diablo 2, but let me start off by saying that, right now, I'm not particularly motivated to play Project Diablo 2. I think the biggest issue I have with Project Diablo 2 right now is the server stability issues, okay? This might seem a bit obvious. Dwarf ping will be interesting for how long it'll take you. Oh man, good luck, man. I hope that like you don't encounter some really bad stroke of luck where, you know, maybe the server DCs or something and then it registers you as dying. Are you going to be using a bow barb, or are you just going to be using the paladin by itself? How's that going to work? But yeah, talking about Project Diablo 2, yeah, the first thing I would want to cover is just simply put, I don't like how I couldn't make it anywhere without the servers DCing on me. There were a lot of server issues. And there's definitely some things they want to get ironed out, right? Which, again, that's no fault of their own. They have to get started somewhere. I respect that. It's not like, oh man, the mod sucks because they didn't, they didn't spend enough time ironing things out. Like, okay, I mean, like, yeah, they could have spent more time, but we also have to understand that it is their first ever, like, this is their first season, right? Like, they spent a lot of months on it. They did like a small open beta. Like, they could have made the open beta and closed beta a bit longer. They could have opened up more of the features. But I think that part of the issue against that is that, you want the people who participate in open beta and closed beta not to know all of the things that you're going to try to be launching, right? At least I feel that's kind of what they were thinking. So personally, I can give them a pass on that. Like, I'm not gonna like be like, oh yeah, this was poor planning on their part, right? Like, there's really nothing they could have done without like sacrificing something else that I'm sure they didn't want to, something else that they valued more. Which I can totally respect that. But as like a PD2 like newcomer, I was pretty. The server DCs killed the vibe for me. I think that was like the #1 biggest issue I had with the mod, and pretty much the main reason why I haven't really touched Project Diablo 2 since its launch on Friday, right? Like, I spent a day actually sitting down. Like, I could have spent that day like doing mausoleum runs, right? Like, that could have been arguably a better use of my time. I spent that day doing a lot of mausoleum, a lot of like. I spent that day on Project Diablo 2. I was trying it out, and it was fun. But the fact of the matter is, like, disconnecting every now and then was kind of annoying, especially in the tail end. Like, if it were normal mode, if it were just like some bail runs, then no problem, right? Like, disconnecting on bail runs isn't the biggest deal, but it was frustrating for me, like, making it through Act 3 and then just being like, oh fuck, well I DC'd, I got to go through all of Act 3 again. That was really shitty. And that kind of made me. I think that was the biggest reason why, when it happened enough times, I was just like, you know what? I simply do not feel like playing that much more. Like, I tried to look for a good stopping point, as I'm sure you guys recall, and I kind of want to do a couple more runs after that. But after that, I was like, okay, I'm good. And it's not like I was feeling particularly interested in playing later, right? Like, these are things that I was thinking about later. That was probably one of the biggest reasons why, like, I lost my momentum in that game, I guess. That's something important, right? Like, if you're on a roll, if you're in the groove, if you got your, you're going with the flow, you got shit going on, it's great, like everything's awesome. But then if something just interrupts your momentum, you're like, I don't want to say train of thought, but just interrupts your momentum in a game, then it's kind of like, well shit, now what, right? So that's kind of, I guess, how I felt. That was my biggest issue by far. So that's just talking about server issues, which again, that's kind of like outside the realm of Project Diablo 2 in a way, but like talking about Project Diablo 2 itself, I do have issues with the mod. I think that one of the biggest points of frustration for me is that they didn't really list out the changes, at least not as far as I could tell, on what exactly they changed from the original game. I think that that's something that's kind of irritating. Yeah, I think mostly would say that 80% of it. Yeah, right? Like, I mean, here's the thing. There's still tons of people who play Project Diablo 2. In fact, there were more people who hopped on Project Diablo 2 in the weekend because they heard about it. It was this, like, really hyped thing, and, like, there was a lot of, word of mouth travels fast, man. Like, everyone's telling their friends, like, oh, yo, we gotta check this shit out. It's nostalgic, right? I know some people who actually hopped back into the game because of it, and that was great, but they opted not to play on the servers because they couldn't even make it past freaking. Okay, Bloodraven was broken. I don't know what was up with that. They made it to Bloodraven, they were like, oh shit, okay, Bloodraven's OP, like, I'm gonna skip. And I told them, yeah, you gotta skip Bloodraven. And then after that, they couldn't even make it past like level 8 without getting disconnected constantly. I was lucky enough to make it past that point, and even I didn't want to keep playing because you know, by the time I made it to Nightmare Act 3, I simply was too frustrated to want to keep playing, right? Like, their solution was just to go play single player, and they've been having a good time with Project Diablo 2, which is great. But I'm not quite in that boat. Like, I've never, I mean, even this new thing, Project Diablo 2, like, I played Project Diablo 2, I tried it because I wanted to take part in a ladder reset. And play with other people while everything is new and fresh. Oh wow, that's a lot of rare items. And that's what I did, but I simply could not get around the fact that it was, well, there were so many server issues and other problems, I guess. But anyway, so let's talk about like PD2 itself. Okay, so again, there's like, I had to really think about this. The thing is, I've only so far played as Sorceress, which you know, like, other people have played as Necro or Barb or multiple classes, and they know a lot more about those other classes, so I can't really speak for the other classes. But what I can tell you is, playing as Sorceress, or maybe not even, well, I think I was saying previously, like they could have like listed more of the changes from vanilla to Project Diablo 2, right? Like, when I took on Summoner and I was barely able to kill him, like, that was annoying. That was honestly pretty freaking annoying. Like, yes, I get annoyed when I die. Yeah, that's just the kind of person I am. I'll admit, right? I get annoyed if I lose. I get annoyed if I die. Whatever. In game, of course. But like, but at the same time, I feel like it would have been nice to know that the Duriel fight was tougher, right? Or sorry, the Summoner fight was tougher. That Izuel was buffed. That Bloodraven was buffed. That Duriel was. I'm pretty sure Duriel may have been tougher. That you can't teleport inside the Tal Rash's chamber. Like, they disabled teleport for that. They could have just straight up disabled it rather than making it look like, oh, well, I can teleport, but then your character doesn't actually go anywhere. And then I'm trying to think of some other things too, because that was a rather peculiar situation, right? Like, static field, that's another good one. I don't remember where I read it, but I knew coming into the mod that, yeah, static field will only bring a monster down to 50% in normal. Like, fine, fair enough, but they could have, like, written that on the skill or fucking, like, literally anywhere where I could see that, so that I'm not left thinking, like, huh, wow, why is my shit so weak, right? Like, I feel I got lucky, but imagine if I hadn't come across that, I'd be wondering, like, what the hell's going on? And then, of course, the teleport FCR breakpoints, like, honestly, I didn't make it far enough in the game to really be able to say this for sure, but I really don't think that teleport should be a thing. The fact that I can just skip through like 90% of the game content, like, okay, yes, true, I can teleport slower now, but the fact of the matter is, teleport exists as a way to, like, just for me to, oh, wow, peasant crown, that's nice. I'm not going to keep it. I'm probably not going to keep any item, I'm sick of muling. Yeah, like, it just exists as a way for me to skip 90% of the content. I don't like that. I really don't like it, right? Like, I've made this very clear. I think that characters should just have to walk across, or everybody should get teleport. One of these two options. I'm on board with everyone getting a teleport, to be honest. Like because then that means, like, that's kind of, I guess, it's kind of like allows you to just speed through the game, in a way. Anyway, I don't know, man. Just right now, the fact that it's a Sorc exclusive skill still bothers me. Even if it's slower, even if it's tougher to seal glitch and so on, I still simply do not like it. Those guys are buffed because they drop keys. Okay, well then, if that's the case, then they could at least make it, like, if it's because they drop keys, then I'd understand that they buff the hell versions of those bosses. But they buffed it for normal, and they buffed it for nightmare. And it made those fights way more painful than than I expected them to be, or that they should have been, coming in from vanilla. was written on their wiki. Oh, cool. Somewhere nice and obscure. Perfect. But yeah, like I mean, again, right? Like normal and nightmare summoner does not drop a key. So why the hell is he so difficult to kill? Eric Bill was stupid OP. I could shoot 3 bolts at once. They all pass through my Merc, heal it, and hit all enemies without resistances. I'm gonna hide behind my Merc and become a god. So yeah, here's another. Yeah, this is something else I was just about to get to actually, and that's talking about the character that I was playing itself, right? So you know, I was playing as a Sork, and to be quite frank, I felt underwhelmed by how much I could do. To tell you the truth, I don't like that. I kind of didn't like it. I don't know. Like, Coaster's saying Coaster, you're saying you felt super strong as your cleric. Okay, fair enough. In my case, I had a very opposite experience. As a Fire Sork, I felt kind of underwhelmed. Granted, I think I got the short end of the stick because my Sork, like, and I had even read about this on their Discord. They had to do a hotfix buff because of it. The Fire Sork that I was making felt really, really weak. And again, I think I talked about this. Meteor just felt like a glorified fireball, but that's its own criticism. I think my biggest criticism was I felt too weak for what I had managed to accomplish. I felt like my character just wasn't really able to do much by itself. I felt that I don't even want to say too squishy, but really, it was just annoying that, like, yeah, I had to drop, like, 30 fucking meteors just to kill anything. Like, yeah, okay, I could run Nightmare Pindle because I can freeze them with Glacial Spike. That's kind of the point. But even in the open beta, my meteor felt strong, quite a bit stronger, in fact. And the fact that they did a last-minute nerf to try and put down the power of my Fire Sork, a little too much probably, in fact, was kind of lame. And then, of course, I'm not the only one who has that problem, right? I think martial arts tree is kind of shit on Assassin. People were complaining about Summoner Necro not feeling particularly strong. There were some other characters, too, I know that were having some issues. Poison Necro was supposed to be pretty ass. Cold Sork was kind of lame. Let's see. I don't even remember all of them off the top of my head, guys. Fire Trap Assassin. There you go. That's the other one that I wanted to talk about. Yeah, that one didn't really receive much by way of buff or nerf either. So it was still the same, from my understanding anyway. It's still not really that much stronger than its vanilla counterpart, where it was very desperately in need of a buff. If it wanted to be competitive in Hell, right? Like, okay, yes, if you have enough plus traps items, you could make a fire. So like, hell, I could have even made a fire trapper to try and run Mausoleum if I wanted with an assassin. But at the end of the day, it still is outperformed by most of the other builds in the game. And I think basically what I'm trying to say here is that there is some work I feel like that needs to be done in terms of the balancing. Or the rebalancing schema. I think that's something that could use quite a bit of work there. And then of course probably one of my biggest complaints is actually within the itemization. Here's one of the most interesting things I feel kind of strongly about. I feel like there's really no. Again, like, this is the opinion of somebody who only played up to level 50, so it's like, you know, this is a rather uneducated opinion in a way, but at the same time, it is still an opinion nonetheless. I feel like there was no real power spike that I could feel. You know, like, part of why I enjoy D2, is when you get a certain item, your character feels that much stronger, right? Imagine if you get like a Shaco, it's like, oh man, you know, you get some extra MF, alright, like, you'll certainly see more items drop, but more than that, you also get some damage reduction, some extra life and mana, and plus the all skills. I feel like a lot of the early game items just didn't really do much of anything to help your character out. Like, yes, okay, great, I got resistances, and it did help my character survive a bit, but it's not like I didn't really feel like I was getting items quickly enough to the point where like my guy was actually getting stronger by the hour, you know? Like I felt roughly as strong on hour 5 as I did on hour 8 of my gameplay. Granted, I guess to be fair, I had also DC'd a bunch of times, but my point here is that I just didn't feel strong enough at that point in the game for the items that I had, I guess. Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest issues. And I think I saw, like, also from what somebody said, like, the game, funny enough, like, Project Diablo 2 so far, if you're doing group play, the game is really nicely balanced around, well, basically what I'm trying to say here is there's a bit of a, I think, a bias on my end too, which I find kind of interesting. Like, there was somebody that was saying that the mod is pretty well balanced around group play, right? If you've got like a big group of people, then you know the game is appropriately challenging. But if you're a solo player, then it feels kind of awful. And honestly, that's kind of how I felt, right? Like, it took me a long time to really think about it and be like, what is it about this that I don't like, right? Because I'm not like, I was talking about how I think it's cool. I think it's fun. Like, I mean, I'm not going to go as far as what Coaster was saying, which was it was boring. I don't think it was boring, but it certainly wasn't. It wasn't really something that I looked at and I'm like, wow, I feel like this is freaking amazing. Like, you would think that, oh, the game's more challenging, that makes it more fun. But I feel like also there were certain things that kind of detracted from that experience. Even though it was more challenging, there were certain elements of the game that left much to be desired in my eyes, at least for me. So anyway, yeah, agreed. Fatty was saying, Fatty, did you try Project Diablo 2 as well? Like, I don't know. I want to hear your thoughts because if you were playing, then, you know, I don't want to just be like, okay, this is my opinion. I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be like, okay, this is the end all be all, because again, like, my opinion is limited, right? I'm only one person, and I played for like some 8 hours, and it's not like I did group play. I was trying to do solo play. I was trying to see how far I could get with my knowledge of the game. This is kind of where we ended up, or where I ended up. I think, honestly, part of the reason why I enjoy playing on Slash so much is because I feel a lot more powerful at, like honestly, like, yeah, you could argue, oh yeah, Blizzard just freaking takes the cake, right? But I felt like I could roll through solo play perfectly fine with most of the characters in the game. I don't feel like I can really do that with PD2 personally. But anyway, have you played PD2? Yes, Joshua, of course I have. That's why I'm talking. You missed my entire rant about PD2. Like, the whole conversation that we're having right now. The whole conversation we're having right now is centered around the idea, or around, like, the fact that I had played PD2 and Fatty wanted to kind of know my opinion, my take on it. And that's exactly what I am talking about right now. I haven't tried it, but it's not that much interesting to me. And why is that? For me, it was interesting for a couple of reasons. One, because it was like they were trying to rebalance it. Like, it kind of like they're trying to make more of the things in the game viable. Like look at martial arts tree in the original Diablo 2. Like, honestly, like, yeah, I kind of made it work, and I could argue that, oh yeah, well, it was a challenging build. But you could make a challenging build that feels appropriate for how difficult it is to play. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no excuse for martial arts tree to have all these restrictions. Like you must have the second charge to release lightning. You must have enough attack rating to hit them. And then you know you have to be able to bypass block chance, and then only then will you get off like a Chaos Lightning that's a quarter of what a Lightning Sword can dish out, right? Like that was very piss poor balancing. I don't know how else to put it. It doesn't feel rewarding to play at all, right? So yeah, there's definitely some work that could be done from the original game. So if I see a mod which tries to actively make some elements of the original game better, I respect that. I think that's a really cool idea, and I'm intrigued to see what they come up with. Same with teleport. teleport for Sorks, I've made this very clear. Teleport, generally speaking, should either not exist or it should not be exclusive to one class. Yeah, I've talked about that so many times. And I think the other thing too is Project Diablo 2 was like the new thing on the block for Diablo 2. You don't see that very often. And especially as somebody who had never taken part in a ladder reset before, or like a first season for any private server, I thought this was going to be, I figured this might be my last chance to take part and see kind of how it goes. And I did get a taste of what that's like. Simply put, it just is a series of disconnects, I suppose. A series of server issues where you constantly get disconnected from Nightmare Act 3, as I discovered the hard way. But anyway, yeah, you get the idea. So yeah, Joshua, hopefully that answers your question. Is a Holy Bolt Paladin able to farm Chaos early? Well, yeah. Coaster can answer you on that one because he's the one who played the build and he says yes. Yeah, no, I agree. I prefer Slash. But here's the thing. I'm not going to say Slash is better, okay? I'm not going to say Slash is better. I just prefer Slash because, you know, at the end of the day, I'm like evaluating how much enjoyment I get out of that, out of that mod versus out of Slash, and I'm like, at the end of the day, I grew up with Diablo 2, right? And that for me will always take the cake. Like, I know this game, this is kind of how the game was brought up, like, this is kind of how I was brought up, this is kind of the game that I know, and I guess, like, you'd have to pass a pretty high bar for me to get more enjoyment out of something that I'm familiar and that I love, to peel me off of saying that that's what I prefer the most. I don't know if that makes sense. Basically, like I enjoy that this is what the original game was. So for me, I get the most enjoyment out of that, knowing that. I know the game intimately well. I'm quite comfortable with it. There's lots of different cool builds I can try. I know, like, okay, yeah, if I get certain items, it's definitely going to be a huge power spike, right? Like if I go Spirit, and Lore, which, by the way, I'm glad that they kind of rebalanced Spirit. I think that in the original game it was way too overpowered. But the point, like, so overpowered that it kind of made most of the other alternatives, like, not very desirable when it does pretty much everything well, right? Anyway, that's a different discussion. I guess my point here is just that, yeah, the combination of this being the original and also that we get access to, like, with map hacking and multi-boxing, the game actually feels more fun. Like, I'm gonna just say it straight up, like, because I don't want to have to freaking sit around and try to maneuver through every single map every single time I want to either MF or play through the game. I actually prefer just straight up, okay, I need to go this path to farm this area and this monster. I much prefer that. Right, I can cut straight to the chase and skip all of the filler. That for me is exciting, way more exciting. Non-stop action, I prefer that. So, yeah, obviously you can't really do that in Project Diablo 2. You can't do that in POD or anywhere else other than, well, okay, no, you can do that on, you know, like Europe.battle.net or whatever it's called, but that's you know, that has its own set of issues. Anyway, while I appreciate the expanded powerful builds, I didn't see the need to wreck Sorks to that extent. Yeah, like, I hear that Sorks in particular just simply didn't get he kind of got the short end of the stick, right? Like, even in the original game, already there was like very few people who were playing light Sork already, right? Like, they just don't, they do a lot of damage when you get them geared up. When they just start out, it's kind of like, ew, you don't want any of that. But meanwhile, you got like Cold Sork. Cold Sork used to be, without question, it's the strongest starting build just off the raw damage and the minus. Hey, Maul, hell yeah. Anyway, yeah, just off of the fact that it's here. Let's actually up the encounter here. IK Maul, 798. Okay, good. Oh, I actually forgot that these are not here. Maul GG, hell yeah. Anyway, yeah, as we know, in the original game, Cold Sork is like for a Sork, like if you're a Sork and you're actually trying to get through the game, like if you're trying to speed run through the game, if you're trying to actively like power farm in the game, like the first couple hours in the ladder, you're either going Cold Sork or you're trolling. Like, in particular Blizz Sork, not Frozen Orb, not anything, not Ice Blast, nothing else, no Fireball, no Meteor. It's basically just going to be straight up Blizz Sork, because it just does such a ridiculous amount of damage, right? And I don't really feel like they did anything to kind of address why no one else plays, like, no one plays Light Sork, or why no one goes Fire Sork, right? Like, in the original game, it's just, every monster in hell is freaking fire immune. So yeah, like, if you go... See, here's the thing, like I went Meteor Sork, it would have been nice to see it all the way through, so I could actually have a much stronger opinion about this, but it's kind of like, I don't really know if I'm getting much out of this in endgame, playing as a Meteor Sork, or as a Fire-type Sork. And meanwhile, I heard that Cold Sork was kind of shit, and also that Light Sork, well... Light Sork isn't that great, so I don't even, like, yeah. There's, I feel like, work that needs to be done for at least some of the builds. Again, some people will probably, who are more knowledgeable about these builds, will probably disagree. But yeah, like, there's also other builds too, traps and I'm sure, and summoners. Like, I know people who played summoners, they felt kind of underwhelming as a freaking summoning Necro. They're like, yeah, like, I got my guy built up, I made it to hell, and I don't actually feel like I'm doing anything. So, not really entirely sure what to say there. Summoning Druids are wild on PD2 at the moment. Oh, really? What are they like? Do they just, like, have absurd amounts of damage? They can just shit on everything, solo everything by themselves? Hadrius was solo farming Chaos right out of the gate? That's fucking crazy, dude. Yeah, I mean, for me, that's a clear sign that, yeah, like, there's definitely some work that needs to be done in the balancing scheme, right? Like, you guys actually made it to that point where Hadrius was able to do, like, Chaos by himself. Meanwhile, me, I struggled just to make it through to Nightmare, and that was through trying to hop into P8 games and, you know, teleport through the game myself to make it to Nightmare or Hell. The Bears Cleave, they each act as an extra cleaving merc, and you get two. Oh, wow, that's pretty crazy, actually. But anyway. Druid Twisters, though, yeah, I don't know the rest of how Druids work and whatnot, but I can speak for my Fire Sork, and I can tell you, like, it was... I felt underwhelmed. I felt like I just wasn't doing enough. Yeah. I could P8 Veil with my Cleric Paladin with myself with no particularly good equipment. So, two extremes, right? Like, some of you guys can solo Bale with no good equipment, or you can handle, what's-his-face, Chaos Sanctuary by yourself just fine. But meanwhile, me, even getting through, like Duriel, I think that's probably the biggest example. Duriel was just painful to deal with, for me. Or, like, I'm trying to think of some other good examples here. I don't even know, man. Combustion Sork was amazing until Hell. See, that's the thing. I had a choice between Combustion or Meteor. I chose to go Meteor, and then I think I kind of got punished for it. Like, I should have just gone Combustion so that I could combust everything, but the whole idea behind my build was to try and farm Nightmare Pindle, and then Hell Pindle, or some of the Act bosses. See, that's another issue, too. They got rid of freaking... That was... Okay, that's another problem I didn't even talk about, right? Like, I could tell that they kind of fixed the quest bug for Duriel and Andy, I think. At least, yeah. For the very least, Andy. They fixed the quest bug there. Which made me think, like, okay, well, if I can't do quest bug Andy, then what the fuck is the... Like, why would I ever want to farm an Act boss then if I can't ever use quest bugging for this character? Like, it just feels so... I feel like they should have just straight up made it so that if you're killing an Act boss, it should be by default like a quest drop. Like, to be honest, like, non-quest bug drop should not be a thing, because it's like you spend all this time and effort. Like, why would I ever want to farm an act boss? Like, this is what I'm thinking here. Why would I ever want to farm an act boss? Explain this to me. So they made them tougher to kill in this game, right? Like, if and my Andariel fight with my meteor, like, fire sorceress, right? I was struggling to kill Nightmare Andariel with a meteor sorceress. Why would I ever, in my right mind, want to farm an act boss if I have to go through that much trouble to do it? I think that's fucking stupid. Meteor wasn't a synergy for Fireball, so easy choice for me. Okay, well, fair enough. That makes sense. But yeah, like, I had a specific plan I wanted to follow. It's what I came up with, and it just so happened that was the build that they, or at least one of the builds that they nerfed leading into the season's beginning. Like, open beta, it was still quite powerful. I was like, okay, this is all hunky-dory, and they decided to nerf it to the point where, yeah, other people were complaining about it too. In fact, apparently so much so that they had to rebuff Meteor in the most recent patch for the game. D2D2, nice IK all I see. Hey, Humphrey Watcher. Easy lately exhausted, so going to bed soon. I want to say hello. Yeah, thanks. I want to apologize, actually, because I did tell you that this was going to be a long extended stream for today, but I was tired in the afternoon, so I ended up taking a nap. A really long nap, actually. I haven't had much sleep lately. I took a relatively long nap, and then I decided I'd see if I could grind out some runs, because, yeah, again, this is something I want to finish in time for the next slash reset, which will be which will be starting next Friday, so, you know, you'll know where to find me. Then after that, yeah, everything will be hunky-dory. That sounds glorious. Never apologize for naps. Yeah, well, I mean, normally I wouldn't apologize for naps, but I did tell people that this stream that I was going to do today was going to be a long one. It was going to be bright and early. But, yeah, I was like, nah, I'm honestly too tired today to do that. So, I napped first, and had some stuff I needed to take care of in the evening, just before I got started on this stream. So, yeah. So any plans for next season? Yes, I've talked about my plans quite a bit in the last weeks. Have you? I'm sure you've caught wind of it. I haven't gone in great detail because you know me, always show not tell, right? However, but yeah, like, yeah. At the end of the day, it's going, like, I'm going to be two-manning with Dewscrim. I think that's the main premise. But I'll talk more about that in a couple moments. I just want to see what else is being said. But yeah, Home3 Watcher, hope you're doing well. You've been crazy busy lately. That kind of makes two of us, and I just hope you've been having a solid day. I don't want to save space. Do you see Coaster for a hot second at brunch this past Saturday? Didn't realize he knew to come with brunch with us. Yes, he did. Yeah, a while ago he did end up finding our brunch spot together. So unfortunately, or fortunately, you're no longer on your own, I'm afraid, Coaster. But yeah. Of course, you're welcome to third wheel with us, though, Coaster. Or maybe you're the third wheel, or maybe I'm the third wheel. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, in the meantime, the safe space. I like that. Fatty was also saying Stony Tomb now level 85 area, no fire immunes there. Combustion, fire spark legit there. Okay, that actually sounds pretty cool. But yeah, again, that's like, I didn't make it to that point. The server issues were just killing it for me, and honestly, the meteor sork that I made, the plan that I had, was just kind of all down the drain. I didn't know that they fixed the whole quest bugging thing. I don't think that was written anywhere. Same with like re-nerfing meteor, or not re-nerfing it, but they buffed it and then they nerfed it, and now it's in a really awkward state where I'm kind of like thinking to myself, maybe I really should have just gone combustion. I would have probably had substantially more fun playing as a combustion sork than as a meteor sork. Maybe, I don't even know. Yeah, it's... I guess at the end of the day, there's a lot of elements about it that are well designed. Like, honestly, there's a lot of elements about it that are well designed. I should be enjoying the mod more. I just can't bring myself to, and I don't really... I can't really give a solid reason as to why it is, right? Like, I've always thought that, yeah, some of these bosses should be, like, stronger, tougher. Like, Summoner, I think, in the original game, probably should have been a tougher fight. Even Duriel, I can see why they kind of disabled teleport and all that shite. I think that was kind of annoying, but still I can understand. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, I was kind of underwhelmed as a whole. Like, I'm just not, I just don't enjoy, or I'm not like particularly hyped over the. I enjoy it, but it's not like, man, oh man, wow, this is freaking fantastic. This is crazy, right? Like, no. I've been plotting. Oh man, did you hear about all the llama drama over the 24 hours on PD2 Discord? Is it the one where he found that there was like a bug where you could like kill Izzy and then all of the packs that die because of the you know, Izzy's death animation proceed to all drop as if they were Izzy? Is that the one? Because I saw that and I thought that was hilarious. Like, again, that's another example of why I can't really take the season seriously. That was another thing I forgot to talk about. Thanks for bringing that up, actually. When I see that, I'm kind of like, well, shit, right? Like, and then the season might be ruined. Like, imagine somebody sees that bug and then they just abuse the living shit out of it, right? Like, the economy will be completely fucked because of that. Like, if that's how they're just gonna farm out whatever items they need. Like, imagine, like, alright, I feel like you don't know how much damage has already been done because of a day zero exploit like that. Or was it called 0-day exploit? I know that was, like, well, that was a term I learned a while ago. Basically, from the very launch of the game, there's already something that allows you to, like, to blow up the amount of, like, to blow something up, basically. Like, some bug exists that causes huge problems. In this case, that's a huge problem. Like, so imagine how many people could have gotten ridiculously wealthy off of a silly little exploit like that, right? That's not cool. That bug, lol. Yeah, that's an interesting bug, which again, bugs are to be expected. Bugs are to be expected. This is kind of like going into my, in quotes, first, like, this was my first ever, like, being on a private server at the time of a launch. This is, I guess, something I should have expected. I think it's hilarious. But, yeah, it's obviously something that does ruin the game. Having said that, it's really, you know, it's really no one's fault, I guess. Like, it's not really something you expect to have happen. As either like a developer or as like one of the people in the community who are like streaming for hundreds or thousands of viewers. You know, you don't just say to yourself, well, shit, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna break the game by freaking abusing Izzy's death animation. That just doesn't happen like that. It was an accident. I think it was an accident, an honest, earnest accident. So there's really not as many people to blame for that. But the mod creator was in his chat while it was happening, along with 1,500 other people, and they shut down the server within 5 minutes. But Discord blamed him for some reason. They blamed Llama? I mean, like, why? I mean, like, they could blame Llama for streaming it and then showing it and then proceeding to try and like once they discovered it, like, if it were me, I would maybe do it once or twice just to see, like, oh shit, that's a pretty big problem. Like, even back on Slash when like Declone would mysteriously spawn out of thin air. Fatty will remember this. Declone he sold an SOJ, he sold an herb to spawn a Declone once. And then, for some reason, it was Fatty180, I remember this, and Coaster was there too, actually. Funny enough, the very two people I talked to at that moment. Like, Declone spawned for every game on the server, and everyone just rushed to go kill Declone and get themselves a free Annie. I didn't want any part of that, man. Declone is on Slash supposed to be, you know, something you kill on your own if you have your own herb. So I feel like if you take advantage of this Declone that mysteriously falls out of the sky, it feels kind of like cheating. It feels like exploiting the game, right? Like, so for me, I'm not gonna go around telling everybody, no, 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 you shouldn't kill Declone. Hey, you know, you're free to do whatever the fuck you want. But I felt like it was cheating, so I opted not to do it. It's the same thing with this little exploit here. This definitely isn't something you should be doing to try and profit off of for personal wealth. But at the same time, like, yeah, like, if you show it to hundreds or thousands of viewers, there's nothing you can really do about that, right? Like, you're in the middle of streaming and it happens by accident, and, you know, of course you're going to be curious. Everyone's going to be wondering, like, what the hell's going on? So you try a couple things out, and then you realize, hey, yeah, this is a problem, and then you report it to the people who run the show, which would like to think is kind of what happened with Llama. So for people to actually try and blame him, I think is kind of ridiculous. Of course, I don't know the full story, but I can't help but imagine this is what happened. Yep, herb. Yeah, that's so weird. That is really, really, really weird. All of that. Also, Nintendo was saying if you aren't a summoner okay. Well, I guess I'm over here then. There you go. Funny, he's using up all his RNG in time for the new ladder. That's great. Anyway. Countess. Well, that's not much of a surprise. It's Countess. Hey, Marahum! How are you doing? Long time no see, buddy. I don't think I was here last week because I had to deal with my ISP issues. But now I'm back with a vengeance. I want to do a long stream today, but I wasn't able to because I had to nap. I take a really nice long nap. And now I'm here though, and I'm ready to do some runs. I wanted to do about... My goal was actually about 50 runs. But to be honest, I kind of want to actually even push 850 if I have the energy for it. I definitely have the energy for it. Yeah, I have the energy for it. I just don't know if I have the willpower. Like, those are two different things. Like, I have the energy to stay up until like 1, 2, 3 in the morning if I need to. I just don't know if I'll want to stay up that late, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I think I will be able to. I think I will. Well, at some point I need to do another 150 runs. I don't know how that's gonna all work out. Hey, Kyo, you're asking what are you hunting for? I'll explain in just a second, okay? Let me just respond to the others and I'll go over your question in a bit. Because there are some comments that from earlier I need to address. Just solo 1-4 HC run Sork bow will be main for week 1, probably then level up Paladin later on. Okay, wow, looks like you have your plans cut out for you, fatty. You're gonna have to wait and see like the execution of my plan. But I'll tell you a little bit about that in a second too, because I'm really excited for it, and I'll talk more about that in just a little bit. Nintendo was saying, if you aren't a summoning druid, Zon, Holy Pal, you're just not going to have a good time at the moment. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of what's going on, right? Like, imagine in the original game, Sork, or Blizzork, Hammerden, Javazon. Those are your three main well, see, here's the thing, though. Even in the original game, if you're a Barb, you could go Warcry Barb, even. If you're a Druid, you could go NATO Druid. If you're a Necro, well, you have a plethora of different trees. You could go Poison, and Poison was fine. You could go Summoner, and no one would have ever told you, yeah. Like Summoner was perfectly fine for getting through the game. But, yeah, in PD2 right now, I don't know if that's... Like, again, I haven't played all of the builds, so I can't say for sure, but it sounds to me like not everyone is happy with how weak their builds, whatever build they used is. Unless you're playing as a summoning druid, apparently, then or like a cleric like Coaster, then apparently you have a pretty damn good time. But yeah, I'm not one of those builds. I'm a fire sork, or like a meteor sork specifically, and I can't say that I'm enjoying it nearly as much as I want to. I don't feel powerful. I don't feel like putting in more points into my meteor or my fire mastery is making a huge impact, right? I don't feel it. I don't feel myself getting more powerful, and I think that for me is one of the biggest sources of frustration. Okay? So let's go back to Dotkyo here. Dotkyo, are you still around? You were asking what am I hunting for, and the answer is nothing in particular. Like, I would love to get a high rune, like a burr rune, you know, or like a rare unique item, like a Crown of Ages or some shit like that. But I don't care to get those items because the season's ending pretty soon. What I care the most about, Dotkyo, is I want to know how many, like, I'm trying to do 1,000 runs of Mausoleum, dude. I am trying to do 1,000 runs of Mausoleum so that I can see what my final results are, like what I get out of these 1,000 runs. It's a little fun little mini project. I think it's a nice challenge for myself, like a challenge of willpower, I guess. How lucky I am. Basically, what I can get out of this. I'm very curious. It's a question of mine that I want to know the answer to, like how much wealth can I get from 1,000 full clears of Mausoleum? And so far the answer is simply not that much. Especially not relative to Chaos, to Pits, to AT even. Yeah, like, this area simply just has not been paying out, and I don't know how else to put it. Even in terms of the XP front, I ran 5,000 Pindle Skin a long time ago, and even that took less time, and I walked out of it as a level 94. Even players 1, 5,000 Pindles. Like, I was like level 9. Well, sorry, maybe not have been 94. I think it was like 92 or 93. I think it was 93. Yeah, which is still more rewarding than here, where I've walked out with very little items. I've walked out with very little XP, and yeah, I don't know what else to say. Okay. Maroon only comes on last stream of the ladder. It's a fact. It's true. It's true. Foreshadowing begins. Maggot Layer better than Mausoleum. Okay, so I've said this to other people before, and I don't think I've ever actually had the chance to say this to you. On one hand, yeah, you could say that Maggot Layer has been, at least for you, more profitable than Mausoleum, but we also have to consider that when you did Maggot Layer, you were doing all 3 levels of Maggot Layer, and also on top of that, you were using a Sorceress. If I had straight up used a Fire Sorceress, I legitimately believe I could have pushed these Mausoleum runs to like 2 minutes. Even without an infin, I probably could have done like 2.5 minute full clear Maus at the most, right? With actually like good gear, like the equivalent of what my character right now is using. I could have easily cut the time in half of how long Mausoleum takes. But yeah, like, that's just something I'm bringing up, right? Like, I don't know if I go as far as saying Maggot Layer is better or worse or what, but I can tell you that I'm, compared to some of the other places I've farmed, this has been no bueno. No bueno. Fatty was saying I found 2 wind forces yesterday. Hilarious. That's awesome, dude. Raven Lord drop an orange box for D2D2 as an happy ending. That would be great. Honestly, I'd love to see like a D-Web or Griffin's Eye make all these runs almost worth it. But either way, I don't really care if I get like a good item or not. I just care that, well, that I finish my runs. I'll be happy if I make it to 1,000 runs, even if no other purples, no other oranges drop. I get to report to all of you guys that, yeah, I tried Mausoleum. Does it suck? Short answer, yes. Long answer, hell yes. You know, like, that'll be really cool. Like, yeah, and then I could discuss the results to you with you guys too. I always really enjoy that. An entire ladder season's worth of farming, 100 hours down the drain, for about 15 minutes worth of analysis, where I could sit down and tell you guys, all right, guys. So this is kind of how I feel. Oh wait, look, there was a mall. Okay, let's up that counter. You know, like, I could basically tell you guys, like, oh yeah, you know, I farmed the entire season, and at the end of the day, why is my Merc's res so shitty? The fuck? What? Huh? Yeah, why is my Merc's res so crap? What the? That's so weird. Anyway, whatever. what was I saying? Yeah, it'll just be nice to say, like, look over the results and then be like, okay, guys, this is how I feel. Overall, my conclusion is Mausoleum was not worth it. It looked very promising at the start with all the runes I was getting from poppables, but then eventually, as time progressed, we can see that in the long run, I wasn't really getting anything else of value from the poppables, right? You guys remember probably in my first few runs, I was getting like gulls and and even got a Vex out of a gold chest, I think, or something like that. But after a while, that streak of luck just stopped happening, so it might have actually just been luck. And really, this area which had lots of poppables, which I could have maybe said like, oh yeah, the poppables in Mausoleum were the redeeming factor, which got underestimated. My opinion of this area has now changed back to it's not really that great, right? Like, yeah, there are poppables, yes, but it's not like you're getting like runes from every like 10 runs or every 100 runs or anything like that. You're still far better off doing a cow run, doing an AT run, doing a pits run, doing, hell, even a fucking LK run is probably better than this. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like, at least in terms of like getting runes, like doing poppables. If your goal is poppables, you're far better off doing LK for sure over this. Like, I'm gonna tell you that right now. Like, you know, don't really know if anyone will really disagree with me on that, but that's an analysis for later on this season, so we'll talk about that. Without no tally, Maggot Lair is worth it, Mausoleum. Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Yep, 100% agree, of course. Like, at least here I have some room to move around. But anyway, this is why, by the way, as I've said before, Fatty, this is why when I try to compare areas that I farmed, I try to compare apples to apples. What I mean by this is I don't look at the amount of time I've spent farming Mausoleum. I'll have spent 100 hours farming Mausoleum at the end of the season, right? Because I average out to like every 10 runs is about every 10 runs is about 1 hour. So really, it comes out to 100 hours of Mausoleum runs. So you could say, shit, in 100 hours of Mausoleum runs, I got jack shit. But the reality is, I've done 1,000 runs of Mausoleum. This is a subpar build for farming Mausoleum, because while I do have the right element, I just don't have the mobility. I don't have the AoE. If I were using a Fire Sork, I think, again, I could have probably pushed these runs to 2 minutes, possibly even to 1 minute and 30. And so, in such a situation, I could very easily tell people that, yeah, it's bad, but not that bad, you know what I mean, right? Although I guess I would probably even argue it is still that bad, because then, like, a Cold Sork, or even like my Poison Nova Necro could run full clear AT in like well under a minute, or a Frost Nova Sork could run it in well under a minute, while even like a well-geared Fire Sork could like runs Mausoleum in like 90 seconds, and it's like, so Mausoleum takes 50% more time and you're getting like half the runes. Like, that's pretty bad. Like, there's no good justifiable reason to run this over. This in case you missed it, I did actually. The reset is in 2 Fridays. Yes, it is indeed in 2 Fridays from now. Correct. Which is why you and I will have to be canceling our brunch on that day. Come visit me here, and it's going to be glorious. Also did 1K Moz runs last season. Result was not even a higher and was not profitable. I thought you said that you actually did get some good shit out of Mausoleum, but frankly, by the way, Fatty, I don't know about you, but I'm doing like full clears of Mausoleum. I'm killing every individual single monster. Like, yeah, I admit, yes, I could miss like a few monsters here and there, but like in the long run, I think I've demonstrated I go back and I backtrack, I double check, triple check, make sure that I've killed as much as I possibly could have. So if I miss something, then hey, you know, it can't really be helped. You know, that's just how it is. But at the same time, yeah, you get the idea. I've killed everything. I try to pop every poppable except for barrels. Because I don't even, to be honest, I don't even know if barrels actually give you anything. It's just that there's too many barrels for me to feasibly hit without losing like a stupid amount of time. That's why I haven't been hitting them. Except for these chests that are hidden behind pillars. I wonder how many of those I've missed. Honestly, D2D2, one day one person has to do 1k full clears halls of pain. Ooh. 1k full clear halls of pain. As well clickable since clickables in Act 5 can drop up to Zods. I don't even know where in Act 5 you would do poppables. There's no LK in Act 5, you know what I'm saying? By the way, Marahum, sorry, I haven't actually had a chance to talk to you. Man, pretty good. Been busy with work and some personal issues. Can't stay on tonight since my brother's coming over. Sorry, I didn't get around to you right away. Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear about the personal issues. But yeah, busy with work. That's kind of good, actually, because that means that, you know, you've had a lot of stuff to do to keep you busy. So that's also pretty awesome. Because sometimes you know, when I'm gaming, I kind of feel like, maybe I should work on something a little bit more productive. At least that's just, you know, like something even like growing my Twitch channel or something, which is still technically gaming, but maybe like it would be, I at least get something more out of it, I guess. I don't know. But you were saying I do enjoy watching the streams, but I think I'm a bit burned out on the D2 grind. Oh yeah, that's understandable. That is honestly very understandable. Like, you know, as somebody who's played on Slash for 8 or 9 consecutive seasons, I totally, it might have even been more than that. But anyway, yeah, I totally understand where you're coming from, right? Like, especially like, you know, you, Marahum, right? Fatty, other people, you guys are like on every day, or have been on every day, or multiple times a week. Me, I play very, like, in a lot of regulation. I play like once a week. Maybe when I'm streaming for you guys, when I'm trying to do 50 runs, when I just want to like do things here and there. I can't like, I love this game, but I cannot imagine like grinding it out all the time for 2 consecutive seasons. Unless I were playing Poison Necro for both those seasons, then maybe. Or like I had some long-term goal on both those seasons, or something like that, right? But so far, that hasn't been the case. I frankly don't, I play this more for the social aspect than anything else, so I don't really feel as inclined to, like, go on all the time. And also, it's not like I have the time to do that anyway. Like, yeah. Seems those fantastic scratches that very much need to be scratched, but I've got some other projects I want to try working on in my spare time. Yes, I'm really happy to hear that. If you want to share some of those projects, go right ahead, but otherwise, yeah, dude, I wish you the best. Like, you know, that sounds pretty exciting, right? Like, if you want to be productive, hey, I'm 100% in support of that. You know, you come back to this game, you try it, you know, you have a lot of, or it sounded like you had a lot of fun with it, which is great. And then in the future, if you ever do feel that D2 itch again, you could always come back to it. You know, a couple months down the line, a year down the line, I don't know. Deucecrim, the guy that I'm playing with for next season, he and I played like back in 2018, 2 years ago. Was it 2 years ago or was it last year? I think it was last year. No, it was 2 years ago. What am I talking about? Oh, man, I'm getting my timeline mixed up here. 2 years ago, we played together. We did a lot of runs together. And only now is he, you know, revisiting the game, like, a couple of years after the last time that he was, like, feeling that D2 grind, right? So, yeah, I feel you, dude, Marahum. You know, hope to still see you around from time to time. Even if you yourself are not feeling the Diablo 2 itch, it'd still be nice to have you on board. I've always enjoyed your company. You know, you hanging around. It's always nice to have people like you and Fatty and like LeBron and other people to talk to. So, I mean, hopefully you'll still be hanging around from time to time, visiting from time to time. But yeah, I mean, no worries, man. I hope you have a lovely trip. Well, break away from D2 now that you've come back and revisited it. And yeah, thanks for checking out Slash at least. Fatty was also saying Poison Necro is just too OPF. Oh yeah, Poison Necro is freaking broken. Like, honestly, at least on Slash, I would say that it is. In the original game, I think that it was actually quite fine because, like, you know, it definitely had its drawbacks. Like, you know, you can't format bosses with it. Like, you can, but it's obviously not nearly as good as like a proper DPS character or build. And then of course, like, it would struggle with like higher player counts. So those were probably two of its, and of course it did require some, like, a lot of gear to reach its maximum potential, unlike with like maybe like Cold Sork or Hammerton. Well, I guess Hammerton did technically need Enigma, but even before Enigma, they still do a pretty absurd amount of damage. They didn't need Enigma and D-Web to be good, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah, I do feel like, yeah, Poison Necro on Slash, though, is a completely different story, completely different monster. The characters that can farm most effectively on Players 1 are the ones that will be doing the, well, that are going to be, like, the richest, right? And that really just boils down to CE Necro and Poison Necro, so. 2 level 99ers this season. Yeah, I can do P7 counter runs with Poison Necro, though. Yeah, you're right, you can. But I was thinking more along the lines of, like P8 Chaos, actually. And I guess you could argue that, yeah, you could even run P7 Pits, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, I guess so. But then, like, if you want to do, like, oh, here's a good example for it. If you want to go 99 with your Poison Necro, how are you going to do that, right? How are you going to do that? You need to do act bosses, and, you know, you're kind of, I mean, you can do it. Like, you can get your Merc to do a shit ton of damage to an act boss. You can poison them, that's fine, but it's not going to be matching up to a Light Sork and a Hammerton. And then, what's the other character? What's the other issue? Oh, yeah. If, like, Bale Waves, that's another big problem. Yeah, you can do Bale Wave skip now, but what if you wanted to do Bale runs, right? You can't really do Bale runs, or you can't, well, yeah, it's not nearly as easy to do some of those Bale runs as a Poison Necro as it would be with some of the other options in the game. So yeah, on Slash, where the goal is players 1 farming, or generally it's players 1 farming, for most of the people who play it, that's their main goal rather than trying to 99. Yeah, Poison Necro is just really strong. Imagine you pop those clickables on Act 3 to 5 1,000 times. Hey man, you should give it a try. I bet 100% you would have gotten higher range. So you said Act 3 to 5. The thing is, I've run 5,000 LKs already, and we already know the results of that. When we say Act 3 to Act 5, I think we gotta really turn it down to just Act 4 to Act 5, because, yeah, like, I think it's pretty clear that, yeah, like, a lot of people have opted to farm LK for this very specific reason. Meanwhile, River of Flame has that one gold chest that's always there. I don't know if there's any other areas. I know that there aren't in Act 4. Act 4 is a relatively short act, but maybe in Act 5 there might be something of value. Although, frankly, I think part of the issue with Act 5 is, like, okay, let's say that it does exist such an area. Like, you're getting Jaw, Cham, and Zod, like, as your options, too, alongside Burr and Sir. And do you really want Cham, Zod, Jaw? Probably not. So, I don't know. Let's go next run. I would farm Act 3 clickables, honestly. So when you say clickables, you're talking about, like, barrels and logs and so on, right? Because, I don't know. Like, I've heard people who say, oh, yeah, they run LK and they feel like they get more out of logs than chests. I find this very hard to believe in light of how many clickables I've done in Mausoleum, not really getting that many runes, but, I mean, hey, somebody could totally prove me wrong. Yeah, you won't get Cham Zod drop either, but you won't get, yeah, you can get Jaw through trade, which is nice. Yeah, exactly. Barrels, logs. Barrels, logs. No, it's true. It's true. Barrels and logs. A lot of barrels and logs, but I don't know. Like, I think part of the issue with trying to do clickables in Act 4 particularly is that there's just no good consistent clickables in Act 4. There's just that one gold chest in River of Flame, and that's it, really. And then Act 5, again, like, I'm not really, like, I think there are a few interesting clickable areas there. I've always wanted to do, like, Act 5 runs for, what was that place, Drifter Cavern? There was, like, a rather interesting place. I can't remember what it's called. There's a place where there was, like, a super chest that can drop, like, most of the unique items in the game, including some TC-87s, I think. Can't remember what it's called, though. Or maybe I'm crazy. I don't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, doesn't matter. Okay. So, Fatty, let's go back to answering your question from much earlier. You were asking about... You were asking about my plans for next season, right, Fatty? D-Web can drop from Sparkly Chest. Yeah, you know which one I'm talking about. You know exactly which one I'm talking about. Oh, Halls of Pain Sparkly Chest. I thought that was from Act 5 Sparkly Chest. Maybe it doesn't make a difference. I don't know. But yeah, let's talk about a bit about my plans for next season for a second. So, I mean, I thought I'd already mentioned this to you a couple times, but I'm taking a departure from next season from the usual routine of, like, you know, normally every season I hit up like Coaster and Enjoy and Incendies, and I'm all like, hey guys, let's get the late ladder reset crew going again, right? And all that jazz. But this time around, I thought it would be nice to try something a little bit different. This was something that I told Dewscrim we would do a while back. The next time he felt like the itch to play D2. And he ended, well, and yeah, so finally this season he was ready for it. We're basically going to be doing two-man, like we're going to try to two-man through the game. It's not going to be like 2-8. Here's the thing. We wanted to play together, but we also wanted to play with people from the late ladder from 2 years ago. Like 2 years ago there was a ladder season that was super lit. I think it was probably the most fun one I had gameplay-wise. Ooh. Nope, garbage. Yeah, it was the most fun I had gameplay-wise because Dewscrim and I were trying to get his like druid to be super decked out. I had a really super late game goal, right? And yeah, we wanted to see his druid come to fruition. He loves druids in most games. He thinks it's a pretty cool character archetype. And in D2 in particular, he was trying to make his druid. And at the time, this is part of how we bonded in the first place. I myself was also a druid. And so, yeah, we were both, rather than try to compete for equipment, I was like, you know, why don't I help this guy out and we can try to see like what kind of crazy shit we can pull off. And I think that was a good call in the long run because we got a chance to do things like re-roll a 43 lifer PNBGC that he got to trade for a 45 LE lifer on non-ladder, so everything really worked out, which was great. And then there were also some other really cool things too, like we were doing crafting amulets, trying to get like a 2 and 18, and then we ended up getting a 220 Sork Ammy instead, which is how one of the ways I was able to build the Nova Baller on Slash in the first place to show you guys. And I'm trying to think of some other things, right? Like that guy, that season was freaking epic. But also, it wasn't just us. We had people like A. Lamau, Washia, Alski, who were just a lot of fun. Who were honestly just really, really cool people, and we wanted to have like this hybrid, where like this idea of like a hybrid season where we get to play with other people. It's not just us, but we also kind of get like a 2-8 vibe, right? 2-8 in the sense that we have more than just one character each, because I myself am building one character. That's fine, but when Dewscrim makes his druid, he's gonna want more than just that druid. He's gonna also want a Bobarb and a Sork, I think. I'm not sure how that's gonna work, but anyway, multiple characters that allow him to have forges, socket quests, and more utility, especially in the case of the Bobarb. So yeah, gonna need to figure out a way to accommodate all of those with the 4 characters. Well, Nova Baller season GFG. See, that's the thing, right? The Nova Baller season came like 2 seasons later. I can be a very patient individual when I want to be. I had the Nova Baller ready since the Druid season, but then I had a Zon season that came after that, and then finally I settled on the Sork season, where I knew from the very beginning I was going to build a Nova Baller, which was pretty much my penultimate build. Just after the Poison Necro in terms of how ridiculously broken they were. Although, you could technically argue the Nova Baller is more broken, just by the sheer speed at which 200 FCR carries you through the game. But alright, so that's going to do it for me for tonight. Have a good one, and see you on here next week. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. I always enjoy having you on my streams. Yes, I will be seeing you next week, hopefully on Wednesday at least, but it is going to be the ladder reset next Friday. I don't think you're taking part in that, but I will be here also on Friday because of that, so yeah, exciting stuff, dude. So yeah, looking forward to seeing you next week. You have yourself a lovely evening. I appreciate you stopping by once again, and I will see you again next time. So going back to this whole Nova Baller season, though, yeah, Nova Baller, yeah, the Nova Baller season was interesting for sure. Like, what was it? D2 becomes a 1%er. I think it was. Yeah, like have fun. Yeah, cheers, you too, man. Have an awesome week. The plan is actually to try my best to farm Enigma runes for Maggot Lair Hardcore. Why Maggot Lair Hardcore? And why? Like, you said yourself, you were going to be trying to. Well, I guess you said you were trying to make a Paladin 99. You didn't say you were going to try to farm with the Paladin. So I guess there's, yeah, have some leeway there. As Sork, of course. Okay, naturally, kind of makes sense. Anyway, so going back to my plan for next season, though, Fatty. Basically next season, we might be doing a P48, or we might be doing a 4-8. That's kind of what it boils down to, I think. We want to have all the characters that that Dewscrim wanted to make, or have at the start of the ladder reset, but we also wanted to have the opportunity and the option of playing with people, like other people that, who we think are really chill and that we had a lot of fun playing with a couple seasons back. So yeah, that will be something we're going to try to do next season. We're going to open up with a 4-8, and then after that, Dewscrim and I are going to be trying to farm, not individually, not like we're going to be partnering up, but we're not just going to be farming individually. We're actually going to be trying to farm together. So yeah, that's as much as I want to say about that. I could spill more of the details. I can spill a bit here and there, but I don't want to give away too much because I'd rather show you guys, because it's going to be it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good season. You guys know, every season I have something planned, and usually it's not really too underwhelming, I'd like to imagine. Right? Like, this season you guys got to see my good old Fireclaws Druid when I showed you guys the big brain 6 shaled faceplate. Again, I didn't come up with that. That was something I saw from, it was actually a recommendation that was brought up to me by somebody else, but I tried it, I saw it, I'm like, you guys have to see this. Like, it was epic. But next season is going to be a different story, okay? That's going to be something which you guys are going to have to wait and see, and I'm excited for it, and I can't wait to show you guys. It'll be a lot of fun. I think at one point I will do 1K Maggot Lair run project again. Okay, cool. I mean, hey, if you enjoy farming the area, then that's great. Like, it's kind of like with me and Chaos. I love farming Chaos. Granted, I'm biased because it pays out so well for me, but it also is just a really fun area to be in and to farm. 1000 IQ 6 shaled faceplate. I don't know about 1000 IQ. There's a magic almost defound there. Actually, let me take a look at something quickly. Oh no, never mind. It's not a failed set unique. Or it's not a failed set item or anything like that. Anyway, yeah. 1000 IQ, 6 shield PB. Well, I mean, I don't know about 1000 IQ, but what I can tell you is it's a pretty cool idea. But yeah, next season is just going to be fun. We need to work it out together, but we're going to hopefully show you guys something new and unique that I haven't yet shown on this channel and that I've never really done before either. Okay, so yeah, I'm really excited for it. We're going to see how it goes. It's going to require a bit of finesse. And yeah, and that's not to say I won't have my own goals for next season. I'm not just going to be playing with them nonstop for the entire season. There are things that I have to do as well. Well, I already know, well, like, that, you know, you guys know how every season there's, like, an area that I farm, like, how X number of times. Usually it's 1,000. In the case of Elka, it was 5,000. Trav, it was going to be 3,000. I already have an area in mind where I want to farm for next season, and I'm pretty excited to show you guys what I have in mind, and we'll see how all that goes. Yeah, so a lot of stuff already planned out. It's just really putting in execution, doing a bit of a trial run with Dewscrim. I think those are the only things left over. Also might have to do a bit of theory crafting, because the build that I'm going to be using, I haven't actually taken the time to properly make or try out the build, so I should probably do that. Yeah, but it's not going to be a build that I've already used in the past, that I've already shown you guys, so that much I can hint you guys towards. I mean, although that's not really much of a surprise, like, every season I try to switch it up. I'm not, like, I try my best not to reuse the same builds from past seasons, and I think I've done a pretty good job of that so far. Obviously, there are some exceptions, such as the Poison Necro, which I did twice, but that was a very, you know, that was a special case where I thought I could do better, and that for me was the most interesting thing. And even a couple seasons from now, where I might do a repeat of the Sork season. I misclicked there. Yeah, I'm gonna do a repeat of the Sork season. That'll probably be, yeah, well, that'll be more of a redo season, I guess. Although I don't know if I'll be reusing the same build. When I first started off my build, first started off my Sork a couple seasons back, I did this big brain strat that I came up with where I just maxed out teleport. Because all I was running was LK. So non-stop LK until my infin, and then I respected the lightning. I think that was pretty legit. But yeah, this time around we'll see what happens. Okay, I think that's everything. 4-minute run, pretty legit, nothing else to it. I'm going to probably end my run here. I'm going to run 809. I saw some speedruns, and one speedrun was some guy completed normal mode in under 55 minutes with Sorks. Seriously? No way. Hell Act 2 in under 2 hours? No way. This I gotta see. Or Diablo 2 speedrun. Was it Slimo? Indrik? I would imagine it would have been, if anyone could do it, it'd be Indrik, but you never know if there's like somebody else on the block. Is this dude 327? 8% hell. Hardcore. Players X. Nightfall? Yeah, I think it was Indrik, right? Oh, yeah. You said saw some speedrun. It was some guy. Well, yeah, it's Indrik. But I find it interesting. So he completed normal mode in under 55 minutes with a Sork. Also, what does it mean without loads? I don't know. Oh yeah, like it doesn't count the amount of time you spent in the loading between acts. I don't see it though. Why? Yeah, I don't see the speedrun on the list here. I have the speedruns website open and I don't see it. I saw how one from Llama. Okay, I know, right, dude. In that 1 hour, I'm still in Act 1. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in the same boat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm in the same boat too. You guys are monsters. The funny thing is, I'm in Act 1 even though I have Map Pack. These guys are in Act 5 even though they don't have Map Pack. It's kind of hilarious just how good they are at how much mastery they have over the game, right? Like, just goes to show, like, I guess, you put all those hours into learning something really, really well, and it really reflects on their ability to play the game. That's what hundreds and hundreds of attempts and trials will do for you. Truly, it's impressive. Okay, I'm gonna do a couple more runs, then I'm gonna go grab myself a drink of water, and then continue doing some more runs. Okay. Takes the entire day to reach Nightmare, at least Act 4. Well, I mean, have I ever done a 4-1 on stream? I don't think I have I? No, but I did it with Seth. I was able to get through the game in about, 6 hours when it was a 2-8 with Seth, right? Yeah, I mean, I was, like, I'm assuming that we're talking about, when you say, like, entire day to reach Nightmare, I assume you're talking about, like even with using Map Pack. Maybe without it. It would be different for me. I think without Map Pack, it would probably take me 8 or 9 hours to finish the game, to tell you the truth, to get all the way to hell. I never really tried, though. I never tried to do an entire playthrough from start to finish. In a single sitting. Yeah, with Map Pack. Yeah, the thing is, like... One sec. Okay, sorry about that. So here's the thing, Fatty. I think I've told you about this, right? I've been doing some, like, every now and then I've actually done some trial runs. Now imagine if you had bow bars, how fast the runs would be. I mean, I could try to imagine it. I don't really see the point, because the fact of the matter is, I don't have a bow barb, right? Like, in order to get a bow barb, I need to actually get through the game, or I need to level a bow barb simultaneously while I go through the game. I don't really think it makes much sense for me to come up with that hypothetical when making a bow barb will, in some capacity, slow me down anyway. You know what I'm saying? Well, like, if you just attach battle orders, like, yeah, okay, great. It would make the runs faster, I don't doubt that. It's just that there's a reason why no one ever really considers having a bow barb. It's like, you can't have a bow barb. Like, there's just no way, unfortunately. But I will talk to you about something in a second, though, Fatty. I've told you about this before. I think I talked to you about this before. You know how I've been trying to do 4-1s, like, through the game. You know that, right? Like, in preparation for my season as a Sork, one of the things I wanted to iron out beforehand was how fast can I get through the game on my own while somehow leveling the other characters simultaneously, or leveling my Sork, or playing through the game first, leveling my Sork first, and then leveling my other characters in AT. You know what I'm saying? And I actually timed all of that to try and compare both. If you want, I can share with you the results that I got. If you just let me finish this run, I'll pull it up for you if you're interested. Which I like to think you might be because yeah, we're on the topic of like speed runs and actually being able to play through the game, and this is something that I've done, I've attempted to do a couple times already because again, like I want to. Yeah. Okay. Good. Good. I'm happy to see that excitement. The thing is, like, yeah, with this upcoming season where I'm going to be playing Sork, I need to know. I need to know how my character, like, I need to know, like, what approach I'm going to take, how long it's going to take me, and my goal is to try and make Infinity within 48 hours, possibly even, like, not even 48 hours, but, like, less than that even, possibly, like 36 hours maybe would be pretty good, right? Like, basically less time than the when I was spamming LK nonstop is kind of my goal. Make, like, an infin, like, pronto. That'd be good. Anyway, let's carry on here. I think I'm almost done this run, or no, I think I'm actually just straight up done. I think I've done everything. And yeah, well, blitzed, sweep through it quite nicely. So yeah, we'll move into run 810 here in a second. Yep, it's possible. Oh yeah, absolutely possible. It's just a question of whether or not it'll happen. Of course, granted, do we have to make the assumption that I don't get super unlucky, but the idea here is we need to, I need to say, like, I can't get unlucky, or I don't want to be unlucky, but, I mean, if I get unlucky, then okay, that's too bad, but at least I want to be able to show kind of what I had in mind. Worst case scenario, you know, like, I do, let's say, like, 500 runs of Chaos in the first 24 hours, another 500 runs, and all I end up with is, like, 1 or 2, like, 5 Ohm runs or something, I don't know, that would suck, but, you know, that's just part of the game. Day 1 Enigma? Yeah, no, if I get Jaw plus Burr, that would also be pretty good. But ideally, I want to get Burr plus Burr. And you know my luck with the Chaos. Chaos Sanctuary always pays out. Chaos Sanctuary has never let me down. This season, this upcoming season where I play my Sork, it could let me down. I don't know. Maybe this will be it. Maybe my luck in Chaos will finally end. But if it doesn't, then maybe I could have a day 1 infit. So yeah, I'm really excited to experiment with that, but that'll be for the season after this one that's upcoming. So expect this in March. Yeah, there's definitely something I'm going to be trying in March. Okay? Chaos. The season 2015 Griffs. Yeah, but no purple boxes. Alright. Let me just grab my water now, and then I'm going to present to you my results for playthroughs, okay? So stay tuned. Just give me like a minute. Oh, that water really hit the spot. Okay, so let's start off. Fatty, which would you guess was faster? The 4-box method, where I level all of the characters at the same time, or the Sork first method, where I leveled the Sork first and then leveled all of the characters second? Which would you say? Like, if you were to take a guess, which of these do you think was faster? Let's start off with that. And then I'll present to you how long it took to do everything. The second one, where I leveled the Sork first? Okay, well, your guess was absolutely correct. Let's see here. Okay. So, it took me... What the hell? Interesting. Hour 33, an hour 33. Give me a sec, okay? I actually didn't really organize this very well. Hour 27 minutes. quest. First AT begin. Oh, you know what? I didn't ever do Hell. Right, right. Yo, okay, hold on. Hold the phone. I only timed up to where I made it to Hell AT. Because I made it to AT, and then after I made it to Hell AT, I'm like, well, I don't really need to, like... I don't really need to make it all the way to Hell Bale, because it doesn't really matter. I think I should just level my characters first before I try to go kill Hell Bale. So in actuality, my... Right? Okay, so it took me 4.5 hours to make it to Hell A2 on my own. Like, just on my own. With 3 other boxes and my Sork. But if I really wanted to push all the way to Hell Bale, I mean, granted, I don't know how I'd get through Hell Ancients. That was the problem. It's because of Hell Ancients. Like, if I were to try and solo Hell Ancients on my own, I have to respec my Blizz Sword from Blizz to like Meteor or Firewall plus Blizzard or Firewall plus Frozen Orb or some shit like that. Then maybe respec it back, and I don't want that mess. So that's why I didn't bother. But if I were to go that route, then probably I could finish it in like a little under 6 hours, I guess, or maybe 7 hours. But what ended up happening was I ended up leveling all of my characters first to level 60 before I went and finished the game and cleared Hell Bale. This took a grand total, okay, you ready for this? This took a grand total of 9 hours and 51 minutes. It took 9 hours and 51 minutes for me to get from Act 1 normal to Hell Act... Well, basically killing Hell Bale with my Sork and having 3 other characters who were all level 60 or greater. Okay? So that was my like 4-boxing strat in action. I'm sure ZZZ is faster on it. He's probably practiced a fair bit more. He knows a little bit more about the game, right? He's more knowledgeable, probably has better mechanics than I do too. But yeah, even an amateur like me on first attempt was able to hit 10, like a close to 10-hour run with that, just off of that. Okay, so. Now, the other strategy was the Sork, or not Sork first, but leveling all the characters simultaneously. And that's the one I'm more interested in. I actually find it way more fun when you're trying to level all of the characters at the exact same time. And I'm going to make this very simple for you, very, very quick. It took me 12 hours. Took me 12 hours, not 10, but an extra 2 hours on top of that to get my characters all the way up to all the level 60 through the... Oh, I'm going to play through the game, try to level all the characters at the exact same time. Now, what you also have to understand, though, about that figure that I'm giving you, 12 hours, is that this was my first ever time trying that, and also, this was also my... that was also my first attempt at actually doing one or the other, right? Like, when I did the Sork strat, like the Sork first strat, I had already learned a lot from my run, like my run where I was trying to level all the characters simultaneously. Basically, the Sork first strategy was easier, and it was the one that I started off with, or that I did second. So I learned a lot from the harder method, and I used some of those strategies on... Basically, if the roles had been reversed, I would have probably learned a lot from my Sork first strat, which would have helped me in my simultaneous leveling strategy, which might have allowed me to get a faster time than fucking 12 hours. In fact, 12 hours is pretty ass. Like, I could do better than 12 hours, and I've been trying. Like, I just need some time. Like, I just need a good day where I can kind of like, you know, a nice rainy day where I have nothing better to do, and I can sit down and actually try to play through the game one more time, simultaneous leveling. And I can almost assure you I can get it in well under 12 hours. Yeah, 12 hours, like, dude, that's too much. And that's, like, the reason why that run took so long isn't because it took that long to level all my characters at the same time. It's because it fucking had all my characters die on me a bunch of times because I was very bad at putting them in good, safe places, and they just all kept dying, and I freaking had to redo some areas over and over because I forgot to move my characters into the area, and blah, blah, blah. And frankly, it was just one big fat fucking mess, okay? Just take my word for it. Certainly 12 hours is can be improved upon for sure. WTF. Yeah. So hopefully those numbers are interesting for you. I don't know. Maybe you think that that's a really long time, or maybe you think that's a really short amount of time. But just know that yeah, like for boxing, even as amateurs, I can do better than that at least. I think other people can too. Be right back on PC. Okay, cool. Let me know when you're back, and I can tell you more about some thoughts that I had regarding all this for boxing. iPad battery to 3%. All right. Well, it goes to show that you've been around and that you've been enjoying, I guess, my silly little maths, or whatever you want to call it. Hey, there was an unearthed one. No, if only it were unique. Imagine that. No one would have been around to see that. Unique unearthed one. Oh, that would have been amazing. So good. I do wonder what my build would be like with an Enigma. I gotta see if I can borrow somebody's Enigma later on down the line, just to see kind of what it's like. Okay, looks like we're a little bit ahead of schedule. I am almost 2 hours in, and I've actually done more than 20 runs, which is better than my usual average. Probably because I'm not like fucking backtracking like 10 times. I got sick of that shit. I'm just gonna go on a limb and guess that if I've taken the right path, that I should be able to clear just about everything. Give or take maybe a couple of monsters here and there. At the most.
you play those keys, I'll feel alive. It's the chemistry, I feel it deep, the strength I had lost, revive. Oh, it feels good. It's your heavenly serenity for everything out
Is anyone still around, by the way? I've just been chilling and plowing through these runs because I figured no one's saying anything, so... If there are people here, if you want to chat, just feel free to say something, but otherwise I'm going to be seeing how many runs I can do tonight. Nice and chill evening, and yeah, just listen to music while I do all these runs. Also, there's fewer people here than there usually are. I think it's probably because I'm not playing Project Diablo 2 or anything like that right now. But I don't care much for that. Anyway. Hey, Fatty. Nice to have you back on board with us. I got a solid 20 minutes worth of farming without interruption, funny enough. No one said anything since you took off earlier. Probably the quietest stream I've had in a really long time, actually. Like, yeah, I had you and Marahum and Hom3 Watcher all saying stuff, but yeah, it's definitely not as many people watching as usual. Probably because sort of new season's coming up. Also, I stream so inconsistently now, and Project Diablo 2 came out, so not nearly as many people watching, which I'm terrifically okay with, of course. That gives me more time to chat with you guys individually. Like, sorry, I was having a breakfast along the way. Hey, that's cool, dude. It's all good. No need to apologize. Again, it's nice to be able to just chill out a bit and focus on farming for a change. Nice sometimes to just have a nice change of pace where I am not constantly listening to the sound of my own voice, and I actually just get to focus on trying to pick off monsters and trying to complete the run as quickly as possible. So those last few runs were pretty good. Actually, it's going to be first time doing a solo speedrun thingy for slash reset. Hey, that's awesome. I mean, it's the same for me too. Wait a second. What? Really? Oh, solo speedrun. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I was going to be like, you don't usually play with other people in the team, from my understanding. For me, I'm in a similar boat. I don't think, in the last 8 seasons that I've played on Slash, I've always played with a team. But this is probably the first season in a really long time where I'm not going to be playing with, well, with the last minute heroes. I think that's what we named ourselves after a while. Okay, sorry. Just responding over to this question in chat channel where they were wondering about upgrading items. But yeah, 1 in 4 HC, since there will be less people on pub games. Yeah, fair enough. I wonder how many people are actually going to be on this reset, since this is the season where, well, Project Diablo 2 just launched. So I imagine that with that being the hot thing, I don't know how many people are going to be playing this time around for this reset. Doesn't really matter to me though. Either way, I'm going to have a lot of fun with Dewscrim. And even the following season, I'm probably going to be spending a lot of time on my Sork that I have planned. So that's really exciting. Although, frankly, with that Sork, I might be able to get most of it done within the span of a weekend. Once I get to Infin, the rest will probably be pretty trivial. And honestly, I'm really looking forward to that season too. I'm kind of hyped for that season. But again, this upcoming season where I get to try and make druids great again with Dewscrim, that's also really exciting too. And when I start, there will be no games we'll see, or I might get chant from others. Yes. Well, I mean, you could join a team if you wanted, but I think you actually specifically want to do a speedrun, so that's perfectly okay too. I want to take a moment to kind of step back to our previous conversation. Fatty, there was something that I didn't actually get a chance to talk to you about, because again, as somebody who's probably going to be doing a 1-4, I kind of wanted to impart onto you some knowledge as well from my practice runs. Well, granted, my runs were soft core, but I think the same principles still apply. So for my runs, I just wanted to say quickly, time zone issue. Oh yeah, that'll do it. That's true. That's good. Just stay up. Boom. Easy clap. You know. Or get other people to stay up. One of the two. So yeah, something I wanted to say quickly. If we look at just the raw time on when I finished, the 4-box like leveling simultaneously strat seems kind of inferior from a time perspective, like how much time is spent. I think overall that strategy, even if I can knock down the amount of time I spent from 12 hours for simultaneous leveling, I still don't think that I'll be able to knock it down nearly as much. Oh, Thunder Maul. Very nice. I can up it up to 41. Anyway. Yeah, what was I saying? So, at the end of the day, I don't really think I'll be able to get it down farther than... Like, I can certainly improve the time. I don't think I can improve it down more... You know, I think the minimum amount of time I need for a simultaneous, like a 4-box simultaneous run will still, at the end of the day, be slower than the fastest time I can achieve with Sork first. However, that's not to say that it's inferior. I dare say that the simultaneous leveling strat is safer, I would argue, for the Sork. Because if you do simultaneous leveling, your character is going through normal, then nightmare, then hell, and you're not actually biting off more than you can chew, and you, hey, an ogre mull too. Oh, very nice. All right, let's up that mull counter even more. So the thing is, like, you going into hell mode, you'll have a conviction pally, or, well, it doesn't have to be a conviction pally, but let's just say hypothetically speaking, it's a conviction pally and a bow barb, right? So that'll boost the shit out of your Sork's damage, or whatever your fourth character is, if you decide to have a fourth character for DPS, while not, even if you don't have your Sork as, I don't know, a light Sork or fire Sork. Well, I mean, it's going to be a blizz Sork, so it's probably not going to matter if you have conviction, but, or not nearly as much. But basically what I'm trying to get at here is by leveling all the other characters at the same time, it makes your life easier going into hell, having these characters who will substantially boost the amount of damage that your character will be capable of dishing out, right? So that's also something to consider as well. Let me actually, I think I will do my mule run. Like, I'm gonna mule here if I have this many malls. Alright, so hopefully that, what your conclusion, what was more relaxing thingy? Oh yeah, that one's pretty, that one's a tough one to answer actually. Intuitively I would tell you that it was more relaxing to level all the characters simultaneously, but that also came with its own what's the word for it? That came with its own hurdles, I suppose, and I'll talk about that in a second. Let me just try to recall. Which account was I using? Okay, here we go. Where's my Maul's mule? Yeah, my thoughts exactly. So here's the thing, don't write it off like that yet. There's some things that I wanted to talk about before I give you my final conclusion here. Oh yeah, my Maul's mule is filled up. I guess I gotta get now D2. D2 Maul's 3. And then that's yet another 2 malls that get added to the collection, so that's very nice. Okay, so what? Yeah, let me actually finish what I was trying to say earlier, Fatty. What I was trying to get at is that you not only have a conviction pally and a bow barb to back you up going into Hell Act 3, Act 4, Act 5, but, oh, and also, like, you're focused on doing what your character is readily capable of without having to deal with, oh shit, I don't have enough res, or I don't have enough damage to deal with some of these monsters, or I have to deal with immunities. But the other thing too, Fatty, is that when you're leveling all the characters simultaneously, you actually have a way to do quest bug bosses. Because here's the thing, right? If you're leveling only your Sork, you're not going to be doing Bale runs. You're going to be doing like Battlemaid Serena. And then maybe you'll do some Bale runs, but you might skip Bale. Or you might do Bale, but it's not going to be quest bug Bale. Because obviously you only have one character to kill Bale with. When you're leveling multiple characters simultaneously, you can actually MF Bale. You can legit just straight up go in to his Worldstone Chamber and static him down to 1% HP, then let one of your boxes finish him off for you. If you set it up right, you can do Quest Bug Bale, especially with no drop 0. You're getting actually a lot of magic set and unique items, which could come in, magic set rare and unique items, which actually might come in pretty handy later on down the line, especially in the case of uniques, because you could potentially get early mage fists, okay? So that's something to consider too. That's one of the reasons I actually like the simultaneous leveling strategy, because it prepares you very nicely for hell. Yeah, like really nicely for hell. Whereas without all of that, if you don't do that, right, you're going into hell mode and your character could potentially be undergeared, or maybe not even undergeared, but just not as geared as it could be. Like, okay, yeah, it'll be faster, and like you can complete hell like straight away, but you need to gear up your character somehow anyway, because otherwise, if you don't gear it up, and for example, if in my case I'm going to be doing Chaos Sanctuary, my character only has like the 38 FCR breakpoint. Well, okay, maybe that's a bit extreme. Maybe I only have the 63 FCR breakpoint, let's just say, right? Then it's not going to be performing nearly as effectively in the long run as my Sork who has 105 FCR. Okay, does like that I think makes sense. And that might seem like what the heck? Like that's kind of an extreme example, but in reality, that's kind of what happened. When I do the when I did the 4-boxing strat, my Sork had, I believe it was, I think my Sork actually was able to hit the 105 FCR breakpoint by the time I was done my 12 hours, whereas when I did the Sork first strategy, I was only able to hit 63 FCR because I didn't have the Mage Fist from normal Bale that I got from my first run, right? You could also just chalk it up to luck, but we also have to understand that, yeah, like, that's kind of how the, like, it's not necessarily just Mage Fist. It could have been Skin of the Viper Magi. It could have been Chanseys. It could have been, I don't think Skulders can drop, though. Maybe it can, I don't know. Right, like, you can get a lot of really good items from normal Bale that gets you started, like, it'll give you a huge boost in Nightmare and possibly even Hell. How about Peasant Crown? That's another really good one. What if I got a Peasant Crown early? I'd have loved Peasant Crown. Or, not Kira's, but there's certainly other uniques, too. Terror Haunches aren't bad, right? Or a good set of, like, Tri-Res Rare Boots. Good belt here and there. You know what I'm saying? So that's some stuff to consider too. Now, let's answer your question. Like I've said everything I needed to, though, right? Like all I guess I'm trying to say is it's not as simple. It's not so black and white. Like, oh, this strat is better or that strat is better. There's pros and cons. If your sole goal is to beat the game ASAP, then yeah, 100% I say go Sork first. But in my case, I also had to set up my character properly to actually deal with Chaos Sanctuary on day one, and for me, what that means is it would be nice to have some unique and rare items, and not just fucking rune words and scraps, or early game rune words and scraps going into Hell Chaos, because yeah, then I can do Hell Chaos runs with a Bow Barb and a Conviction Pally, but those runs would probably take me like another Maul. Wow, would you look at that? Those runs would probably take me a good, what, like 3 minutes to do instead of 2 minutes without good gear. Like, that's just how it is for me. Maybe other better players can beat it faster or clear Hell Chaos faster, but I think it's safe to assume that if you have better gear, your runs will be easier, more consistent, and faster in the long run. Okay, so that's with that said, let's go back to answering your question. You were talking about which is more relaxing. So the reason why I also wanted to finish that is because what I said directly corresponds to the answer to your question. If you take the time to define more relaxing, I guess that's what I'm gonna start off with. Because here's the thing you have to consider, right? You have to make a choice, Fatty. If you choose the Sork first strategy, playing through the game is going to be more stressful. Like, actually trying to beat Hell, or make it to Hell Act 2 is going to be a lot more stressful. If you do the simultaneous leveling strategy, the leveling process is going to be a bit more stressful. What do I mean by this? Well, when I do the simultaneous leveling strategy, anytime I do leveling, I have to focus on keeping all 4 characters. How does your brain handle 2 options? Stressful, exactly. So yeah, right? Like, whenever I have to do leveling, whenever I have to do leveling, it's stressful to try and keep all of my characters alive at the same time. Even on softcore, I get pretty pissed off when any one of my boxes dies, and usually if one of my boxes dies, multiple of them will die. In your case, you're playing hardcore, so it's even more important that you keep all of your characters alive while you do your leveling, right? And when you're doing your simultaneous leveling strategy, if, you know, like in my case, I do like Bale runs to level, like I was trying to do cows, although frankly, as easy as he's right, Battlemates Arena is probably easier and better and faster, right? Like, you need to make sure that all of your boxes stay alive. Yeah, you need to make sure all your boxes stay alive. That's the stressful part, and that's anytime you have to do leveling with those characters, because you're the one who's leveling all 4 boxes. Now, having said that, the reverse, or the, well, I guess the reverse case is that you're leveling only the Sork first. Oh, sorry, no, hold on. If you do the simultaneous leveling though, playing through the game is easier because then at least you have a bow barb, and you have 2 other boxes available to you. Like, you could go Conviction Pally, you can go like an Assassin, I guess, or like a, I don't know, like you go in Cold Sork, so let's just say Assassin, hypothetically, like a Trapsin, to give you some extra like lightning damage, so you have 2 elements to get through certain areas more easily, right? Or you can just ignore them altogether, I guess, if you're just going Sork first, but really just the Conviction Pally and the Bow Barb particularly, I think it really just boils down to the Bow Barb, honestly. If you don't have a Bow Barb, playing through the game is a little bit more difficult, and also trying to beat Hell Ancients is a bit more challenging without having the Bow Barb or without having a second source of damage. I think that's what I mean when I say it really depends, because yeah, both of them can be beneficial in their own right. I think in the long run though, I would say Sword First is still probably easier overall, just because leveling is something that you do a lot more than playing through the game. Playing through the game, you only do it once really. And like, especially with Map Pack, you're probably not going to have a hard time getting through the game, right? Like, as a Sork, you just teleport past everything. The only way to really die is if you get super freaking unlucky and you like teleport in like a Mighted Fanat Archer Pack or some shit, then maybe you might be in trouble. But playing through the game is something you only do once, whereas leveling you have to do it multiple times in normal, and do it multiple times in Nightmare, and then possibly do it multiple times in Hell. And overall, that's pretty stressful. So important. Yep. So yeah, that's why. Again, I got to lay out all of the facts for you. It's not as simple as just being like, okay, one is easier than the other, and that's that. The reality is they are easier and more difficult in their own rights. Again, like I said, you do a lot more leveling than actual like progressing through the game. So I would say that going Sork first and then leveling the characters in AT, because again, AT is like a relatively safe bet if you're like careful, right? Like, I'm very careless, so I leave like monsters lying around here and there, and then they get my guys killed. But if you completely wipe out everything, then they're not going to mess with your characters, and that's that. You'll have an easy time leveling. There's very few monsters that will be super dangerous or super threatening to you. And even like, if you want to even skip AT altogether and just do Mausoleum, that was also another like really safe bet, right? With plenty of hidey holes for your characters to wait and mooch XP in while you find the champ packs with Map Pack. So you get the idea. I don't know what it is about D2D2's voice, but falling asleep on my desk while listening to it is much, much too easy. So that's where you've been the last couple hours. Guess I should switch to bed. Alright, sounds good. Have a good stream. See you, bunch. Sounds good. I'll be watching once again. Appreciate you stopping by. Thanks again for watching, and I will see you again next time. Probably at brunch. Yep. Next time we'll hopefully have a longer stream. I guess AT is. I think AT is quite. Yes. So that I was just getting to that. I was just talking about that. Yeah, AT. Some people say it can be pretty dangerous, which I agree with. I actually do think it can be pretty dangerous, especially with starter equipment. If you get knocked into a faster hit recovery, especially on players 4, you're kind of in trouble. Whereas Mausoleum, the monsters are objectively slow. They don't have any ranged attacks whatsoever, unless it's a unique monster with like lightning enchanted or cold enchanted. And really, at the end of the day, it's just far, far safer to do sword first and leveling your other characters later. Besides, you don't, like, the reality is, like, in practice, you're not going to play through the entire game with a sword first, right? Like, Hell Chaos, Act 3, that's, even Act 2 arguably is where most of the dangerous monsters are. But think about it, right? Like, you're only really going to be making it to Hell Act 1, and maybe, like, if you want to do Mausoleum, it's going to be Hell Act 1, and maybe if you want to make it to like Ancient Tunnels, you'll be making it to Hell Act 2 Lost City, which you can teleport to. You don't need to fight anything beyond Andy for that. And Andy can be kited, and also you can just spam antidote potions to kind of like negate most of her damage. So it's kind of like there's far less room for fuck-ups. Yeah, like, that's the easiest way I can put it. Like, there's far less room for fuck-ups when you're trying to level your sword first, but there's plenty of room to fuck up when you're trying to level all your characters at the same time, right? Like, some stray monster could come and kill one of your characters while you're not watching. And that could cause you, that could be a whole source of pain. So, yeah, Mausoleum leveling is pretty safe. AT isn't terrible, but obviously, like, you gotta be kind of careful in some cases. Light bolt mages, like you said. Yeah, no, that's basically that. You can even do like Nightmare Chaos leveling too, from what I heard. No, Maggot, I've never tried it. I think it should be fine though, because it's a level 85 area. Like, I haven't tried every single 85 area, but part of the reason why I did Pits leveling, or AT leveling, or, well, I mean, like, the thing is, everyone's like, oh yeah, just do Chaos leveling for your newer characters, but, like, I realized a while ago, I'm like, if I go to AT, I don't level as quickly, but I still get a pretty absurd amount of HP, or XP, sorry, from, AT. Or not even just AT, like even scrap packs outside of AT that are just hanging around Lost City. I kill 1 or 2 of those, my guys go from level 1 to 3 or level 1 to 5. Just 1 pack will do that, right? So I'm kind of like, if that's the case, I can't imagine Maggot Lair would be any worse for leveling than AT or some of the other 85 areas. In fact, that's kind of a big brain idea. Because Maggot Lair is probably one of the easiest places to keep your characters safe, because there's so many places to keep your characters hidden, and these narrow one-way passages that only one monster at a time can get through. While you could stuff them right in the middle of the map, and they could get XP from pretty much any part of Maggot Lair. So yeah, like, actually that sounds in theory like it could be a really good idea. Again, I've never tested it, but I've never really even thought about it, but when I think about it very briefly here, I realize that could be a really big brain strategy. Again, this is like farming there for high runes, probably not the way to go, like if your goal is efficiency. But when it comes to like XP, completely different story. You keep your guys safe, like especially in hardcore, you're keeping your characters there safe, because they're narrow one-ways. You don't have to worry about them, since they're, like, if you put them right in the middle of the map, they can access just about anything. They'll get a pretty decent amount of XP because, well, I was going to say because it's a level 85 area, but again, like, I noticed that if you're killing packs in Hell, it doesn't really matter where in Hell, you're still getting a ridiculous amount of XP as a level 1 character from my experience, so, right? At the end of the day, I think Maggot Lair leveling is a brilliant, like, sounds like a pretty brilliant idea, and that's something that I would absolutely say is worth trying out. You can just freeze anyone in there except leaf packs. See, that's the thing. You don't even need to freeze them. Imagine being like a fireball sword. You can bomb everything with fireball while your characters are safe in a hidey hole. You don't need to freeze anything. You don't need to find like a good safe location like an AT, right? Like, the mistake a lot of people make is you can't get XP from anywhere in AT, right? Like, you need to be within a certain range to get the XP. So Yeah, in Maggot Lair, you can easily bypass that with the number of walls that are there. It's safer than AT. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, XP grinding for your level 1 characters if I choose option 2. Yeah, sorry. I used AT, but you're right. Honestly, even see, this is exactly why thinking outside the box is a really good skill to have. It's a very clever idea that you came up with. And this idea that, yeah, Maggot Lair might actually be a really good place to level for these reasons. Not even just because of the types of monsters that are there, but because of the way the terrain is laid out. That's brilliant. I think that's fucking brilliant. Try that this season. I did test out day 1 Maggot Lair run with Sork. I had a couple deaths due to not having bow barb. Yeah, well, again, that's something for you to work out. The one thing I will admit, though, is while I do think Maggot Lair is probably safer than AT, I do think it's still more dangerous than Mausoleum, okay? And I just realize, like, when I really think about it, and I really think about it, I realize... Somebody is actually asking for a cham. Let me help this guy out. Maybe let me see if I still have my cham. I think I do have my cham, don't I? Or did I give it to Coaster or something? Oh, I still have my cham. Actually, yeah, I do. I was tempted to give it to him for free, but you know what? Maybe he'll want to trade me like something for it. We'll sure. Vex for it seems fair. Rack from Bale. Rats. Yeah, so I think most people usually value Cham at like, you know, Vex plus Ist or something. So I'm not really dying over anything like that. One second. Just switching over to the other window here. What the hell? I'm on the wrong one. Whoopsies. One second. There we go. There you guys go. Vex for Cham. Yeah, he's lucky I have this Cham lying around. I wonder what would have happened if... I didn't trade him the Cham, because, like, it's funny, that timing is good, because there's not very many people left playing on the server at this point in the season. I'm really curious to see if I didn't give him this Cham, or I didn't trade him this Cham, if anyone else who is still playing this season who, you know, was trading would have actually offered up their Cham. But anyway, it's all good. That was just something kind of interesting I thought about. Let's take a step back here. Let's talk about what talk to you, Fatty. I had stacked up light res at that point, and I often died to elite packs, not trash mobs. I had like 700 HP when I started day 1 Maggot Lair runs. The biggest factor was being amplified. Farming there was scary. Okay, so yes, that's what I was going to say. That's why I realized, like, Maggot Lair for your side characters sounds pretty safe. It doesn't sound so safe for your main character, though. I just realized. I realized that in Maggot Lair, you have to deal with a lot of monsters that are potentially dangerous. Scarabs, the pus spitters, elite packs that are that can be cursed, or conviction, or fanat, right? And there's different types of monsters. I think there's other monsters in there. It's not just scarabs. The flies. Even flies are pretty scary. They hit kind of hard. So I guess here's the thing. The scariest thing about Maggot Lair is actually that your character that you're using to do the run with can die. Right? Like, at the end of the day, Mausoleum is still probably your safest bet, because even though the terrain isn't nearly as good as Maggot Lair for leveling or as convenient, you don't risk losing your main character to some like scarabs that happen to have conviction. You know what I'm saying? Here, the worst case scenario is you'll come across a monster that's extra fast with like, yeah, like extra fast really. Like I find it hard to imagine that you'll have anybody dying in Mausoleum, or your main character dying in Mausoleum, and you'll probably have some good places to keep your characters hidden while you go through the area. So yeah, farming there is scary. Yeah, farming there can be kind of scary. Try using Blizz-like builds. Just Spike works. I think if you freeze a monster, I mean, I don't remember this 100%, but I think if you freeze a monster, they can't emit lightning bolts, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I remember. Because they only emit lightning bolts if they go into hit recovery, and I don't think they go into hit recovery if they're frozen, I think. So maybe yeah, that could help you. Oh, that's another thing too that kind of bothered me about Project Diablo 2. A bit random, but yeah, the fact that faster cast rate is affected by whether or not you're frozen, I think is like, that's a big what the fuck for me. But all right, I don't know how I feel about that. At first, I was like, okay, that's how it should have been in the original game. I don't know if that's how it should be in Project Diablo 2. Funny enough. It was slow but safe as fuck. Yes. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It can't, yes, that's the thing. Okay, I see. So I tried, like, using Blizz build, Glacial Spike, and it works. Yeah, Glacial Spike is pretty reasonable. Yeah, I don't know, dude. There's a lot of ways you can go about doing it. I tried coming up with a Meteor plus Glacial Spike to farm P8 Pindle Skin, if I wanted to level my Sork. So, that's not a bad idea on your part. But yeah, no, that's really good theory crafting you're coming up with. Your ideas are just so good. Like, I've never really come up with some cool workarounds like this. This is why one of the reasons I like playing on Slash. Like Slash, you know, being able to 4-box gives you a lot of freedom as to how you want to like go about playing the game. I feel like gives you the option of, you know, maybe you want to do this. Like you want to. I mean, in my case, I want to use 1 box, so it's more challenging, so I have the option of doing that. But in your case, you know, take advantage of having a bow barb, or, you know, you have to, like, before you have 4 characters, you have to focus on finding a way to level all 4 characters to that point, right? Like, and, like, what other areas can you level that aren't called AT? Because sometimes that could be a little bit dangerous, so... I don't know, all in all, I hear these ideas and I think that they're really cool. So the game server is restarting in 2 minutes. This might actually give me a really good opportunity to take a halftime break. I've already been streaming for 2 hours and 40 minutes. And already I have done almost 30 runs. Yeah, I could probably do another 30. Let's see, 2.5 hours. Yeah, 1 a.m. Yeah, that's pretty legit. I could actually probably do, make it to run 850 by like 1 a.m. So that's actually really exciting. But we'll talk about that more in a moment. I'm gonna go grab myself some more water, maybe grab myself a quick snack while I wait for the servers to restart, and then when I come back, we're gonna go into run number 820. Okay. I'm thinking like this, D2D2, micromanage and level Sork and Bow Barb to hell, then level up the Pally alt. Okay, very interesting. And I will get back to you when I come back, okay? Don't go anywhere, fatty. I just want to grab myself, yeah, like I said, some water, something to eat, and then maybe we'll continue this discussion in just a couple of seconds, because this is kind of exciting. I'm actually really liking this theory crafting process with you. It's one of the reasons I love playing the game. It's a lot of fun doing this, and yeah, I'll talk to you in a bit.
even that young. Can't blame it on the booze, cause whenever there's a cute girl, my brain hits the snooze. I got a prickle on my skin. I can play a violin, sing a serenade. Wow, summon flowers from my sleep. So caught up in your smell, I'm so whatever you say. Girl, I know we just met, but you make me speak français. Salut. Oui. Je t'aime. Très bien. Oh, do you know who I am? But you make me speak français. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. Kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never. Feels like we're in Paris, away from our parents. Kind of a chain smoker, but with you I wanna do better. Never been a go-getter, but I wanna get with you forever, ever. Cause you're not just a cute girl in my room. Never.
Hey Harold, how's it going? I just want to grab myself a glass of water quickly. Hopefully you're still around. Hopefully I didn't keep you waiting for too long. Yeah, reset hype, dude. Yeah, reset hype. Oh man, a little full. Otherwise, I could actually properly hype it up a little bit more. But yeah, dude, I'm pretty hyped for next season. You're gonna be doing some fun, crazy stuff, but I'll talk more about that in a bit. How have you been, Harold? It's nice to see you. Hope you're having a great day and week so far. 1 second. Give us an idea. Okay, so they're interesting. They're talking about, I guess, how they should be playing out their reset. Not a reset, but yeah, Harold, are you taking part this season? It's nice to see you. Hope you're having a great week. And yeah, we're just in the middle of doing some mausoleum runs. I have already done 30 runs today, well, 29 runs today. This will be my 30th, and I'm going to be trying to make it to run 850. So we actually just hit the halfway mark, and hopefully I can get to run 850 by 1 a.m. So yeah, buckle up and enjoy the show, I suppose. So we've been making some pretty solid, good progress today, and we're just in the middle of talking about plans for next season. At least Fatty's plans, because he's going to be playing hardcore. He's going to be in Maggot Lair, I think. Or he wants to get his hardcore paladin up to level 99, so that sounds exciting. We're just trying to theory craft how he can kind of get there. Oh, well, yeah, I'll play for sure. Can't type for sure. Oh, don't worry about it, dude. It's all good. I know. I got you. I know what you're saying. Reset hype, says Fatty. Yeah, hype. I was good at doing that as some of the other streamers, but okay, let's talk about what's going to be the build this time. So the build this time. Well, I haven't revealed my build yet, but I can tell you what my plan is for next season if you're interested. I wanted to do something a little bit different this time around, and I don't know if you remember Dewscrim from I think last or 2 years ago. 2 years ago there was a season where I made a fire druid and I turned it into a cold druid. And then, yeah, you know, I showcased my druid with Enigma and Infinity and with Hurricane, and I basically telly-stomped everything in AT, and it was all hunky-dory. But that was also the season I met Dewscrim, another guy who's very, he has a very... He likes druids, okay? Let's just say it like that. I'll try to say it in a much more fancy way, but he likes druids. So next season, kind of our goal is to try and make druids great again, because druids in this game are, you know, are kind of like, they're notorious for not being that great. So him and I are going to embark on a journey to try and make, allow him to be rich with a druid. At the same time, again, I'm not revealing what my character is just yet because I would rather show you. It's way more exciting to show it in action rather than to tell you what it is. But basically, I'm going to be two-manning with Dewscrim, or at least when I farm, it's going to be him and me, rather than just me. You know, normally every season I have one character. I'm playing the game by myself. I'm not like... Yeah, I'm playing the game by myself, I'm not, or I'm MFing by myself, I'm not like, it's not like, oh, I have like 7 other people with me or 1 other person with me or anything like that. And even during the ladder reset, during the ladder reset, I play with the same people, the same team, and we usually have a team of 8. These are the 2 things I'm going to be changing up around this time around. I'm not going to have a team of 8 different people. It's going to be me, Dewscrim, and 2 others, maybe. And these 2, well, assuming that we can find 2 other people, each of the players in this team are going to be carrying 2, or are going to be using 2 characters each. So it's going to be a 4-8. You know, like normally it's like an 8-player run, or like a what was it? A 2-8 they call it. This time around, it's going. Ooh, it's actually a pretty nice charm. Let's put that in my stash. 7 MF, 20 defense SC. Kind of sad that I'm clutching on straws here and that I haven't found anything useful in almost 30 runs, but yeah, besides the point. Anyway, so yeah, hopefully that answers your question just a little bit, Errol. Well, I guess it doesn't, but it's kind of a nice highlight. Yeah, I get you. I always go solo carrying 4. Yeah, right. Normally, sometimes people will go like 4-1, where they're just 4-box solo through the game. That's something I plan to try and do next season, I think. Like, not the one that's coming up, but the one after, for my Sork. But for next season, I wanted to try something different by doing the 4-8, not a 2-8. That's been done. Not a 1-4, but like a 4-8. And here's the thing. I only am going to be focusing on one particular character. I'm making the second character, or I'm going to be leveling the second character on Dewscrim's behalf, because him and I are going to be partners next season, and like business partners next season, basically. Like, him and I, we are going to be sharing wealth together. Again, like, this is going to be my first time doing this. Normally, I'm a very big, like, oh yeah, my wealth is my own, but at least for the first couple of days, him and I are going to be farming together, so we're going to be sharing items and seeing if, you know, like, we can divvy it up so that if he needs an item, he can get it. Hey, Umrune, very nice. That's from a casket, too. Run number 820. That is Umrune from a coffin. I should call it a casket. Nah, I keep calling it coffin. There you go. GG, yeah, thanks, dude. But, yeah, you get the idea. Him and I, we're going to be working together. If there's an item that drops, we're going to need to work out who will get it. And then if it's something that neither of us need, then we will try to sell it or trade it or whatever, right? So, yeah, it's really exciting. This is, again, something that I don't usually do. But that's exactly the point. I wanted to keep it fresh. I kind of wanted to try and do something different. And, well, you get the idea. That's going to be my goal for next season. And hopefully it'll be a lot of fun. The only two Druid on the server are going to be playing together. Okay, no, I said our goal is going to be making Druids great again. I didn't say I myself am going to be playing a Druid. What do you think I am, a masochist? Anyway, no, I'm just kidding. No, but no. So the reason I said we're going to be farming together is because I'm going to be trying to... I'm not going to say whether or not I'm going to be playing as a druid, but the whole idea is I'm going to try and farm together with him, help him out. Well, not even really. Basically, we're going to be farming together in the same game. How that looks to you, I leave it up for your interpretation, but that doesn't necessarily mean both of us are going to be playing druid. As awesome as that would look. Umrune Day confirmed, I know, right? Gotcha, yeah. So, yeah, I'll leave that up to you to decide how that'll all work out, but it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm pretty excited for it, and we'll see how it goes. We have this big master plan. Hopefully things go well, at least better than last time, because last time Dewscrim opted to go CE Necro first rather than Druid. Like, he had a Druid and a CE Necro. He opted to farm with the CE Necro, and his luck was absolutely atrocious with the CE Necro. That really got him thinking, like, yeah, maybe I should just farm with a character that I'll have a lot of fun with, and I think that's probably the right attitude, because I think him and I next season are just going to be focusing on FUN, and that is going to be the name of the game. And hopefully you guys will also enjoy our teamwork next season too. We have some things planned for you guys to check out, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And then after that, after the first few days, once Deucecrim, if Deucecrim says, alright, well, I have no more time to do farming, it's all up to you, D2D2, then I'm going to say, alright, Deucecrim, and then I'm going to go off and do my own thing, and do my own farming. And you guys know how every season I try to do like a, 1,000 runs of a specific area. Not always 1,000. It's like X number of runs, right? Like for Trav, I try to do 3,000. Tried to, in keyword tried. LK runs, I did 5,000 LK runs. Well, and when it comes to this upcoming season, I have an area that I plan to farm, so that's going to be pretty exciting as well. But starting off this season, it's going to be me and Deucecrim working together to try and get geared up before I try and farm that area that I had in mind. Okay? So, yeah, hopefully that kind of goes over the majority of what you wanted to know about next season. What will be the next 1,000 runs you'll do? Oh, that's a secret. That is also a secret. Sorry. You'll know next season. Yeah, I don't want to spill the deets, because if I say too much, you'll know what it is outright, actually. So, yeah. Don't you worry, though. I think it'll be... Well, I'm just thinking. So far I've done Chaos, like, I'm just reflecting on this. I've done AT, I've done Pits, I've done Chaos a lot of times, actually. I'll have almost done 1,000 Mods, I've done 5,000 LK, and yeah, I don't know, from here on out, I could go revisit one of the ones I've done in the past, or I could do a new one. Well, we'll have to wait and see what ends up happening. I already know what I'm going to be doing, but just kind of recapping it. Just have to wait 1 week for Secret. Yes, exactly. Yeah, again, I feel kind of bad. I'm not trying to blue ball you guys. I'm not trying to be all, like, I don't want to just be all cloak and daggers. I'm not normally open about this kind of thing, but I also want to be able to show you guys, because when you see it, you'll be like, oh, wow, that's crazy. And I'm curious to see the results of that area. If, there's a lot of really cool areas that are left over that I could farm, still, I think, even now. So, yeah. Okay, good. But yeah, Heralds, what's your plan? What do you think you're gonna... So, you said you're gonna be 4-boxing. What are your characters gonna be? What character are you gonna focus on? What's your plan for next season, if you want to share? I already know coasters, I've already shared, I guess, the general ballpark for mine, so that's mostly that. In the meantime, I also wanted to address Fatty. Fatty, we were talking earlier about... You don't know yet, still undecided. Okay, I see. You still have plenty of time to decide. 1 week. 1 week, dude. Although, speaking of 1 week, I have 1 week to do a couple of D2 related things. One being to finish the remaining 150 Mausoleum runs, because I know that if I could always say, oh, I'll do it next season, but next season, if I try to put it off until next season, I just know it'll never get done. So I need to find time, essentially next week, to do it. And the other thing too is, how do I put this? I also need to do a dry run with Deucecrim, like a nice practice to make sure that everything, everything is kind of in order, like that we kind of have a good idea as to how we're going to play out this season, just to be on the safe side. It never hurts to try and practice something first before you actually do, like, put it live. Okay, well, FTJ, no worries. So, going back to Fatty, I didn't get a chance to respond to you earlier. You were talking about You get a Micromagine level Sork and Bobarb to held and level up the Pally alt. So that was something that I was trying to talk about a little bit earlier as well. Here's the reality of the two methods I listed. I said earlier, level Sork first, and then the second was level all 4 boxes simultaneously. You don't have to even level all 4 boxes simultaneously. In some cases, people don't care about the 3rd and 4th boxes. They only really care about their main character, which is probably, well, in this case, let's just, for simplicity's sake, let's just say Sork. They only really care about their Sork and their Bobarb. If you only really care about your Sork and the Bobarb, that really makes a lot of things easy. Like, you can just split the XP between your Sork and your Bobarb, and you only really need to get your Bobarb up to about level 44, because that's where Battle Orders and Shout will cap out. And then you don't really care much for Battle Command. Like you can leave Battle Command at like level 1 if you want, it doesn't really matter. Not like it really gain that much more out of it anyway if you try to put more points into it, right? So with all that said, yeah, like, it really is Omrune Day confirmed. Okay. Just found it from Trash Flare near Sparkly Chest and Halls of Fame on Players 1. Very nice. Was this on Slash or was this on single player? Well, either way, yeah, just what I was saying earlier, yeah, your idea of leveling the Bobarb first, that totally makes sense, and then Paladin a little while later. That is also a very valid approach. That way your Sork and your Paladin are the ones getting all the XP when you actually start running, like leveling your characters actively in Hell. So, but again, that's all up to you to decide. There truly is a lot of different approaches you can take to getting your character there, right? You have one specific destination, and there are so many different ways, you know, your journey can get you there. So that is up for you to decide. Single player pluggy maggot lair only Grail Sork. Honestly, that just blows my mind. Like, every time I talk to you, it just makes me think, like sometimes I think to myself, man, I am creative, or I'm being creative with some of the things I come up with, but shit, like every time I talk to you, there's always something new, some crazy idea you've got that I just don't ever expect. Like trying to like gun for Tyrael, trying to do like Ed the Holy Grail, hardcore to 99, like freaking maggot lair pluggy only, or like just using maggot lair as means of leveling. So many creative, clever ideas you've got. That's pretty awesome. Really need to practice this strat out, honestly. Oh yeah, fair enough. If I do practice run, I have to watch them Sork speedruns or Indrik speedruns again. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, dude, that's always a good place to, good thing to reference. If ever you're in doubt, speedrunners out. Yeah, this is pretty crazy though. I'm actually so close to the end, man. I'm at like my last, what is this? I'm at my last like 180 runs here. It's exciting, very exciting. Eth TC level 87 unique's almost done. Just need to find Eth Dark Force in GG. Well, yeah, that's interesting. You've even found Eth D-Web. Is everything? I think so. Horked recently added the TC level 87 unique with Barb on this ladder. Oh wow, Ev Astrian's number 2? Damn dude, that's crazy. Although part of me feels like that's one part luck, but also one part dedication. Like, you've actually put so much time into like doing all this. Like, I'm actually so impressed. I can't imagine freaking putting in the amount of time and effort you have. Like, how many hours do you think you spent on Diablo 2 each week? Like, I'm actually legitimately curious. Like, for me, I mean, I stream like this once a week for you guys, maybe, like, even if at that. During the ladder reset, I put like 60 hours within like the first couple days, right? Like the first week of a ladder reset, you know that I go really hard. And then of course, when it came to the Project Diablo 2, I played that. But I'm not very consistent, that's the thing. You're consistent. You're always on Diablo 2, and you're able to, like, well, always do something new and something different. That for me is, like, I'm not gonna say I envy it. I think that's impressive, honestly. I don't know the estimate, but I played 24/7 for like 10 years almost. Yeah, dude, fucking 24/7 for 10 years. That's pretty crazy. Like, Diablo 2, I've played like, what? Played on Slash since 2016, I think. And even then, I wouldn't say that I've ever played 24/7. The closest was back when I was playing my second season as a Poison Necro. That was probably the season I was absolutely obsessed with finishing my character. And even that season I was like, okay, I was so obsessed with the game that I actually had to cut down on the amount. Like, I had to force myself to stop playing so much, specifically because I was having way too much fun with the game. Maybe I should go back to Poison Necro. Ooh, I'm out of keys. Yeah, maybe I should actually go back to Poison Necro for one season. You know, it's been so long since I played the Poison Necro. That'd be a really fun thing to revisit. I haven't done that in a really long time. Yeah, that could be really fun. I'll have to think about that. Like, next season, well, and obviously next season, or this upcoming season, I'm going to be playing as a druid. I'm going to be playing as something. And then the following season, I'm going to be playing as a Sork. Yep, I'm be playing as Sork. And then the season after that, I haven't actually decided. I haven't actually decided what comes after that. I think I might have some ideas, but I haven't really nailed anything yet. Pinned anything down. So maybe I should try to revisit Poison Necro if I'm really going back to these broken classes. Or maybe I could even try going like Summoner or Bone Mancer. Bone Mancer into well, I got some ideas. Bone Mancer Maggot Lair, maybe? I don't know. Need to think about that. Well, that's assuming I haven't done Maggot Lair in the seasons prior. So there's really a lot of things to think about still. I don't know how many more seasons I'll be seriously, what the okay, there we go, finally. I don't know how many more ideas I'll be able to come up with before I finally say, oh man, I'm good, I'm done. Got nothing else. I always say that I have more ideas up my sleeve, but it's getting increasingly more and more difficult. Like I've gone through a lot of the builds that I've wanted to play already, so I don't know. I don't know what comes after this. I guess I could showcase other bizarre builds that I had in mind, but I never got a chance to getting around to, like the Dragon Tail Sin that I talked about, or this secret Druid build that I kept talking about, hyping up, that I just didn't ever have the wealth to finish. And besides, I had to finish all my Mausoleum runs anyway, and that simply hasn't happened. So maybe I need to find, like, maybe what I should do with the Poison Necro is farm a lot of wealth with my Poison Necro and then just start making those characters. That might be fun. Or I can even do that with the Sork too, because I don't even know what I'll do with all that wealth, to be frank. It might be the time to use, like, to play for wealth and actually do something with it for a change. I don't know. I need to think about that. I didn't know the SEO I played 24/7 for like 10 years almost, and you still didn't get Tyraels. Then last year, Tildat / Grail Tyraels 6 to 10 hours per day. Oh man, dude. 6 to 10 hours per day. Nowadays, 1 to 5 hours. I see. Even 1 to 5 hours is very impressive, dude. I can't imagine grinding for 5 hours every single day of the week. Even if I were streaming, I don't think I can't imagine doing that. Even if I were like had like 100+ people who I could just chat with about random stuff about life while I mindlessly farmed, I don't think I could pull it off. Even if I were theory crafting with 10 ZZZs who were all a little bit more polite, I don't know. I still don't know if I'd be able to pull that off, to be honest. I'm actually farming sparkly chest on P1 for Jaw to make Phoenix. I got tired of LK. Okay, that's clever. Alright, well, you let me know how that goes. Sparkly chest in Halls of Pain, or in Maggot Lair, or in, what's that place called? River of Flame. 'Cause there's a lot of sparkly chests available to you there. Man, this is a slow run. I have been slowing down these last couple of runs. I gotta get my mojo back on. I'll do that in a second. I gotta put on my try-hard panties in just a little bit and finish the rest of these runs, hopefully in record time. Bone Mancer Maggot Lair, interesting. Yeah, I always thought that Bone Mancer Maggot Lair would actually be pretty good, because a pretty good place to run Bone Mancer, just because I think Corpse Explosion goes through walls, and I mean Bone Spear goes through tunnels really, really nicely. So max out Bone Spear damage, get a few good bodies, amp CE. So from last ladder till now, I made 19,000 level 85 area runs. Dude, that's freaking crazy. Have you been sharing your results with other people, though? I'm sure other people would be interested. I know you've been sharing it on Slash, but I don't know if there's... Yeah, like... I've been sharing on Slash specifically because it's, you know, I do my runs on Slash, but... you know, doing your Holy Grail single player, I'm sure, might be... D2 forums might be interested, or D2 like subreddit, or maybe you could do like a video about it. I don't know. That's just so cool. I shared only on Slash. I see. Any particular reason for that? Here sometimes with other famous streamers as well. I see. What other streamers do you watch and talk to regularly? I know you're on mine, but yeah, I never really asked that. Like BT Neanderthal. I mean, I imagine Indrek, but I don't know who else. Funny how far Indrek's gotten. I remember being there back when he was making his videos, and then I think when he was just a small-time D2 speedrunner, small-time, and then eventually he became like. Then he became like this freaking 500 IQ big brain D2 speedrunner that freaking everyone turned to if you wanted like new theory crafting. Because that guy freaking big brained everything. It was crazy. What am I even looking at here? Okay, there. Sure, sometimes well, BT Inferno, that's the guy. Metruz, I don't know who Metruz is though. Futurial, yeah, okay, makes sense. BT. BT is a bit of a surprise. I didn't realize you hung out on BT's channel. But, yeah. You watch Indrek, okay. Inferno. I see. Interesting. Interesting indeed. How does the computer feel like the screen is torn? I don't know what you mean by the screen is torn. I think my stream is just fine. I could be wrong about that, but I haven't heard anybody else complaining about my stream so far. How are you doing, by the way, Chen Wang? Also, playing this game at mine is not as smooth as yours. That is a bit of a surprise. Yeah, you're running the original game and your version feels less smooth? Because the thing is, I'd understand if I were running like Glide or something like that, right? Like there's certain applications that can help improve the frame rate of Diablo 2 or just other programs in general. And I'm simply not running such programs right now. So I find it very interesting that you are encountering more issues with your frame rate than I am with mine. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know what to say, how to help you on that one. Alright, let's keep going here. Alright, so we're almost at, well, we already crossed the halfway mark. I think we're coming up on the 2/3 mark of the number of runs I want to do tonight. That's pretty exciting. By the time we're done, we're going to be running 150, and then there'll only be 150 more runs to go. I wonder if I can, over the next couple nights, maybe do like 20 runs a night. I'm going to maybe try to see if I can, for the last stretch of runs, see if I can sneak in some runs that way. That way, by the time the new season rolls around, I can, yeah, I can be done with these mausoleum runs. Especially because I was hoping by the start of this next season, I could actually release my results of 1,000 mausoleum runs. That's kind of exciting. Something I was looking forward to doing. Yep. Which one is better to start with? What do you mean which one is better to start with? Like, which area? Like, and when you say which one, like, what options specifically? Like, I'm not entirely sure what one is in this case. You're talking about, like, a character to start with on a ladder reset? I'm not entirely sure. In Hell FM. You mean like which area is best to start with if you're trying to farm, or which character is it best to start with if you're trying to clear out hell? Like, I'm not entirely sure what your question is. Not to give you a hard time, but like if we're talking about areas that I've farmed so far, like I've done 1,000 ancient tunnels, 1,000 pits, 1,000 chaos, 1,000 mausoleum. I've done 5,000 lower Kuros, and I think from all of these runs, I've concluded that like probably the area that I've farmed where I've had the most success is Chaos Sanctuary. Like, if you can farm Chaos Sanctuary early, you'll probably have the best amount of luck early on, but that's assuming that you have a good runtime for Chaos. LK is also pretty good if you can do like under 15 second or under 20 second runs on average. Yeah, you get the idea. Does that answer your question, or were you asking about builds? Like, if you're asking about which characters it's best to start off with, your probably easiest bet would be like either Blizzsort, Trapsin, or a Hammerden. Not to sound super generic, or possibly even Skellymancer. Like, I feel like Skellymancer is, if you're looking for like a... Yeah, if you're looking for like the easiest character to play, or the easiest build to play, I would probably argue it's Skellymancer, just because you're not even the one who has to do most of the work. It's your minions. Although you'll certainly have problems against what's his name, Diablo, especially in normal difficulty. So that could probably be a pain point for you if you're a Necro. But I want to play another Paladin. Okay, so if you're talking about characters, if you're talking about like which characters are good for Hell, then yeah, like Hammerden, if you build it properly, is pretty easy to, like, basically you just have to max out block and get like a good amount of resistances on your shield, and you're pretty much set. Meanwhile, I think of some other ones here. Meanwhile, Trapsin is honestly a really safe bet too. Really safe character, a huge health pool. With a lot of survivability tools like Shadow Warrior summon, Shadow Master summon, Cloak of Shadows, like... You really aren't ever gonna... Oh, and Mind Blast too, let's not forget that. And just overall, just a safe playstyle with lightning traps. So yeah, Trapsin's pretty solid if, you know, you're not... Like, you want to keep yourself alive, possibly, maybe if you're like playing hardcore or something. Assassin's a pretty safe bet. Trying to think of some other ones here. Yeah. So basically, oh, and I think I mentioned, well, Javazon 2 isn't too bad, but it can feel a little bit clunky at times. Not as easy to play as some of the other characters, in my opinion. Although you do have a pretty high health pool too, just not... You don't have things like Cloak of Shadows or Mind Blast like the Assassin does, or Max Block like the Paladin has. So you're a little bit less safe. No summons either. Except for Decoy. Decoy's pretty good. Same with Valkyrie. You don't get a skeleton army. I want to play another Paladin. If you're looking for a Paladin specifically, then yeah, I think I already said Hammerdin's probably your best bet. But of course, if you don't want to play a Hammerdin, there are other alternatives. You could try to make like a... If you don't want a character that's dependent on how strong your weapon is for it to be good. Well, I don't know actually. I don't know. Hammerdin is like the prime go-to build for a Pally. If you don't want to go hammers, then probably, you know, you're gonna have limitations on every other Paladin build. Like Zealer, you need a good weapon. Tesladin. The thing with Tesladin is, like, you could rely on your on-hit damage from Holy Shock, but you still also probably want like a half-decent weapon that can at least do some kind of physical damage. Or otherwise something like a Crescent Moon that can boost your lightning damage. You don't always get that. So it's good vibes, yeah. Well, yeah, you get the idea though. There's a couple of different options there for you. Right? So yeah, does it have to be a Paladin? If you want to play a Paladin specifically, then yeah, like I could go with that. But otherwise, if it's like other characters, I could very easily recommend you a lot of different other possible builds. Here's another one that's really underrated that I didn't even get to talk. Well, I didn't even get a chance to talk about. Right? Like I already listed the 5 that I would say are like the easiest ones. But you could also even go Windy Druid, or here's one of the most interesting ones, a Warcry Barbarian. And this is one that gets really overlooked. It's not better than the other builds, but it's a lot of fun, which I think is pretty important to keep in mind, especially if you get it leveled up. Yeah, I don't know. I could show it to you quickly, kind of like how the playstyle would look in the end game, but overall, just know that yeah, the Warcry Barb is another really fun character too that can get you through a lot of the game. Although if you're playing solo, you'll need to also build the Barbarian so that it can do melee as well. Need a lot of equipment support, need some time to accumulate. Yes, so... So, yes, a lot of the builds that you're going to be playing are going to be in that boat, where you will need items to get them up and running. The characters that I listed so far are the ones that don't really need that much equipment, but if you're insistent on playing like a Tesladin or a Z, like a different type of Paladin, you'll probably need equipment for it. The only exception I can think of is if you're making like a Holy Bolt Paladin specifically to run Pindle Skin. Because, yeah, like, Holy Bolt just does an absurd amount of damage. You can make a Holy Bolter, but it can only kill undead. That's the huge trade-off, and you know, you need to find an area where you are specifically going up against undead, like places like Mausoleum, right? Like, if you brought a Holy Bolt Paladin to Mausoleum, you could kill everything in pretty much one Holy Bolt. That, even without equipment, that's a pretty good use for a non-Hammerdin build, or a non-Hammerdin Pally build, or non-Hammer Paladin. I'm all over the place. If you want a Paladin who's not using hammers and doesn't have to rely on equipment, you could play a Holy Bolter into an area where there's a lot of undead. Like here in Mausoleum, Halls of the Dead, I think Tal Rash's tomb actually was just littered with undead monsters, so not everything is undead there, of course, but still you get the idea. And then yeah, that's just for Paladin though. If you have questions about other characters, I'd be more than happy to kind of share some ideas there, thoughts about some of those other builds, but that's all up to you to ask me if you have questions. Got it? Okay, good. Let me know if you have other questions. I'm just doing my runs right now, and yeah, I'm just chilling, so... What the hell? That was weird. B. Okay, there we go. So, what was I saying? Yeah, I'm just doing my runs, and it's only really a few people who are saying stuff, like you and Fatty 180, so I'm just kind of relaxing, taking my sweet time with some of these runs, and hopefully you enjoy the stream. Yeah, just let me know if you have other stuff you want to ask. Alright? Also, let me take my time to repair this too while I'm at it. Oh, I'm already here. It's late, I'm going to bed, come back tomorrow. Oh, I'm not streaming tomorrow. The next time I'll be streaming, that's probably going to be next Wednesday. Actually, no, maybe not. Yeah, I don't know when the next time I'll stream is. Usually I stream only on Wednesdays. I set Wednesdays aside for streaming D2 specifically, but I might come back tomorrow, so that I can finish my, my runs. Anyway. Yeah, thanks again for dropping by, and I'll see you around then. Whenever the next time I bump into you will be. And yeah, okay, Fatty's still around. That's good, that's good. Yeah, alright, you have yourself a good night, Chen. Fatty, you on the other hand, thanks again for hanging out so long, man. It's really just been you and me for the entirety of this stream. And the thing is, I kind of wanted to start like earlier. Like I really did want to start this stream like 10 a.m. my time and go really hard today, but I couldn't. I just couldn't do it. I just didn't have the energy for it. I needed that nap. And then things came up, as I mentioned. So I started it as soon as I could, but obviously it was much later than I wanted to, and because of that I had a lot less time to do these runs. I was actually planning to do like a 10-hour stream today, plow through like 100 or 50 runs, 100 runs, 150 runs maybe, you know, if I could get on a roll. But yeah, I didn't have the, just didn't have the energy for it, sadly. Which is Poggers. What's Poggers? Indrik going for level 99 under 200 sub. Oh, so sub 200 hour. Yo, how's that project going? Has he like where is he at with that? Is he streaming? Oh, I'm gonna take a look. Give me a second. It doesn't look to me like Indrik is streaming right now. But I know that he was going for 200. Yeah, I know he was going for 200 hour or sub 200 level 99. I don't know if he was able to pull that off yet. He did die quite a number of times, I remember. I think I'm done here. Last time I saw, he found Jobber before Shaco Tal's armor. Yo, that's so sad, dude. Oh man, imagine having the runes for an Enigma, but you're a freaking Sork. Although I guess technically he could have made himself an Enigma on a Sork. That's still fine. He gets like a stupid amount of defense for his Sork, which is also pretty good on whatever armor he decides to put that into. And Maras. Wow. And Maras. He made Enigma. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's more or less what I would have done. I mean, like, why not, right? Your options are pretty limited. Okay. I don't know why my Merc's not like just ignoring him, but there you go. Yeah. That's funny though. No Shaco, no Tal's armor. Those would have been really helpful. But you know what? He made Enigma. Like I can't really complain, or yeah, you can't really complain about that. Like he's pushing for 99. So having Enigma is arguably better than Tal armor. Although I guess it's not what you would expect. Normally, most people would expect to get Jobber before, or sorry, Tal armor, Shaco, Maras before before actually making Jobber. Although to be honest, like I'm thinking about this. In my case, I tend to get fewer I tend to get fewer Tal's armors, Shakos, and Maras than Jaws and Burrs for whatever reason, and I realize like I find a Burr every season, but I don't find a Shaco every season, and I don't find a Tal armor every season either. I don't know if you've ever noticed that, Fatty. I certainly have. That's the way my luck works for some reason. Something I've never understood. Imagine if you find Fathom, how faster would runs be? Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, assuming he is still Blizzsork, yeah, that would be a pretty big damage increase, I admit. But I mean, Enigma also gives a pretty insane amount of MF, so that could help him to get that Fathom as well. So, yeah. Yeah, I actually noticed that for you. Yeah, right? Right? Like, even think about last season. Found a Burr. Just straight up found a Burr out of WSK. But no Tal armor. No Maras. No Shaco, especially Maras. Like, yeah, okay, I can find Maras if I spam Duriel runs, probably. Like, Questbug Dury. Questbug Dury is just insane. You get so many items off of Questbug Dury. But... Hey, LeBron, nice to see you. Oh man, I would greet you with a, here, hold on a second. Let me try again. I was in the middle of yawning when I saw you, so I wasn't able to hype up your entrance as much as I'd normally like to be able to. But yeah, no, seriously though, like yeah, if I want to find Maras, as I was saying to Fatty, I would just, yeah, I could just spam farm Questbug Duriel. And that would probably allow me to find the, like, Maras, Shakos, and Tals armors or whatever, but again, like, since, you know, taking bosses off the table, the places I farm, I tend not to find, even with some MF, I tend not to find these items, like Tal armor, like, uniques and sets are just not my thing. You got all these people who freaking come up with D-Fathoms, D-Webs, orange boxes every season, like USA, he always finds orange boxes. 250 D-Web and 249 D-Web, I think, in the same season. I think one of them was even Eth or something, I don't even remember anymore. Griffins, like 3 Griffins in a season. Me, though, I find high runes. And some of these high runes turn out to be burrs, so I'm not really complaining. Okay, now... you never found... Yeah, Fatty's saying LeBron. Okay, so here you go. Let me try again. Be like LeBron! There you go. That's the hype entrance. Hey, dude, it's nice to see you. Yeah, I haven't seen you in some time. I was dealing with my freaking ISP internet issues. A couple hours anymore, so that is freaking amazing. Thank goodness, finally. Just perfect timing too, by the way. Perfect timing. This is just in time for the Slash Diablo ladder resets. So all those issues I encountered, I guess it's kind of a blessing that I got them ironed out early rather than during the reset. I mean, I could encounter a new roster of issues during the reset, but hey, you never know, right? Never found a D-Web on Slash. Well, my condolences. I found one once, and that was back when I was playing my Poison Necro the first time, I think, if I remember correctly. I took that D-Web, I traded it to Enjoy for his Burun, and I made Enigma, and then I ended my character on that. I think it's because I already had my own D-Web or something. I don't even remember anymore. All I know is it was just that season I was playing my Poison Nectar that I found D-Web, and never again after that. Funny, beginner's luck. Back when I was a noob, like a, you know, a bigger noob, I was new to the server, that's when I found like my first ladder reset with the assassin. I found Griffin's like second weekend, and then when I was playing my Necro towards the end of the season, I found a D-Web. And then after that, I just never found another like good orange box after that, except for I guess that COA from last season that I can never ever use. And I think also the Griffins I found on my Druid, but I never even traded that out for anything. I just built my Nova Baller with it, so funny how these things turn out. Also found once on Slash. Okay, that's kind of surprising, actually. I figured you would have found more, but anyway. To answer your question, oh, understandable, I'm sleepy too. Yeah, dude, the thing is, I was supposed to start today's stream a little bit earlier. Well, I shouldn't say a little earlier. I was supposed to start this stream like 10 a.m. That was my plan. But I was just way too tired, dude. I couldn't do it. I was like, yo, I am not feeling it. I had to go and take a nap in the afternoon before I could, and then run some errands in the evening before I finally was able to sit down and be able to, okay, yeah, now I'm ready. You know, it was an interesting morning. Like, for me. I just wasn't all there, but I'm kind of there now. But the thing is, even having taken a nap, I'm still yawning just every little bit, and then it's getting late and everything. But yeah, how long are you staying up for, LeBron? I don't plan. I mean, I don't plan to be here for too long. I'm probably gonna be here for another hour or so. My plan is to try and reach run number 850, and that's probably gonna be my stopping point. So yeah, I'm already at run 830, so that's pretty exciting. We're already most of the way there. I started 790 today, so in reality, we only have another 20 more runs to go before I call it a night. So yeah, that's kind of the plan. Runs an hour. So I'm actually 2 hours out, not 1 hour, but yeah, we'll see how things go from here. Old man taking naps over here. Hey, user miss, how's it going? Tummy guy is next. Oh, Tumbak was it? His next orange box finder. Very dedicated person. Yeah, an hour sounds good. Yeah, it might actually be 2 hours, but we'll have to wait and see. I mean, No, I gotta be honest. It's gonna be 2 hours. Don't let me keep you. If you're gonna get some rest, go get some rest. But yeah, it's about 2 hours. I thought it was gonna be 1 hour, but I'm like running the calculation in my head. Nah, I mean, if I'm planning to do 20 runs, it's gonna be 2 hours. Yeah, I gotta be real with myself here, and you. Gotta get your traditional bird drop before reset. Yeah, dude, 2 resets in a row this has happened. Maybe we can make it a third one, you know? Like, I could maybe find another freaking burr run, because that's just the way, like, it's actually true. It's every season this happens. The season with the freaking barb, didn't find anything for so long in Trav. And all of a sudden, walk into Trav, find a jaw, sell that, find a burr. That's like, wait, what? And then last season, with my martial arts assassin, I was like, alright, I'm like 250 runs dry, didn't find anything better than like a lemon, and then I get a burr, right before the season's about to end. I don't understand my luck sometimes. I found burr from LK literally right now. Okay, well, there you go, although I thought you yourself just said that you were bored of LK, so I'm surprised that you're back there. Back for more punishment, I see. What am I doing now? Knew something was up from LK today. I knew it. Okay, sounds good. Well, you made the right call, I guess. I'm glad you could divulge before reset. I thought I've already talked a fair bit about my plans, but I guess maybe not. At least maybe not when you're around. Alright, I'll go over those in a second. But yeah, just trying to see what else you were talking about here. Am I ready for reset? There you go. That's the question I didn't get around to yet. And the answer is not quite yet. I'm excited for it. I'm hyped for it. But, like, here's the thing. My plans for next reset... I have in mind what I want to do. But I have to actually do a dry run, like a practice run, to make sure that it will work before I actually try and do it, I think. Otherwise, I'm going in kind of blind. Like, I have an idea, I'm going to try it out, and then the execution might turn out to be pretty terrible, right? I don't want that to happen. I want it to go pretty smoothly, so I need to do my practice run with Dewscrim before I can confidently say, yo, I'm ready. I know what I'm going to be doing. That's different from being ready. Because I gotta put on a good show for you guys. The thing is, next season I'm not going to be playing with the same crew of people I normally play. So this is answering your second question, LeBron. You were asking any plans you can divulge before reset. So I'm not going to talk about what build I'm going to play. You guys will find that out soon enough. But of course, you know me. I like to kind of keep things under smoke and mirrors so that you guys have something interesting to look forward to. Besides, I prefer showing, not telling, right? But here's the thing. So what I can tell you is that next season, like usually every season before this, for the last like 6 or 7 seasons, I've played with the same people. I've had my ladder reset team all in order. You know, it's usually Enjoy, Coaster, Seth, and like other people from my usual reset team. But this time around, I am going to be playing with I'm going to be playing with Dewscrim. And you know how people normally do, like, if you're working together with, like, a partner, you're going to be working, you know, 2-8, right? Like, you have 4 boxes each, and there's 2 of you guys. This time around, Dewscrim and I want to do a 4-8. So, 4 people, 2 boxes each. And our reasoning for this is pretty simple. On one hand, we want to do a run where we actually have, well, he wants to make multiple characters. I only really want to make 1 character. I only really need 1 character. But in his case, he wants multiple characters. One of them being a bow barb. I think that's easy enough to imagine. But yeah, he wants to have multiple characters, but he also wants to have the joy of being able to play with other people alongside other people too, right? So I came up with this compromise. Why don't we do a 4-8 rather than a 2-8, right? On one, like most people normally, it's like you just have one other person, you just 2-8, or you have one character each when you play with 8 people. And I'm like, why don't we get best of both worlds? I don't really need a second character, so by having him play his druid, because he wants to play druid and make druids great again, and he gets one other box and I get one other box, he can actually have 3 characters, and that's really all he needs, I think. So then after that, it doesn't really matter, we can bring other people on board, and, well, you get the idea. So that's the plan. Alright, so I went on my long monologue uninterrupted so that I could kind of get my point across. But now let's see what your reaction is. Let's see. So I am 1 sir away from John. GG. Okay, nice, nice. Be like LeBron was saying, oh, I missed it. Okay, that's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. I thought you were around for it. I actually thought even Fatty and Coaster were around. Well, okay, Coaster was 100% around for it. But I thought Fatty was around for it. But I guess there's never been a point where you or Fatty were around when I was talking about my reset plans, because I've talked about it for a number of times already, actually. By the way, LeBron, I wanted to ask quickly, have you tried Project Diablo 2 at all, or are you not interested in it, or what's going on there? Because I decided to give it a try myself, and it was okay. I had some fun with it, but with the especially with the server stability issues, I didn't really feel compelled to go back and play it in the last little while. And also, that Izul exploit too. Anyway. Let's see what else you were saying. My plan is to mess around with a barb, run a lot of pub chaos for people as a frenzy. Yo, that sounds freaking awesome. I think you had mentioned that I think you did. I think you mentioned that last stream. You said you were going to be doing that, running pub bales as a chaos. I do remember this very distinctly. I was like, well, shit, yo, man, good luck. Like, you're going to be making a frenzy barb? You're gonna be starting off as a frenzy barb and running like hell bales with it. Oh man, sounds like it's gonna be a journey. Good luck. Good luck. You're successful in this endeavor. I don't know. You're such a nice guy. Like honestly, you are. Like you're going out of your way to try and run some pub bales so that people can level. That's pretty freaking awesome. And it's also so chill too. You get to play with other people from the community who are like not people who are hanging around on chat channel all the time. Or Discord all the time. Meanwhile, me being selfish, just forcing myself to farm with Deuce Crim or doing my own goals. Be fair, like once upon a time I did used to do this, but not these days, sadly. Maybe next season I should stop making excuses for myself, because next season my goal is to try and make Infin in like the first 48 hours, and after that I need some goals of my own. Maybe after I make my Infin, I can actually relax. Oh wait, that was already my plan. You know what? I'm not going to talk about next season. That is going to be something later on down the line in March. I'm pretty excited for that too. But let's focus just on this season for now. Anyway, answering your next question here. Wait, why haven't you used your skill stat points? Did I miss something? Oh, I have. It's just I like to leave some points handy. You know. You never know when you might have to make like a gear swap. Maybe I want to wear Storm Shield or like a Spirit Monarch. I could just dump 15 points into Strength, and then boom, there, I'm done. Right? I like to just have my points lying around. Or 1 extra skill point in case I want to like put a 1-point wonder into something or what. Oh man. 210 runs by the end of the stream. Hey, Lamau, what's up? No, not 210 runs by the end of the stream. No, I wish. I started the stream way too late to do 210 runs by the end of the stream. I want to make it to run 850 tonight. I think like ending the stream by 1 a.m. And hitting 850 would be a good stopping point. And then hopefully in the days to come, I'm going to try to do like, I'm thinking I'm going to try to do 2-hour streams, try to get like 20 runs done each stream starting tomorrow. if I have the time for it. That might get me to my goal of 1,000 runs. That's probably my best bet here. LeBron was saying, "Oh sweet, Druid time, baby. Deuce is awesome." Yeah, Deuce is freaking awesome. Love that guy. He's you know, he's a really chill dude. I've had a lot of really fun conversations with them, and I don't know if I've given you the intro to Deuce Grim, LeBron, but basically, him and I, like, I think this was a little before you started actively playing on this server. 2 years ago, back in, well, it was, yeah, 2 years ago in December. That was when him and I were playing together. We bonded over the fact that that season I was playing a Druid and he was playing a Druid, and I told him, hey, yeah, I'm streaming if you want to actually see how I play my Druid, and he was like, okay, and then, yeah, after that, we basically became partners in crime and trying to help him get his Druid up and running. Not even up and running, but, like, he already had his Druid up and running, but he wanted to get, like, he wanted to make like a GG Druid, you know, like he wanted to have 41 plus Ellie Druid lifers. He wanted to have like a 2 Druid 19 FCR amulet. He wanted to have I can't remember what the, oh yeah, he wanted to have like a GG Druid, rare Druid pelt or NATO pelt or whatever. And honestly, it sounded to me like a lot of fun, so I helped him out with that a little bit. It was mostly him at the end of the day, like. And I was just showcasing it on stream for all of you, and also, well, I mean, he was nice enough to let me do that. And it was just a lot of fun. Now, this season, he is back with a vengeance. We came up with this idea to work together for this, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited for it, and I'm really looking forward to this upcoming season. It's going to be great. It's going to be glorious, for sure. Alright, 4.8 actually sounds awesome and more relaxed. Yep, it does. It does. I'm really, really hyped for it. I would love to set up something like that, but my schedule's too crazy. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, my schedule's pretty crazy too, but, you know, what's a couple of days farming in D2 gonna do? That sounds like I can, yeah, it sounds like harmless fun, you know? I have not. I have been taking a break from D2 since I 99'd my Zon. I see. Yeah, I hear you, Alamau, but also, Alamau, you're not going to be able to join us for this reset, right? Just want to double check, and like just before next time I talk to Dewscrim, because you said that you have Cold War coming up, and you also have work, and you won't be able to take part on the night of the reset, and I'm guessing that hasn't changed. Just want to double check with you here before I report to Dewscrim. No, I've been pretty selfish with my 99s, to be honest. I felt bad I wasn't able to run more pub builds. That's fine. I love your secrets. Oh, that's good. That's good. I mean, I feel bad for keeping secrets from you. I don't like to be open about it, but I gotta show it to you guys for you to believe it. You know, like I have all these, you know, it's kind of like this season. If I told you guys, hey man, I'm gonna make this Fire Claws Druid, then you'd be like, okay, it's a Fire Claws Druid, right? But have you ever seen a Fire Claws Druid that can do this, right? I'm gonna bet the answer is no. So, you know, like, I had to show you, you gotta see it to believe it. You can't just, like, half-ass it and just be like, oh, you know, take a look, this is my Fire Claws Druid, and I'm gonna be planning to put a 6-shelled phase blade. Like, if I told you guys that, it kind of ruins the surprise. But now that you've seen it, it's like, okay, yeah, it was worth the wait, right? I think we can all agree on that. But that's that. That's that. Okay, this run took a lot longer than I wanted it to. I gotta speed this up a little bit so that I maintain pace. True on the gear swap. Which gear swap were you referring to? This season, Druid was pretty popular for the first 3 weeks. Yeah, there were quite a number of people playing Druid. But I noticed that some of the Druids just mysteriously disappeared after a point. I don't know what was up with that. Maybe people got bored. Just because once they make it to, like, Hodo, that's the last easy, like, in quotes, easy upgrade that they can have. Like, Enigma and Infinity are, well, I mean, I shouldn't even say Infin, because not every Windy Druid will even go Infin. Just making it to Enigma is actually a pretty big commitment. And then anything after that's a bonus, right? Like, it's a big leap trying to make it to Enigma. You gotta hold out a while because you need a burr and a jaw. Those are not easy to come by compared to like scrap items and even Hodo. Freaking love this Fire Claws Druid. It's awesome. Yo, I appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it is a lot of fun. I'm really happy with how it turned out. Probably my only real complaint about this Druid is I fucking named him D2-Bear. You know? What I should have named him was like D2-Santa Claus. That would have been epic. That would have been it. That would have been the play. That truly would have been the play. Like, Santa Claus. I mean, I think Santa Claus is my favorite, but like... I don't know. There were some other really good names, but yeah, that was probably the best one that came to mind when I really sat down and thought about it. Yeah, like, why didn't I name my guy fucking Santa Claus? The Christmas is next season. Just saying. That's true. That's true. That's true. D2-Santa Claus. D2- or D2-Odin. Kind of a weird one, but you know, Odin's like this all-powerful god, and you know, or Thor. Actually, Thor is like lightning though, but like Thor's like a buff, beefy guy, right? So that's kind of the idea there. He Rex packs pretty fast because that attack speed is ridiculous. Oh yeah, it is. I think the main weakness for this Fire Claws Druid, aside from having to deal with immunities, is the lack of mobility, of course. I think that's really what it boils down to. I mean, I think that's a bit of a no-brainer. That's kind of what Enigma was supposed to be for, although I would have always had to, like, switch off of bear form to get to Enigma before I could teleport anyway. Or to get to be able to access teleport before I could teleport. But, kind of get the idea. Anyway, I appreciate your support as always. No, it's really nice, like, to see, well, to have people acknowledge that, yeah, this Fire Claws Druid is freaking legit. Elamau, are you still around, by the way? I don't know if you had heard my question. Or if you've just decided, nope, I'm just here to visit. And that's that. I think you probably passed out. Yeah. I guess fair enough. Anyway, how have you been, by the way, outside of D2? I wanted to quickly check up on you, making sure everything's okay. Always a pleasure to have you. Yeah, I know Hom3 Watcher actually, like, earlier, yeah, Hom3 Watcher actually literally passed out earlier. Disappeared for a little bit, then he came back like a couple hours later, and he's like, yo, freaking, yeah, D2 actually managed to put me to sleep. Alright, I'm gonna go now. I'm gonna hit the hay in bed rather than on my desk. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Elamau also passed out on the desk. Hey, Mip, how's it going, dude? I'm just in the middle of trying to finish my my project for Mausoleum. I think as I mentioned to people, I was trying to do 1,000 runs of Mausoleum this season, and I'm on run 833. My goal for tonight is 850, and then I'm hoping that within the next week and a half, I can, by some miracle, make it all the way to run number 1,000. So that's kind of exciting. It's kind of daunting too, though, because I don't know if I'll be able to make it to that point, so we'll have to wait and see. I'm so ready for reset. Yo, I'm pretty hyped for reset too, man. I got next reset planned out real nice. Like this season, I got to show the Fire Claws Druid in action. Oh, wait. Oh, frick, I keep doing that. There you go. I got this Fire Claws Druid going, so that was super awesome. But yeah, for next reset, I have something else planned. It's not going to be nearly as flashy as the Fire Claws Druid, but I do have character build in mind, and I also am going to be teaming up with another player, Dewscrim, so that him and I are going to work together to, well, play through the game, get through the game, and also to farm together. That quick? Oh, you mean like the attack speed? Hell yeah, dude. Yep, this was my gimmick for the season, so that was really exciting. Next season I'll have something else planned too. Markedly a little less exciting, but still pretty awesome nonetheless, I think. And I'm going to be switching it up by doing a two-man farming rather than just one person farming for a change. I'm going to CE Necro, pretty sure. Okay, well, I mean, that's just the usual. Can't really go wrong with that, of course. Haven't made one in a while. What did you end up making this season, Mip? I've been good, relaxing, but it's about to get more busy in a week or so, just in time for reset. Ah, I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, that is... Yeah, I'm... a bit more busy in a week or so, huh? Well, I hope you still do manage to find the time to play Slash, or just D2 in general, whenever you, yeah, you have the free time to do so. Always find it impressive that you're able to find enough time to make it to 99. It's kind of like I was saying to Fatty earlier, like he's able to sink like so many hours into D2. Like for me, I'm like I can usually sneak in like a couple hours every week to stream for you guys for some D2. That's really about it. I can't do much more than that, really. My schedule doesn't permit for it, I'm afraid. And also, I'm not always like I'm just gonna be honest, like I'm not always in the mood to do grinding or farming, which I think is fair. I play PO. Oh, let's see. What were you saying here? Normally I just sork. Yuck, Necro. Oh man, I had hammered in, but I didn't play long. Interesting. Play PoE, POD, and Slash. What about Project Diablo 2? Have you tried Project Diablo 2 yet, Mip? That was yeah. Definitely don't think I'll have time like that next season. Yeah, fair enough. I might try to push a little with Necro, we will see. I've seen the boys playing it. The boys? Which boys? Like Jeebus? Dan? I'll try next reset once they get some bugs fixed. Yeah, that's a good policy. That is absolutely a good policy, because again, like part of the reason why I'm not playing on it right now is because they need to get those bugs and other server issues ironed out, I think. Like, that for me is going to be no dice. Jeebus, Hedge, Rowler. I'm not really sure who Rowler is, but I do know Hedge and Jeebus, of course. That's cool, though. Sounds like they're... Well, I don't know how well, like, how they're doing with that, but... They're all playing Project D2. The same thoughts for sure. Okay, fair enough. Are they going to be playing on Slash next season? I like to hope they are. Might give it a shot next year. I'm surprised you haven't tried it, LeBron. But yes, I tried Project Diablo 2 for sure, yeah. Actually, my last stream was specifically on Project Diablo 2, although come to think of it, you weren't there for that. Yeah, like last Friday, I realized that, oh yeah, Project Diablo 2 was going to be a thing, so I decided to take some time. I designated some time to actually stream it from the very beginning. I was there right upon launch. You can actually check out my last stream if you want. You can watch me on Project Diablo 2. And yeah, I kind of had a blast. I tried to make a meteor sork, and it actually turned out kind of all right. But they nerfed my build just before the season began, which is a huge bummer because that was kind of going to be the whole core part of my character. That's awesome, Yalastri. I was busy. I'll take a look. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, I'm just not sure how up to date you were, but yeah, Project Diablo 2. I played right when the ladder reset. I wanted to give it a try. I thought about it. Originally I wasn't planning to like really go hard on it. Actually, okay, this is the story. When I was told about Project Diablo 2 originally, I was like, okay, it's just gonna be this other brand new mod. Basically, it's gonna be Path of Diablo like 2.0 maybe, I don't know. I was like, I'm not really sure I'm all that interested in a non-vanilla private server. And then I really thought about it, and I realized, I'm like, this might be the last time, the last chance, last opportunity I ever get to take part in the launch of a private server. Not like a new season, okay? Like, there's always going to be new seasons for Slash or new seasons for Path of Diablo. It is what it is. But like a new server for Diablo 2 doing a release, like a big launch, and I wanted to take part in that. So I did. So I finally decided, I'm like, alright, I'll actually clear some room in my schedule, move some things around a little bit, and actually take part in Project Diablo 2. And yeah, I think the start time was Friday 10 a.m., right? If I'm not mistaken. No, it was Friday at noon. That's what it was. I remember now. I was like, all right, that's actually perfect timing. I can work with that. So I ended up, you know, freeing up my schedule for that, and then I gave it a try. And to be quite honest, this is what I was thinking. I was like, depending on how good it is, if I really, really, really enjoy Project Diablo 2, then I would have played pretty much through the entire weekend. I would have played for the entire weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But after like the first 6 or 7 hours, I was like, I think what killed my vibe the most, what killed my momentum, was just that the server issues, like the constant disconnects. Like, seriously, I made it to Act 3 Nightmare, and then I think I had to do like Nightmare Act 3 like 3 times because of the DCs. That was a nightmare. Okay, that was a nightmare. No pun intended. But yeah, that was a nightmare. Oh gosh. With no map hack, by the way. Like, if I had map hack, okay, no biggie. But imagine having to fucking maneuver through fucking Flare jungle with no map hack. Like, what the hell? Yeah, I've seen like 2 minutes of PD2 gameplay. I don't know anything about it. Oh, interesting. Okay, basically, it's kind of like a modded version of Diablo 2 that tries to make everything viable, or at least it's kind of their goal, I think. And they're trying to give every item a use, every skill a use, right? Because right now, there's 99% of the uniques and sets just simply don't get used, don't have any value whatsoever in the vanilla game. They were trying to rework the items so that some items are less powerful, like Spirit, right? The Spirit rune word is simply way too strong. It's objectively like one of the best rune words in vanilla D2. In fact, it's so good that, like, you know, you'd be hard pressed to take another shield over it if you're a caster and you were trying to min-max your character to do, like, well, anything really. But in Project Diablo 2, they kind of try to rework and nerf and tweak some of those items that are too strong, and buff the items that are a little too weak, or again, rework them in such a way where they might actually be valuable. Like, for example, they try to add O skills to some of the items, like multi-shot, right? I think Bariza now has multi-shot. Well, one of the items has multi-shot, and it's kind of like, okay, that's awesome. I've always wanted to make like an enchant sork with multi-shot. I've never been able to. The closest I can get to it is I have a Boazon on Slash, and then I make like a Chantress as a secondary character, then I'll just chant my Boazon. That's really the only way to get a multi-shot chant boa, I guess. So it is kind of like that. Yeah, you can say you were there Season 1. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, by the way, Mep. I really appreciate you stopping by. I'm really excited for this ladder reset. I'm hoping you'll be hanging around too next Friday, because I will be streaming on Friday. I'll be streaming on Saturday. I'll be streaming on Sunday. I'll be playing through the entire weekend, and I'm going to be doing two-man farming with Deuce Crim. So it's going to be something that, you know, most people don't do. So it might be fun to watch. I don't know. Yeah, I'll be getting rich in cows and LK. Okay, yeah, and then you can actually watch me be poor, more than anything else. Exciting stuff, dude. You get to watch mediocrity while you get to feel good about yourself, knowing that no matter what happens next season, you'll be richer than at least one player on the server. Ta-da! But yeah, going back to Project Diablo 2, you can say you were there season 1. I can, but again, it's more like, it's not for me to say that about Slash, or Project Diablo 2 specifically, it's just that I kind of want to have that experience of, you know, what was it like to be a part of a private server that just launched? And I guess my takeaway from it is, it was a lot of server issues. That's what I could say about it. I guess that's a takeaway. Beyond that, though, like even if we ignore the server issues, I do still think that Project Diablo 2 is something that is still an ongoing project. Like there is still some work that needs to be done to get it to a point where a lot more people are happy. Like it's a good start, but there are definitely some things that I look at and I'm kind of like I don't like this or I don't like that. Oh, in particular, I think I've already talked about this, but I don't know if you guys heard me earlier. I don't think you did. Anyway, one of my biggest issues is that some builds are just too strong and some are too weak, despite their attempts to rebalance everything, right? Like Summoning Druid is apparently really strong. And there were a couple other builds that were really strong too, that Nintendo talked about a couple hours back. I don't remember all of them, but I know at least Summoning Druid is really good. In fact, Summoning Druid is so good that you can actually probably solo Hell Chaos with it while undergeared. Cleric, that's another one. Coaster's Holy Bolt Paladin can also apparently dumpster Hell, even on Players 8. Or maybe not Players 8. Maybe it was just Hell. I don't even remember anymore. All I know is they had a really easy time. Meanwhile, me with my Meteor Sork, I didn't really feel like I had a very easy time, and as insult to injury, my Meteor Sork was one of the builds that they nerfed just in time for the reset. So, yep, makes total sense to me. But anyway, where everyone's learning together. Yes, so yes, exactly as LeBron was saying. Like, I wanted this to be like you know, everyone's still trying to figure out the meta on Project Diablo 2. Like, it feels like kind of an old, familiar game, but also a brand new experience. That's what Project Diablo 2 brings to the table. It's the old game that we're all familiar with, but, you know, like bring in kind of like a new experience to the table as well. I think it's a good middle line. It's something that I definitely think was worth at least taking some time to really look at it and see if it was something I wanted to get into. And then by the time evening rolled around, by the time Saturday or Friday night rolled around, I was like, nah. I mean, I reserved time to play this on Friday, but I think I'm good. I think there's still some work that needs to be done before I would even consider playing it for any longer than what I've already done. Like, I just wasn't feeling tempted to come back to it. Like, I played a number, like 8 hours of it, and then after that I was like, maybe I'll come back to this a little later, but I don't really feel like I'm gonna be, like, working my schedule in such a way where I'm gonna play a lot of Project Diablo 2. Slash, on the other hand, is a different story. I play Slash not, well, I mean, I have more reason to play Slash than just its gameplay. I also play because, you know, I enjoy the people on the server. LeBron, well, LeBron, Fatty, Coaster, heck, even ZZZ, right? Like, yeah, like a lot of people play on Slash that I know, and then of course there's the fact that it's vanilla, and even on vanilla there's so many different builds that I have left to, things that I want to try, and builds that I want to play, and so on. So, yeah, I definitely think Slash is something that's worth a lot more of my time and attention, but Project Diablo 2 right now, especially with its server issues, is not. That's really the bottom line. Fixed a lot of the rollback issues, it seems. Yes, but still. Rollback issues or not. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I could go back to it and it might be fine, but I don't really feel compelled to play the game right now, I guess, is just what I'm getting at. I'm not like, oh, yeah, I really feel the itch for Project Diablo 2. I certainly felt it when I was playing it, but that's before all those crashes happened. And now that my vibe for the game is kind of out for a little bit, I don't know if I'm going to really be returning, especially with the new ladder reset for Slash Diablo occurring like next week, right? Like, and me not having finished my Mausoleum runs. I'd legit rather finish my Mausoleum runs than go play Project Diablo 2. Like, that's honestly how I feel right now. Yeah, I feel more motivated to finish these runs than play Project Diablo 2, to tell you the truth. Anyway, yeah, our servers will be even better next season now that we have chat fixed. Oh, thank goodness, that won't lag it at all, and the restarts every 3 hours. Yeah, the restarts every 3 hours, I don't know how other people feel about that, I admit. Yeah. Yeah, like for me, I guess it's not really a huge deal, I guess. But I don't know, maybe some people out there might be a little bit irritated that, oh, every 4 hours, why is my game DCing? But anyway, but the fixed chat is awesome though. Like, I think that the chat from last season being down kind of killed the vibe for a lot of people, right? It was down for like a week, and there's really nothing that anyone could have really done about it, right? But yeah, a lot of people, I think, really enjoy having the chat up because it's like, hey, yeah, you know, I get to talk to other people and share my drops, and I know, like, Coaster is a very clear example of this where, okay, chat was down, and then it's just like, well, who's he gonna talk to? Especially because, oh, whoopsies. I tabbed out of the screen here for a sec. Especially because, you know, for him, he doesn't have, like, he's not always on Discord or Reddit, and I wasn't really playing that much, so I couldn't really start up a call with him all the time. And yeah, basically a lot of people were wondering where chat disappeared off to for a bit. Like, again, I wasn't there for that, so I was largely indifferent because even if I were there, I don't think I could have done much. And even if I were, like, if I were there, then I would have still had you guys to talk to no matter what, because I'm always streaming if I'm playing on Slash anyway, right? So I'll always have somebody to talk to, but that's not the case for Coaster and a lot of the other people on the server. So that was unfortunate, I suppose. I Discord a lot with D2 people and watch Twitch. Yeah, exactly, right? That's the thing. That's what some of us will do. That's what I do. But yeah, some people who might be new to the server or are more casual players on the server, newcomers, whatever, those guys won't be all on Discord. They won't be watching Twitch streams and so on. So that's what I'm gonna say. There was a way to get maps from the vendor today, and a bunch of people bought tons of them. Even Llama did it. Talk about resetting it, possibly. Ooh, interesting. Hey, Doza. Welcome to the channel. I don't know if you're still around. Playing Leap Barb on PD2 is kind of fun. You should play with full party. Playing Leap Barb on single player is not too good. So, see, that's another issue, too, that I was talking about earlier. Like, I think one of the posts that I read was saying, like, Project D2 is something that is balanced really well around team play. But if you're somebody who wants to play solo, you're going to have a tough time. And I kind of agree with that assessment. With a number of people who were getting ahead of me while playing in like a full team, versus me trying to go solo, and I had a really hard time trying to even go to like End of Nightmare. Yeah, that was a struggle, man. Let me tell you, that was a struggle. Talk about resetting it possibly. That's interesting, but yeah, the maps from the vendor. Not sure what to say about that. Masteries, but it's useless. Yeah, I don't even know if that's really worth charting down as a drop. No, it's not. I'm gonna leave it be. Look at Masteries GC, or Masteries Skiller. It's a useless skiller, I think. Anyway, what was I saying? So, I don't know. There's been a lot of really interesting exploits. Like, I know that there was another one where, it wasn't maps from the vendor, but I watched a Twitch clip. I think, on Neanderthal stream, where if you kill like Izzy, then his death animation kills everything in the surrounding area, and they all drop as if it were Izzy. People bought tons of them. They're talking about resetting. That'd be kind of interesting. I didn't want to burn out on Diablo before playing more Diablo. That's a very wise call, I do have to say. The game has memory leaks, no way around restarts. Yeah, good thing it only takes 1 minute to restart. Yeah, it makes sense for sure. Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's nice that we can just restart and call it a day. That's pretty awesome. But yeah, I'm sure that some people out there get kind of like, wow, why does the server keep having to restart? For the vast majority of people, it won't matter. But I'm always worried, like, what if, I don't know, what if somebody, yeah. Maybe I'm just a little bit biased because I try to do full clears. Like, in my case, like, if I'm in the middle of a mausoleum run, I'm like, well, no, if I'm in the middle of doing mausoleum runs, I finish one run, and then I can't finish another mausoleum run. I can't do a full clear of mausoleum. So I have to wait for the server to restart. If, like, I know that a mausoleum run takes about 4 minutes. So, like, 5 minutes, right? So I'm like, okay, if the server's going to restart in 2 minutes, then I'll go, basically, you know, take a deuce, and then come back, I guess, while I wait for the server to restart before I can continue my runs. It's not a huge deal, I guess. And I don't know if that's a much bigger deal for other people. Bit of a nuisance for me, but it's, again, like, not nearly as bad as what it could be, I suppose. Oh, yeah, there you go, thank you. There's a good case, which is actually a little bit more severe. Yes, like, what if somebody's in the middle of doing Ubers? Like, that could screw up an Uber run, for sure. That could very, very easily screw up an Uber run. Or a declone run. Like, I don't know if this is possible, but it would be nice to see how long until the next server restart. That would be a really cool feature. I don't know if there's a way of doing that, though, of implementing that. I also don't know if, like, is it like every 4th hour at like the 0-0 mark or something? I don't know. Because, like, yeah, it would be pretty awesome if you know, before you actually start the Uber run, you know how much time you have. That'd help a lot. So that you know that, oh yeah, well, it's gonna DC, so I should probably come back a little bit after. Or, same with Uber Diablo. //W. Oh! Okay, that's pretty handy to know. Has a server list on the website you can check that shows when the reset's coming. Okay, well, I wonder if there's a way to, like, list it directly when you get in game. That's more along the lines of what I was saying. Something obvious that people can actually just see straight up, like, okay, yeah, this is where it's at, you know. Anyway, no idea if / has that. I don't think so. But thank you for that, LeBron. That's very helpful. 1:14, so basically I don't even have to worry. What time? 8:1, I guess 8:10, 8:15? 15, anyway. What? Why is current time 8 to 1? I don't even know what that means. Okay, anyway, whatever. But yeah, okay, cool. So //W, it's a very handy feature to have. It shows the time until the next restart. It's a really handy feature. Just don't know how many people know about it. I certainly didn't know about it until 7 seconds ago. Yeah, in the future, but for now, they're more focused on the site and stuff. Okay, that's fair. That's totally understandable. Again, I'm just throwing it out there. Like, yeah, like, I don't know. It might help somebody not get like, oh shit, I just spawned Ubers and the server's gonna restart in 15 minutes, because that would be kind of sad. Yeah, today I learned too. I didn't know that was a feature. It was really cool. Thanks for sharing that, LeBron. That's nice to know for sure. So is it like every 15th minute? Is that what's going on? It looks like it's every 15th minute. Yeah, every 4 hours on the 15th minute. Or restart at the same time every 3 hours. Is it 3 hours? I thought it's 4 hours. But either way, though, I'm really looking forward to the next reset. Like, every season is like a learning experience for all of us, I guess. Like, in last season's case, I think Minsky and you guys were all able to kind of figure out, like, alright, well, this is what we need to do to keep our servers, like, afloat. That kind of stuff. I got my group. Okay. 3? Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, I got Dewscrim, that's really the main man, but after that I don't know if Elamau or anybody else will be joining in or what. So we'll have to wait and see. Speaking of reset, I'll need to reset myself after this. We're on the last 10 runs of the day, so probably just going to take a short break just before I go into the final 10 runs, and then I will get back to you guys in just a bit. But I'm going to finish this run and the next run, and then I'm going to grab myself some water and just brace myself, for the storm is coming. I'm sure there will be drinking. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's always fun. Honestly, I don't know. Always love resets. Resets are just so chill to be like people who will have disagreements. However, the vast majority of the ladder reset is just usually really chill. You get a chance to meet new people. People get to share their like good luck and bad luck, have a good amount of banter here and there. You know, people will poke fun at Dan. Dan will, you know, be Dan. And you know, there's just always something to look forward to. I always, well, in recent seasons, I've forgotten that, especially because I haven't hung out in Discord as much. But it's like, it's just really, really nice being a part of a community like that. Like, Slash is awesome. I've always been mindful of that. Yes, that's kind of what makes the server so freaking awesome. Dan's in our group too. Wow, that's actually really cool. You have Kerm. You have like Kerm, Enjoy. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, Enjoy isn't with us this time around. Well, I mean, I'm not running my team with Enjoy this time, so I guess he rotated over to you guys. Makes sense. Dan's in our group too, so Kerm, Dan, Enjoy, you. Is Hedge coming? I would imagine Hedge will probably be there too, right? Can't imagine Enjoy and Dan being there, but no Hedge. Koru. Man. You got a full house going on there. That's a dream team for comedy, especially if you're drunk out of your mind. Aha. Oh, stuck. Yeah, this is why teleport is so important. Like, I can't go through some of these doors without getting freaking desynced and stuck because the server thinks I'm somewhere else. Alright, and I think that's that. That is the end of this run, more or less, and yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. Mip was saying reset night is fun. LeBron saying agreed. Oh yeah, for sure. Homeless Moltres. Crash, it's late here at night. Okay, sounds good, Mip. It's getting late for me too, but yeah, I do want to commit to finishing my remaining 10 runs, and then after that I will call it an evening. See you all on reset. Okay, sounds good. I'll probably be streaming throughout this week and next week as well, especially next Wednesday. But otherwise, hopefully I'll see you on reset. I'm really looking forward to it. Mip, thank you again for dropping by and watching. You have yourself a lovely evening, and yeah, take care until next Friday. Good shit, dude. We'll check around. Okay, sounds good. Always a pleasure. Anyway, speaking of resets, I kind of wanted to briefly talk about LeBron. I'm guessing you're still around for just a little bit longer too. Did I ever tell you about what I plan to do for like next season? Like not this upcoming season, but the one after? Yeah, you're gonna have to refresh me because like you were asking earlier about plans for this season, the one that's coming up, but I have. I'm a little bit more open as to what I plan to do for. Oh no, I haven't. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be exciting. Okay. Tell you what. Oh man. Oh, I'm still full. Stomach's killing me right now. Whew. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about that actually after I finish this run and go grab myself some water. But that might be something exciting. I can tell you a little bit about that. You know what? I'll get started on it now. I'll tell you a little bit about it now. I have a bit of time. So, you know how, like, a couple seasons ago, I played Sork, right? I played Sork, I spammed LK over and over and over again. And I mean, you know, that was fine. But, after running like 3000 LK, I remember thinking to myself, would I have been better off just running Chaos? Because it took me 3000 runs of LK, right? It took me 3000 runs of LK to make my Infinity. And that got me thinking, I'm like, what if I just do Chaos instead, right? Like, my luck is notoriously good in Chaos. So, if I'm able to make an Infinity in 48 hours running non-stop LK, what if I set myself up to do non-stop Chaos, right? So next season, like the season after the one I'm playing with Deucecrim, I want to actually put that theory to the test. That's my plan. I want to revisit Chaos Sanctuary and see if at the start of the season I can build an Infinity within 48 hours. Well, actually, yeah, 48 hours is a good estimate. Ideally, I would want to do it within, like, 36 or even 24 hours, but I think it's safe to say that's probably just not going to happen. Basically, I want to beat my record for how long it took me to make an Infinity. Long story short, with my Sork. And yeah, that's my plan. I'm really excited for it. But again, that's something that'll be for 2 seasons down the line. But I'm sure that might be something you might be curious about. And to this end, I actually had to play around with a number of different Sork builds, because the thing with LK LeBron is that I can run it with any Sork, right? But I decided to build my LK Sork with maxed out teleport, and well, mostly, yeah, it was built specifically to run LK and nothing else, right? Like, yeah, and when I ran LK, it was pretty straightforward. But running Chaos will be a little bit more difficult. Because unlike with LK, I actually need to kill shit, and I can't just spam telekinesis to get my runes for free. Or on the chest to just randomly pop runes and just pick them up for free, right? Like, I have to actually kill shit. I have to actually properly kill the seal bosses at least before I can do the seal glitch and get all my items and so on. So, and I need to set up my characters properly for that beforehand. So it's going to be a lot more interesting, I feel like. Yeah, trying to like set up my characters for that, and then probably later on down the line as well, I might try to like get my character to 95. I don't know. I haven't really decided, but all I know is that season is going to be the route of what if I didn't just spam LK? What if I took the time to try and do other stuff as well? Like, what if I took the time to do Chaos and, wow, I had to build my character for it. I've done day 2 Infinity for sure. How did you pull that one off? How long did the LK take you? Wasn't it day 2? Oh yeah, it was day 2. But I wanted to, like... okay, so it was the 46th hour, I think. 46 hours in the ladder reset. As a Sork, I had my Infinity. But... I want to see if I can beat that. Chaos Seals right away. Yeah, I want to see if I can do the Chaos Seals method to get my Infinity right away. Because again, like, I felt like I was doing LK, I'm like, this is going, it's going alright. But I think I can do better than this. That was my, I guess that was my main motivator. Day 2 Enigma is my record. Or is it day 3? I mean, I'm not sure. Can't remember. Okay. Done day 2 Infinity for sure. Wow. Yep, because here's the thing, I don't usually play for wealth. Every season I'm like rotating into a different character, usually one that's not, non-meta character, farming some non-meta area. It's only really the seasons when I'm playing as a Sork or as a Necro that I really want to take the time to actually like put a bit more effort into trying to play for becoming a 1%er, to get the high runes, blah blah blah. And I did that with the Sork, like, during the last time I played Sork, and I was running LK so that I could also collect data on LK, and also because I thought it would be a good place to get my Infinity, and it was. But I also, again, wanted to see the Chaos route. What if I had opened up with Chaos instead? Would it have been any good? I don't know. So this is a chance for me to figure this out and find out for myself. So I'm pretty excited for it. Hopefully it'll be good. I'm going to talk a little bit more about my... Well, here's the thing. I've actually done some practice runs already, right? Because this is something that I'm really looking forward to showing off. And I'll discuss my findings in just a second, but let me take a break. Let me grab myself some water, and when I come back, I'll talk to you about some of my attempts at trying to figure out how my next Sork season will go, because I have to employ some 4-box strategies, and I think that's really interesting. So yeah, I'll talk to you more about that in a second, LeBron, if you're down to listen about it. Oh yeah, this season Chaos Heals only took me day 6 to Enigma. It's all luck. You're right. It is true. It does take luck, but I also have a bit of, I have faith also, okay? It's not just luck, it's also faith. You gotta have faith in Chaos Sanctuary that it will, like, Chaos Sanctuary always pays out. You know my motto, Chaos Sanctuary has never failed me. If it fails me here in this upcoming season, then that is it. It'll be the first ever season where Chaos Sanctuary has let me down. But otherwise, my luck has always been notoriously good in LK, or in Chaos, it might be, it's gambler's fallacy at this point, but still, you know what? Yeah, don't burst my bubble here. The thing is, like, luck or not, LK is also luck. I don't know. I want to see if, like, my luck and, Chaos being a theoretically better option, in my opinion, might trump LK, I guess. You were the 0.1%er with the Sorkle. You're so OP, you gotta nerf yourself. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't think I've ever been called overpowered, but you know what? I'll take it. Thank you. I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you, LeBron. But I wouldn't say that I'm so OP I gotta nerf myself. It's just, I like to try different things, I'm a curious man with different tastes. I'm kind of like a... And kind of like a scientist. I like to experiment. I don't want to just like... I don't want to... I'm not... I like to be a trendsetter rather than to go with the flow, I gotta have this weird-ass non-meta Fire Claws druid. You gotta show that off and be like, yo, that's pretty legit. I don't know. Anyway. Still rocking a rhyme. Alright, LeBron, thanks again for hanging out. I'll be right back and grab myself some water, and we'll talk about some of my findings that I was talking about for 2 seasons from now. For Sork strats and 4-boxing, all that jazz. So I'll see you in a second. Alright, LeBron, you still around? This is going to be the final 10 runs, so yeah, exciting stuff. Let's get the show on the road, and let's hopefully have, let's hopefully get a purple. Or is there anyone else still around, or is it just me and LeBron now? Yep, you're still here? Okay, good. Good, fantastic. So let's talk a little bit about this. Let's go! 10, baby! Hell yeah. Glad you're still on board with me for these. Would be kind of unfortunate if I were the only one left. Well, I mean, I could always just mute myself and just go on a marathon. That's not something I get to regularly do, but it's nice to be able to do that from time to time. But yeah, I still prefer having people to talk to while I do these, to keep me company while I do these remaining 10 runs. Okay, so, LeBron. Yeah, what was I saying? So, the thing is, during my theory okay, so where do I even begin here? Next season, when I play my Sork, I want to do 4-1, okay? Because in order to properly do Seal Glitch Chaos, I can do it with just a Blizz Sork if all the conditions align, like, match up. But I would rather be able to consistently do it, and with a greater amount of ease, and also faster too. Have you ever, okay, you know what, let me even start with this. LeBron, have you ever seen me do 4-box Chaos? You have, right? Like, early ladder 4-box, well, yeah, I've demoed it a couple times. I have characters who are like level 70 or level 80 or whatever, and I've shown like trying to do Chaos runs with them, haven't I? Have you seen those or no? Because if I actually show you, it might make a little bit more. Yeah, with the cleric. Okay, so you have seen that. So the whole reason, I mean, Bolt Pally. Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically. So the whole reason why I have those characters is because I'm practicing 4-boxing in preparation for the season that I'm playing my Sork. Because when I play my Sork, I'm going to need to do 4-1, right? I need a bow barb. And then I need a way to actually deal with, like, I have 2 empty slots that will allow me to maybe deal with, assuming that I'm doing Chaos, that'll allow me to actually deal with Lord Desay or whatever other, basically whatever I need to clear Chaos Sanctuary. So I actually spent the time to try and figure out which approaches would be best, and I think I talked about this already. There's 2 methods I came up with. The first is a Sork first, where I level the Sork first, and then level all of my side characters later. And then there's the second method, which is to level all of my characters simultaneously. And stop me if you've already heard this one, because I don't want to, you know, reiterate the same thing that I've talked about. I don't want to bore you with the details if you already know, but I actually don't do it that way at all. Okay, I 4-box Chaos early with a Switch Staff for Enchant/ES for Merc and a shitty Elite Insight in AT beforehand. Ah, wow, damn. Well, that's interesting. That is very interesting. It's interesting because, like, that's a completely different strategy that I simply had not even thought up of at all. For me, my biggest concern is just how to get myself into Chaos from the very beginning, from the get-go. But your method is more clever, or is even more clever than mine. Like, you might not even need to go through the lengths that I'm doing. Freaking Holy Bolt Pal, you just go enchant / I don't know how you get a Switch Staff that has enchant and ES though, but yeah, I mean, that would also allow your Merc to just handle everything for you. Because here's the thing, like in my case, at some point I'm gonna want my Merc to be able to just solo whatever monsters I can't deal with, but at the same time I'm trying to prep, like, to do Chaos right away too, so I don't know. I guess It's very easy to shop it from normal Drognin. Interesting. I did not know that. Damn. Very clever. Alright. You can make memory very quickly. So I'm just trying to think about this. You can get a 4 open socket staff from Drognin that has plus to enchant, but no, like, that's like non-magical? Actually, yeah. Wait, can you? Huh. If you can, that actually blows my mind. Like, I know that you can get like a 2 open socket staff for Leaf, but like 4 open sockets? No, non-socket +3 enchant staff, non-magical. Oh, are you serious? You can get a non-socket +3 enchant staff that can get 4 open sockets via Larza? What do you okay, so when you buy an item, is it your character level? Is that why you're able to turn it into 4 open sockets? That's crazy. That's like freaking big brain shit right there. Is that something that you just came up with, or like is that something you read somewhere, or like how did you, or is this like something that the underground canals of the Slash community know about that I simply am not privy to? I don't know. That's actually freaking ingenious. I think you need level 18 plus. No, I've done it. I see. It's my start. So you came up with this. Man, you're brilliant. What the hell? Or your strat. Yeah, wow. Okay. Well, that's a new one. I mean, That's so clever. I still would want to use, like, put my my theory into practice and try mine out too, so, to see if mine's any good with the Holy Bolt Pally, because even ZZZ didn't expect that one. Like, him and I were theory crafting. Well, sorry, he was actually bringing up all these ideas for me one day. He's like, "Oh, I want to know how to I want to try like 4-boxing Chaos. This is what I came up with." And finally, I'm like, "All right, I'll tell you what. I'll share with you what I theory crafted a while back, because, like, this was like I think half a year ago." And I obviously don't really regularly do Chaos Sanctuary to start off a ladder season. I'm usually doing some other janky ass area. But I told him, I'm like, alright, well, why don't you just, if you want a way to deal with Lord Desay, why don't you just fucking Holy Bolt him, and then you can deal with the other bosses using, like, Blizzard on your Sork. And if you don't, for some reason you can't deal with it using Blizzard on your Sork, then you could probably use like a Trapsin or a Javazon. Doesn't really matter. I don't know. Like, Holy Bolt is not something that people regularly use to bring down Lord Desay, but it's certainly a very valid option. So yeah, something I want to try out. But that's pretty brilliant, though. Freaking using even the shop vendors to your advantage. Yeah, I don't know, man. That's pretty awesome. I don't know what to say. Makes me reconsider. Think about what other options are available that might not be available, that have not been available up until now. You got White Gnarled Staff and Battle Staves from normal Dragon, but you gotta be careful not to buy the Long Staves because they got 3 sockets max. The Long Staves only get 2 sockets max. Okay. So Gnarled Staff, yeah, Gnarled Staff I know can get 4 sockets. Battle Staves, I guess same story, but no Long Staves. Okay. I mean, worst case scenario, you got 3 open sockets, and you could make a Leaf Tier Ral in a 3 open socket staff, you know? Yep. Makes total sense. But yeah, that is, short staffs is a 2 socket. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, my bad. Yeah, short staff's 2 sockets, long staff 3. I remember now. And then gnarled and, Battle stabs are 4. Okay, yeah, that all makes sense. That all comes together now. Makes total sense. Yeah, but I like ES before you get buff as a Sork. Super nice. Oh, right. That makes so much sense. Well, I was joking about Leaf, of course. Memory makes total sense, but... Well, I mean, yeah, like, why would you even... Well, I guess technically, yeah, Leaf would be okay with enchant, but, I mean, I was poking fun at the fact that you can't make Leaf in a 3-socket staff more than anything else. But as for memory, though, yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. I would never think to use memory. I've never really trusted Energy Shield. But I suppose it would help a lot. Because you don't have a lot of health early on, pre-Torch, pre-Annie, pre-Life Small Charms, or anything like that. Super nice with a bow barb, so memory helps a ton. Okay. Memory helps a ton. Basically, as soon as I get a Elite 4-socket pole arm, Elite 4-socket pole arm and 2 lums, I'm chaosing. Oh. Do you ever run LK for the lums, or how do you try to get the lums then? Elite 4-socket pole arm. Yeah, that makes sense, and that's why you run AT, I guess. It's so that you can get a good 4-socket pole arm. I see, I see. Yeah, okay. So here's my thinking, okay, for my strat. I don't want to rely on. Well, actually, no, that's not even it. I want to be able to chaos right out the gate because I feel like it gives me everything I need. Like if I can do chaos, I can get more equipment to do chaos, even faster. So that's why I wanted to set up all my characters in such a way where I don't have to rely on my mercs to be able to do chaos. Although it's nice to have those mercs there to, act as meat shields. Like what I noticed is maybe if I do even 10 to 20 chaos runs, usually by then I'll be able to get like a good weapon that I can throw onto my merc, and that's a lot easier to do on chaos because just of the sheer mob density, and combo that with seal glitch. So yeah, that's why I've been rolling my characters like that, but. Yeah. My autocorrect... I've done it with one lum, just smoke, but it's a bit harder without ES enchant for merc. I see, I see. Always with AT while leveling my bow barb. And other 2 characters, okay. I 4-box Rush to Hell. I 4-box Rush to Hell AT, then level in AT while getting Lum plus Elite Pole Arm non-CV. Okay. Oh! Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, knock 2 birds with 1 stone. If you already are planning to level, then might as well use some of the items that you get from those runs as well at the same time. It all makes sense, yeah. That's kind of the similar story with why I like to do the 4-box simultaneous leveling strategy, because I actually get items, more guaranteed items from normal Bale. Guaranteed good items from like Bale, maybe get like Mage Fist or something. But it's similar principle here, except yeah, you're building like these items which are a little bit more obscure. Man, that just hypes me up. Oh man, I want to try my strat now even more. But of course, next season I have my silly 2-man strat that I'm going to be rolling with. But just you wait, 2 seasons from now, I'll get to show you my method. I'm not saying it's going to be better or worse. I don't really care much for that, but yeah, I'll show you kind of how I would be doing my AT, or not my AT, but my Chaos early on. That's exciting too. Trying to get that all set up. Four boxing, I've never really, in no season have I ever really four boxed before. It's just been, can't wait to see it. Yeah, dude, can't wait to show it. Exciting stuff. Very, very exciting. Really looking forward to all these upcoming seasons. Or, well, I shouldn't say all these upcoming seasons because it's just next season and the one after. Then after that, I don't know what I'm going to do. Or if I'm going to play. Probably going to play. I don't know. But I need to come up with something, though. If I do. So, that's going to be something for me to think about. From my experience, your Merc gets buffed up pretty quickly. So the Pally isn't so necessary, but it's nice to have for sure. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I believe that your Merc would get. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Like I could. Here's the thing. Like ideally, I want my Merc to be buff enough that I don't need my Pally, just because it slows down my run to have the tab over to a third window in order to complete the run. At the same time, though, yeah, I don't know how long it'll take for my Merc to get buffed up to the point where I no longer need my Pally. So, I feel like, just to be on the safe side, I like to have my Pally ready too. And besides, here's the thing. I could turn my Pally, if I really want to, into a... I could turn my Pally into like into an Uber clearer if shit goes south, you know, like, or maybe not even Uber clearer. I could even just like go conviction on my Pally, and then probably I could even solo, probably solo Uber D with my Sork at that point, or turn him into a makeshift smiter. I don't know. There's a lot of options I have honestly with that Pally. Doesn't need to just be for MFing, but yeah, perfect for turning into a makeshift smiter. If I ever need to, you know, get a Nihilus, or if I need to do like Uber Trist on my own. Although frankly, I'm probably just gonna buy a Torch. I don't know, man. Torch market. I'll talk about the Torch market in a second. That's its own topic entirely. I tried it. I found Spirit helps a lot on the Pally because of the FCR, FHR. Oh yeah, for sure. If I were to make a Paladin, I would probably be throwing on Spirit early, especially because of, you know, it's just the best available option, like, especially with the runes available to you, right? Like, what other option is there that's available that I would really want? Assuming that I had the runes for any other early game. Anyway, like yeah, if I get Hawes, I'll take Hawes over Spirit on such a Paladin. But if it's like, yeah, very likely I'm not gonna be using anything other than Spirit. Hey, Fatty, what's up? Turn my Sally this season into a GG statue. Are you serious? Okay, let me take a look at that in just a second. Let me finish this run, and then I'll. Kevin Love. Okay. I bought bed table very yesterday. Was assembling it. Okay. I'm back. Okay. Check out that prayer stick. Passive healing with cleansing. Oh man, yo, I gotta check that out. I gotta see that. Turn into a GG statue. GG statue. Oh, that's exciting. Let me guess. You probably threw over like 35 freaking auras on this guy. I bet you. Let's check him out. Makes you think like how back when I was... Oh, man. Also shop from normal Drogden. He's my man. Okay. That's so funny. Actually got your... Yeah, Drogden's your guy. Really gives you everything you need. You know, to be honest, like, I'm kind of glad that they finally enabled Plague, because I know one of the things I want to do, maybe, is get another one of those AFK druids. And for For the longest time, I wanted that AFK druid to be rocking like Plague for cleansing rather than Harmony, but I was never able to do that. So it'll be nice to actually just have cleansing or Plague for the cleansing, and then I could have him there as a statue for my wolves and mercenaries to just dumpster everything in Bale Throne Room. That's exciting. Plague is so nice. Oh yeah, Plague is freaking amazing, and it's not just for the lower res proc either. Like, that's pretty awesome, but it's also got another roster of other really cool bonuses. Very good rune word. Tanked all waves on P8 and never dies. I believe that. Alright, let's check this guy out though. Let's check this guy out. Alright, let's pull this up here. Give me a second. Alrighty, let's check it out. Kevin Love. Oh, this is Plague. 3 to Prayer, 2 to Defiance, 1 to All Skills, level 14 Cleansing. Cats to cast Poison Nova. Well, I'm not going to read over all the bonuses here. Okay, so basically Cleansing Aura, Guardian Angel for maximum survivability, except for the poison, I suppose. Storm Shield. Oh yeah, you gotta have that. Reduced by 35%. And Vamp Gaze, so that's a total of 50% damage reduction. And then of course this gives you like up to 90% maxed out res. Damage reduction by 23, just so that you can reduce even more damage. Almost certainly it's going to be max block, of course. Yep. T-Gods for strength and vit. I think if there's any way to make this guy even more durable. Like what if you had actually instead gone like Dungo's plus Storm Shield, and then as your helmet, like there's another, was it Circlet of Life Everlasting, I think it was? Damage reduction helmet, and then you like socket it with like soul runes or something, and then you get like 40 DR or something along with the Amulet of Life Everlasting. That would be pretty interesting. These gloves. Dwarf Star, Raven Frost, understandably, and then Alder's statue. So then you maxed out Prayer. Vigor, Holy Shield, Conviction. I see. That's so interesting. By the way, why did you go Vigor? Yeah, why did you go Vigor and Resist Fire? Rather than like Defiance. I figured you would have just maxed out Defiance. You want him to sit and tank waves. He'd heal on wave 3 and 4. Oh, that's so funny. Watch on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. Oh, fatty. LeBron, legend. Yes, dude, he is a legend. That's so cool, though. That is actually such a cool build. You can just sit there and tank every wave, except for potentially wave 5 on player's 8. Kelpie Snare, there you go. Guardian Angel, Andy's Visage. Wow. Yeah, this guy's freaking tanky as shit. Vigor because yeah, Vigor because I walked him in Throne Room sometimes and resist fire for the passive +5 max res. Work with slow Bale so he didn't curse. I tell you, staff switched to Bale. Oh, it's such a cool build. In 1 telly per run. I see. Well, that makes sense. I guess you might not have even needed Defiance at all. Yeah, now I want to make an Immortal Paladin. That's very tempting. A Paladin that does absolutely nothing except for just stare at Bale. That sounds like a lot of fun. But again, that's something, you know what? You've inspired me. 2 seasons from now, I'm telling you. You know, I was already... I have some things in the works. It's gonna be pretty good, I think. I'm hoping to... I don't know. I have to iron out some plans, but I think I have some cool shit to show for 2 seasons from now. So that's gonna be really exciting. All right, let's get back to my remaining runs. We're on run 845. We have 5 more runs after this, and then we'll call it a night. In the works. I love it. Yeah, dude, this is freaking exciting. This is really exciting. I just have some ideas. I'd love to share and talk about all of them, but of course I gotta keep things on the DL until the time comes. Speaking of which, what I can talk about quickly, the topic that I was going to get into was the torch market. That was another thing too. A bit of a departure from what we've been talking about so far, but one of the very interesting things that I've always wanted to look more deeply into is the torch market. Now, in the past, I have farmed a lot of keys. And I've also farmed a lot of torches. The season where I played my Sork, last time, I farmed, like, I think it was 18T, 18H, 18D, and I ran 6 torches. With all these, whatever torches I didn't need, I would just pawn off. Now the thing is, part of the reason why I was willing to do this is because it was part of my 7-day plan. I think I called, like, yeah, I called it my 7-day plan to, like, become super rich and just have my characters all geared up and freaking everything. But here's the thing. Part of the premise of that 7-day plan for farming torches was that no one else at that point would be farming torches, but surprise, surprise, that season somebody else was actually farming torches, and I think that was... as per the usual, Swisher. Swisher had said that he wasn't going to be farming torches, so I was like, okay, yeah, I can now capitalize on him not farming torches, but then surprise, surprise, he was farming torches that season, and he's actually been farming torches every season since. If ever he doesn't farm torches, it might be nice to actually get a chance to run the torch market. That's something I would love to be able to do somewhere down the line. That sounds like a lot of fun. But since I don't know when Swish will ever be stopping his shenanigans for torches, I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to be able to do that. If that makes sense. Like, honestly... I could run, like, Summoner in about 15 seconds, you know what I'm saying? Like, under 15 seconds, Summoner is basically dead. My Neolithac runs, if I'm properly geared, I could probably also do it in under 20 seconds, 30 seconds at the most. And then, of course, Count is always a pain in the ass. With the Sork, it'd probably be like 45 seconds to like a minute, depending on how far I'd have to teleport over to Tower Cellar level 5. Now, the reason I'm bringing up all of this is I realized that if I spent a day doing nothing but farming keys, like non-stop farming keys, I realized that maybe I could get, like, I could probably do, like, what? I gotta run the math behind it. Swisher likes his torches overpriced too, to be honest. See, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to disagree for the sake of disagreeing, but a lot of people say that his torches are overpriced. But I'm not entirely sure I would agree with them being overpriced, and I don't like to say this. I don't like to disagree with you specifically, but I don't know, man. The way I see torches is like this. Hellfire Torch is one of the best items in the game. Okay, it's one of the best items in the game, and everyone needs a Hellfire Torch as part of their build, especially sorceresses. Sorceresses are going to eat up those Hellfire Torches. No matter what the price you put is going to be, they're going to take it, right? And the highest bidder is, like, basically, the price of torches, especially early on, are just going to be inflated to the ever-living shit. Because because everyone needs those torches so early on that like prices that would, prices might seem unreasonable, but part of the reason why like they're priced that high is like the richest people from each class are able to actually afford those torches, right? Otherwise, if you make it like, let's say, oh, I'm gonna put all these these torches, even druid torches for Mal, let's say, right? Like druids, any druid can get their hands on it. Like you're losing out on a lot of potential wealth on people who are willing to outbid each other for an item that's so valuable, and I also feel like the Hellfire Torch is not an item that everyone can get early. So why, if you're going to invest your time into trying to do these torches, would you try to make like a net zero profit off of it? Like, if I'm going to spend an entire day farming 10 torches, let's say, right? It doesn't make sense for me to like if each key set is, let's say, a gull rune, right? If it's worth like, let's say, a gull rune for one key set, and then I'm selling each of the torches for a gull or less, then that day is wasted. So at the very least, you're probably going to want to price each torch at least Gullist or Vex. Like, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say here is three things. Or in defense of the torches being overpriced, right? Like, again, I don't... like, I'm not, like, close friends with Swish. I'm not trying to defend him straight up, but this is kind of how I see things, right? Like, despite the price, how some people will say his prices are or his torches are overpriced, people are still willing to buy these torches. That's the interesting thing. They're willing to outbid each other for his torches. The second thing is the prices themselves are accurately reflecting how valuable and how useful they are. And the third thing is that, again, if you're going to take the time to farm those torches, then you're very likely going to want to be making a profit out of it for the amount of time you put into it, rather than making, rather than just net zero. So for me, I'm kind of like, it's not that overpriced. Like, I don't see it as overpriced. For me, I see it as, if people want those items, they can put their money where their mouths are. If they want to wait a couple days for some other torch Yahoo to go and like freaking get their own torches so that you can buy it off of them for a much cheaper price, you can wait that amount of time. That's perfectly okay. But if you want those torches now, then yeah, you gotta pay the premium, right? So that is how I see it. You could argue that it's pretty preposterous that day 1, day 2, day 3, Swisher's asking like Ohm for, honestly, like low-key end torches. Or if you're selling an end torch for any less than a Vex or an Ohm, it's like some people will say that's what it should be. No, like if you're playing on Slash, end torch should not be any less than a fucking Ohm. Like, and the Necros are like the most busted class on Slash. That just doesn't make sense. But if it's like Druid or Assassin, some people will argue like, wow, well, not many, or yeah, some people are not like, what am I even saying? Some people will argue, oh yeah, well, some people are playing, not many people play Druid, or many people play Assassin, right? But here's the thing, Druid torches, even Druid torches get used as stat sticks by like all the people who aren't able to afford a proper Sork torch or a proper Pally torch. That's freaking a free plus 15 attributes and a plus 15 res. Like, even any shitty scrap character can use those mediocre torches that aren't of a good character class in the first couple days of the ladder reset, right? So when people complain that, oh, well, not many people are playing Druid or Assassin, it's like, no, but still, people need these torches. even if you're not a druid, you would still want that torch. And even if you are a druid, like, you're not going to be like, oh shit, well, this druid torch, which is probably the single most important item for boosting damage on my build, is not something I would be willing to spend a gold for, you know? Like, hell, when I was a druid, are you kidding me? Hell yeah, of course I'll buy a freaking half-decent druid torch for gold. Even like a shitty druid torch, I'd pay gold for, to be frank. So again, this is a topic I am, like, I'm not defending Swisher particularly, but I can definitely see why those prices are fine for torches, which goes against popular opinion. Like, a lot of people might not agree with that, but again, that's what I like. If I really think about it, that's how I feel when it comes to torches. Which, I hate to say it, I don't like. Like, I would love to be able to just say, like, yeah, no, I think that they're overpriced, but I actually don't think they're overpriced, if I'm being honest. So, yeah. Okay, yeah, and again, I wasn't trying to convince you or anything like that. Okay, this is just my personal musing. If you, you know, if you want to argue something else, in reverse, then yeah, by all means. But yeah, this is why, like, this is why I feel, I've always felt like, yeah, it's at a pretty fair point. Like, people like ZZZ and Corey have also expressed similar sentiments, I think. Like, ZZ in particular for a nihilist, but Corey, I think, in defense of torches, because he does torches himself, and he's like, well, no, like, why would I want to sell these torches for a lower price when, you know, I'm taking the time to go and farm these, and people very evidently need them, so really doesn't make much sense for me to sell it for any lower than I've already been doing. But anyway, you get the idea. I'm not gonna keep kicking the dead horse here. I can think I've made my point very clear here. So in the meantime, you were saying, I hate farming keys and storing and extraing torches from held normal mules. That's why I never do it. The sole reason why I don't like farming key. Okay, so here's the irony. Okay, LeBron, so you're gonna love this. So I just gave you a passionate 7-minute rant on why I feel like torches are fairly priced, right? It is this very same reasoning that makes me not want to charge for that price. Actually, no, let me rephrase this. You know how you said that the torches are overpriced, right? Well, here's the thing. If I am to sell torches, I feel like I'm more lenient with my prices than I should be for the amount of time I put into them. So for me, trying to sell torches to people is never worth it. Because, you know how Swish actually will be like, okay, yeah, you know, like, my torch, I'm gonna put it up at, let's say, like, Vex or above. In my case, if I get a Druid torch, I'd probably sell it for, like, Ist or something like that, right? Whereas other people would sell it for Gull. And they make a profit off of that, but I simply do, like, there's no reason for me to do it from, like, a profit standpoint. That's why I just never do torches anymore. I realize, like, okay, I spent all this time gathering all these keys. I spent all these time killing all the Ubers. I spent all this trouble trying to move these torches to some side bitches. And then I'm going to try and sell them for Gull or Vex? Right? Like, I sell Pally Torch for Vex, even though Hammerdins will very clearly be wanting this to go and farm Hell Chaos. I'm like, okay, I mean, at that point, that's kind of like, honestly, I hate to say this, but this is charity. I'm spending my time in such a way where it simply does not benefit me. I do not profit off of this for the amount of time I spend, right? Let's say I spend a day farming 6 torches, I sell it all, I get like, what, 1 ohms worth of profit? 2 ohms worth of profit? I'm not going to run the math. But why don't I just spend that day running Chaos non-stop and finding myself burrs and jaws? Like, it's a far better use of my time than fucking trying to scrap together nickels and dimes for a fucking Hellfire torch. You know? Yes. Like, literally, I am too nice to be a salesman. Like, I don't normally say, like, I like to think I don't normally say good things about myself, okay? I'm normally very self-critical. I berate myself, and I take very little credit from what people say about me. But I will admit this, okay? I gotta be honest where credit is due. When it comes to trades, I am more generous to people than I need to be, especially when it comes to torches. And because of that, I don't think it makes much sense for me to be one of the people to sell torches when there are other people who are profiting off of torches far more than I am. Right? Like, I should pick something where I'm not dependent on trading with other people if all I'm going to do is give people good deals, or, hey, you know, I know these people. I should either give it to them for free or give it to them for a discount, because at that point, I just don't make enough, like, I just don't make enough wealth for it to be worth it if wealth is my goal. So... say, yeah, you understand. You're in the same boat. I know you're in the same boat, especially because, like, even things like, what, your poison, no, wait, what am I talking about? What was it? The D-Web, right? I think you sold the, no. I remember you sold some items for really, really cheap. You've done that before. You're too nice, right? Like, you're nicer than I am, even. The difference, though, for me is, like, I acknowledge, you see, like, I acknowledge that the torch prices from other people are fair, but I myself am not willing to charge people that same price for my Hellfire torches. It is the weirdest paradox. I will never understand this about myself, but because of that, that's also ironically why I don't sell torches anymore. So, yeah, I guess the takeaway from all this is, yeah, I gave you this whole passionate 7-minute rant, but at the end of the day, like, I'm not going to say Swish overprices for his torches, but I wouldn't feel comfortable selling torches at that price, even if I think they're fair. It's the weirdest irony. It's the weirdest irony, but that's how I feel about torches, so I just stopped trying to sell, like, collect and sell torches. Yeah, it makes, like, I can't win with torches. Either I feel bad that I overcharge someone no matter what happens. I feel bad that I overcharge someone, or I feel bad that I let the torch go for a much lower price than what I could have gotten out of it. It freaking sucks. I should just play the casino RNG game at that point. Oh, and speaking of casino RNG, my luck with torches has also been traditionally pretty terrible too. Imagine trying to get a Sork torch day 1 through 6 a ladder. It simply isn't going to happen when your name's D2D2. He just does chaos too. He just buys keys for his hirants. Well, yeah, yeah. Well, actually, I don't even know about that. I think sometimes Swish also, like, I remember one season he was... Oh, sorry. He made a light sork, and was it? I think he made a light sork specifically so he could do keys, if I'm not mistaken. Because the light sork can do pretty much everything when it comes to keys. Can do Neolithak, can do Summoner, can do Countess. But if you're fire, if you're cold, you can't do Countess. Not quickly, at least. And yeah, that just leaves you with really light sork. You can't really do much else. Well, I mean, I guess you could do Arcane, but it's never really been a meta place on Slash, at least not yet. So, anyway, you get the idea. Let's see what else you guys are talking about here. You guys heard me rant for like a good 15 minutes, so let's take a step back and see what else you guys are saying. Torches are so OP. 3 skills from Large Charm, 3 stats free all res. I'll see who else runs Ubers on week 1 or 2. See, that's another thing too, right? In order to do Ubers, you not only need to farm the keys, or like buy the keys, but you also need a character who can do the Ubers. And not everyone is in that boat. Like, some people just run one character. Like, if you're a filthy casual, then you're probably just running one character, right? And I was gonna say filthy casual like me, but I'm not. I won't even call myself a filthy casual. Like, are you kidding me? Usually I have multiple characters. I usually have a character who can run Ubers because, hey, what if somebody needs me to kill a declone for them? I'd love to kill a declone for them for free. But I'm not always able to kill declone because I don't always have a character who can do it, right? But I know how to make a character who can do it. And a lot of the time I do have a character who can do it. Anyway, point is, like, yeah, Ubers, not everyone can even run Ubers on week 1 or 2, so sometimes you just gotta, like, pass that responsibility over to somebody else, and that's another irony, too. Some people early ladder will charge like a Pulrin to do declone or Ubers because, you know, you gotta make it worth their while. Their step, like, me personally, I'm somebody who's like, you know, I'm a part of the Slash community. I want to help out people on the Slash community. So for me, if I have a smiter ready and they ask me, hey, D2D2, can you do my Ubers for me? Hells yeah. You can bet your ass I'm fucking down to go kill some Ubers. I haven't killed Ubers in fucking months, right? Like, I love killing Ubers. I love the feeling of watching the health bar of Ubers just go way down in the span of seconds. It's a very satisfying feeling. But I also have to acknowledge that some people, you know, if they're gonna do your Ubers for you, that's time that they could be spending doing their own chaos run, right? So that they can get rich. What about that burr run that they missed out on because they went and killed your Ubers, right? Like that's, you know, you could say, oh yeah, for the community aspect, right? But it's like, okay, well, we also have to respect that, yeah, other people have things that they want to do too, and it's like, if you're pulling them away from that, then I think it's also only fair that, I mean, I can understand that, yeah, in some cases they would want to charge you for that, so it's like, yeah, and not everyone, again, if you can't do Ubers and you need somebody else to do it for you, then yeah, you kind of need to pay up in that regard too. First source for any person is so good. Yeah, I heard a friend of mine saying that one of the best way to get rich on multiplayer Diablo 2 server is farming torches and selling them out. Yeah, that's what I heard. See, that's the thing, Fatty. I heard a lot of people say the same thing. All right. Now you got to understand. I've been on the server a long time, and I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't know if I would agree with that. It's a pretty stable. I don't even know if I'd say stable. Like, it's a pretty reliable way to get rich early. But to be honest, like, it's not nearly as profitable as just farming cows or chaos, in my honest opinion. If your sole goal is to get, like, super rich, super fast, you're better off just spam farming cows and chaos and possibly even LK. The reason being that unless you get, like, a really good torch, like a 2020 sword torch, or 20, like, seriously, the best case scenarios are 2020 sword torch, 2020 necro torch. If you get either one of these, then you can get 10 burrs, or 10 burrs, what am I talking about, 10 ohms from them, I think. Roughly 10 ohms. Somewhere between 5 and 10 ohms. But, see, here's the thing. 5 to 10 ohms, that's like a burr or 2 burrs. And you can get 1 or 2 burrs from farming, like, a shit ton of cows or chaos. So I'm kind of like, I don't even know if I would say that, like, you know, that farming torches is, like, the end-all, be-all way to get rich. I legitimately believe, like, you might even just be better off running spam farming cows or chaos or possibly LK, to tell you the truth. I don't know. Just, if you're asking me if I had to put my money somewhere, yeah, that's kind of where I'd put it. So it's shitty for torches too. Yep, I agree. So what's interesting thing to me on this 1K mausoleum runs is that you haven't found TC level 87 unique single time yet. I'm not sure about. Actually, yeah, I think you're right. Actually. Yeah. Like, I mean, yeah, unique TC level 87. I found a couple TC 87s for sure. I also don't remember every single item that's drawn. Maybe we missed a few. Maybe I actually did get a TC 87 item that I'm not remembering that you missed. I'm gonna have to, like, I wrote down all of the drops I've gotten, noteworthy drops. So if there was a TC 87 item, maybe I'll have to go back and take a look. But I certainly didn't get a Raven Lore. I didn't even get Death Cleaver. Obviously haven't gotten a Griff's Eye, D-Web, D-Fathom, any of that jazz. So yeah, very interesting boat right now. Javazon can do Ubers without specking. Okay, she just needs to get crushing blow gear for Uber Mephi. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, but I've never, at the same time though, I've never really even seen a Javazon go and do Ubers by herself, even though it's theoretically supposed to be possible. Honestly, like, if you kill Spectre's Ghost on the way to key areas, such as towers, arcane, and attack room, you get potential. Purple box of jewelry worth ohm. Could be. Yeah, see, that's the thing too, right? I didn't even include arcane in that list. But yeah, you could throw arcane in there. Or tower seller for those ghosts, or WSK. Plenty of ghosts there. Ghosts and souls, of course. Right? So I'm kind of like, yeah, if you're making money, that's where you're gonna be getting money.
My army will destroy.
Speaking of being a salesman, I was just thinking about this. I'm thinking back to the season when I was playing my Poison Necro. I don't know if you were playing way back then, LeBron, but the last time I played my Poison Necro, I still remember running the 500k gold shop. Yeah, that thing was a freaking meme, dude. Part of the reason too, I didn't want to like tackle people for pulls and ums and mals for a lot of my items either. That was part of the reason why I sold for 500k gold. It was something that I was comfortable charging people, where they actually kind of had to work for it, but also something that I actually needed, because you know I needed to actually charge my tele staff, and then later on down the line I also needed to charge. I also needed like P-Jams to reroll like my diadems and coronets, and I think Piamis so that I could do crafting as well. So that was, see, that was one of the ways how I got around trying to like charge people for some of the items that I just don't feel comfortable putting a price on. Remember that hilarious? Hey man, that's one of the more creative ideas I had, you know? Like, it's a win-win. It helps me, and it helps the people who need a head start, right? Like, imagine a whiz spike. I get a whiz spike, it's like, alright, I could charge something like a lem or a pull for it, but like, well, one, I don't need a pull. Two, they might not have a pull. And three, it's like, do I even feel comfortable like charging someone a pull rather than just giving it to them for free if they need it? And I'm like, you know what? Here's a compromise. I'll give them something between a pull and between a pull slash a lem and nothing that I actually need, and that was gold, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. Trading generally, one of the reasons I don't like to trade is just I'm not really much of a I'm not very good at making deals. Like, not because like, oh, I don't know the worth of the item. Like, okay, maybe that's part of the issue, but I also don't like to. I don't want to risk overcharging people. Yeah, so that's part of it. I don't want to feel like I'm overcharging people, I guess, is the bigger problem. Anyway. Frenzy is my favorite Uber runner, LeBron was saying, so maybe I'll do some this coming soon. Ooh, that sounds exciting. Yeah. When you were on Poison Necro seasons, I was just chilling your chat. I had taken off Slash for a year or so. I see. Yeah, that Poison Necro season. Yeah, that was one of the ones where I opened up that 500k gold shop. And I was like, because, dude, I was swimming in uniques and set items. Chaos Sanctuary was paying out, like, every 10 runs, I would have, like, so many items that I had to mule that shit off. I'm like, well, what do I do with these items? I have so many, like, because I was doing full clears, and I actually had MF. So I was actually finding items, so I was like, well, what the hell do I do with all of these? And then finally it just boiled down to one thing. And that was to just sell it to people for gold. Those were the days. Anyway, my point there is I didn't want to charge people mals. Felt like I would have felt bad doing it, but I don't feel bad charging them 500k gold. You know, like if people are gonna complain about having to pay 500k gold for an item, which I don't think anyone has ever had to complain about having to spend 500k gold on an item, then yeah, I don't know what to tell you. At that point, you just don't deserve the item for such a cheap price. You know, like what, 2, 3 Nightmare Trav runs? Just selling all the scraps there. Hell, maybe I could have even gotten away with charging people like 1,000,000 gold, but I thought 500k gold was nice and simple and chill. Anyway, My favorite was when I found like small charms that people need, like 20 life small charm for 500k gold, and they would see, oh man, this guy's got like 4 20 life small charms, 2 million gold, guys, 2 million gold, and the best part there, everyone thought I was a gambling addict. Everyone thought I was trying to like gamble or something. No, dude, I just need gold to repair my fucking staff. And you got all the like, you got all the people who don't have my big brain asking like, why don't you just use Ort and chip gem? And I'd be like, well, I don't have any fucking chip gems. You fucking carry around chip gems? I don't carry around chip gems. Are you kidding me? Anyway, that was the good old days. Just reminiscing. Those were some interesting times. Maybe the season where I play my Sork, I'll be able to revisit that. But yeah, Frenzy's your favorite Uber runner. That's okay. Well, good luck. If you do decide to run some Ubers, let me know how it goes. Let me know how your torches will turn out. I suppose that's kind of exciting. So what else was I saying, though? I want to make Grandfather and Last Wish bar, but ooh, why Grandfather? And why Last Wish? Are you just trying to like max out your on-screen damage, or dual Grandfathers with Fort, Sacred, and Area Say style look? Ooh, I wonder what that would look like. And honestly, speaking of style, Tyrael's Might should give its user freaking Tyrael's Archangel Wings. Change my mind. Like, I will always feel like that was just a missed opportunity to give that aesthetic to anybody who wore that freaking item, dude. That shit would have been so fucking fire. Holy. Oh, by the way, the whole reason I brought up the torches, that's, okay. So the whole reason I brought up the torches, I remember now. I was contemplating whether or not I should actually try and run my own torches. That's all I was trying to get at. And the thing is, it's harder to like, to squeeze, like runes out of people when it comes to those torches when you've got a lot of other competitors, right? Like simple supply and demand. If there's only one person selling torches, then you have a full monopoly over the prices that you're charging people on those, and it's kind of like a take it or leave it stance. But if there's multiple people selling torches, then the buyer has a bit more wiggle room, because if you don't like the prices from one guy, just get it from a different guy who might be selling it for cheaper, right? So yeah, I guess earlier what I was trying to get at originally, before we went on this tangent about fair pricing on torches, was just that the season I play my Stork, once I get Infinity, it'd be really cool if I went and actually started farming torches. That's what I was trying to get at. But then the problem with trying to go and farm torches is that I think I'll still always have competition on torches, so that's just never a viable option. Unless I just want to do it for fun and see what I get out of it. See how abysmal my luck is. Because I don't really ever get any good torches. Like, okay, like I could be proven wrong like next season or what, but usually they're not great torches. I don't get like, you know, I don't usually get like some high Necro Torch or some high Sork Torch. Even high torches in general. Like, okay, I guess maybe I might find like a high Druid or high Assassin Torch, I guess, but it's never like gonna be worth a lot. Better off just trying to look for a Burr or a Jaw in Chaos. Much luckier there. That was the other reason why I just leave the torch market to other people too. I just can't, man. Like for me, I'm happy whenever what you see is what you get, right? Like if I'm playing my Sork and I need a Sork torch, and my choice is to spend 2 ohms to get a Sork torch, or 2.5 ohms to get a Sork torch versus freaking trying to like do 6 runs of Ubers to try and have a chance at getting even 1 Sork torch. Maybe I'll get 3. But how often do you find 3 Sork torches from running Ubers, right? Like, let's be real here. Like, my odds just aren't very high. Like, I don't know how else to put it. Or I don't feel like my odds are very high. So, to make sure that I actually get the damn torch that I want, if I'm playing, especially if I'm playing as a Sork, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of trying to roll the dice when it comes to torches. But anyway, yeah, a lot of thoughts there, but that's definitely something that maybe I should revisit one day. Especially if I want to do something with a mall store. Anyway, guys, this is my final run. So, once again, I just want to give a shout out to Fatty and LeBron, but especially Fatty, because I think Fatty was here from like the very beginning of the stream all the way to the end. LeBron, I appreciate you stopping by as well. And yeah, having a lovely chat. Hopefully I didn't force my opinions about the torches onto you or anything like that. But yeah, this is the last run for me this evening. GG dropping, I've been praying to Raven Lord for you to get GG drop on your last run. Speaking of which, if we are trying to pray to the Raven Lord for a good GG drop on my final run, of course I have to summon the Ravens themselves. I must do my ritual in order to bring forth the Raven Lord. There you go. But yeah, wow, can't believe I did it. 50 runs. Yeah, really I appreciate you guys keeping me company though. These last 30 runs especially just breezed through, man. I'm telling you. Doing these runs, making it to run number 850. Now I have 150 left. I'm hoping tomorrow I can come back and do another 25 runs maybe. 20-25 runs if I have time. And then probably I'm going to try to get runs in every day leading up to the reset, because, or maybe not every day, but probably Thursday, probably Friday, probably Monday and Tuesday I'm thinking, and then I'll probably do like 20 runs on each day, I think is what I'm going to aim for. 87, 89, 91, 93, and then I'll have to do 50 runs on Wednesday, and I'll be on run 980, and then probably on Thursday I could do my last 20 runs. Or it'll be something like that. Sounds like a pretty solid plan. I don't know. I don't know how exactly it's gonna go, but it should be pretty legit. Thank you for, yeah, thank you for day 1-4 ladder reset strat discussion, especially 2 options you gave. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. You're welcome, and thank you for listening and sharing your idea for maggot layer, big brain early ladder maggot layer strats too. That's actually really cool. But yeah, hopefully the findings that I shared with you are useful, and also just know that I have yet to refine my strats as well, right? Like, this is like a very slow work in progress. So whenever I'm feeling it whenever I have time, because it's definitely a time commitment that I have to do. Trying to freaking go through the entire game on 4 boxes. That's like a 10-hour time commitment. And if I have 10 free hours, then I would probably rather be streaming this for you guys. So, yeah. If it's Diablo 2 content that I'm trying to do, that's probably what it's going to be. But yeah, hopefully in the future I will be able to... Yeah, hopefully in the future I will be able to show you I'll be able to show you a more refined version of my 2 strategies, 2 options that I gave you, and that will be that hopefully. 1K Mausoleums with a non-tele class protect you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, but keep in mind that I have yet to complete all 1,000 mausoleum runs, so you know, we still have a bit of time left. So get, you know, brace yourself, because I don't know, I might not be able to finish the 1,000 runs, and then at that point it'll be like, okay, well, this is awkward. You gave me respect for finishing 1,000 mausoleum runs, but I actually didn't finish 1,000 mausoleum runs. So yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna do a quick final sweep on this last run, and then that will finish us off for this evening. All right. Damn, took a nap too, so I'm probably gonna be up for another little while. But you know what? I think this is indeed a good stopping point. I'll take a rest here. All right, and I think I am just about done. So I'm just gonna reset my character, and everything's hunky dory. You guys have any last final questions or comments? I think that's gonna be it for me this evening. Thank you again, LeBron, and thank you, Fatty, for hanging out. Really, really appreciate it. And I think this is where we will be concluding the stream this evening. So once again, thanks guys. Hope to see you guys again, hopefully if I stream tomorrow or throughout next week. At the very least, I will likely be streaming next Wednesday and absolutely next Friday, so that's really exciting. Yeah, hope to see you guys then for sure. Otherwise, oh well, I just got around to answering that. The next stream will be, I'm hoping for tomorrow, because here's the thing, if I don't do streams throughout the week, I don't know how I'm going to finish the Moz runs, the 1,000 Moz runs. So I'm thinking tomorrow I'll try to, like, I'm not going to do 50 runs, but I'll try to at least do 10 or 20 or 25 if I can push 25. That way we can actually hit our, like, I can maybe hit my goal, 1,000 Moz runs under my belt, you know. So that's what I have in mind. I'll try my best to stick to that schedule and not wimp out. I really want to finish this, but I also need the time and also the willpower, I guess, to do it. Because sometimes I have the time, but I just don't feel like streaming, or I don't feel like playing Diablo 2, right? Like, that's just how it is. But anyway, Fatty, once again, for the last time this evening, thanks again. Same to you, LeBron, if you're still around. You haven't said anything in a while, but maybe you're lurking. But yeah, I'm going to be hopping off now here, guys. So once again, appreciate everyone hanging out. It's 1:30 for me. It's time for me to go get myself some rest. Hope you all have a lovely evening and lovely week if I don't see you again for whatever reason for an extended period of time. But otherwise, yeah, that's going to be it for me for now. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one, especially you, Fatty. And enjoy the rest of your D2 streams. Thanks everyone for watching. This is D2D2, signing out.